I think it's safe to say that change is on my agenda. Change for good. And I embrace that and I enjoy that change. I don't fear it.
There was no official announcement, no ceremony of succession. Yet the doors of Buckingham Palace had just closed in a cold silence, as if something irreversible had taken place behind them. Inside the private office that had always been kept under absolute secrecy, a tense confrontation had erupted. Not between enemies, but between those who shared the same bloodline and royal status. Its conclusion was not a public declaration, but an unspoken agreement, a carefully arranged outcome, subtle enough to escape public notice, yet powerful enough to reshape the entire balance of power. The king still wore the crown, but real authority was quietly shifting into the hands of his eldest son. Outside, everything appeared unchanged, maintaining its familiar order, but inside, the cracks had begun to show. On one side stood personal loyalty and the enduring persistence of Camilla after years spent in the shadows. On the other stood national interest, the pressure for reform, and the determination of William, who understood that the era had changed and that the monarchy could no longer afford to be driven by personal emotion. Within that fragile balance, King Charles seemed trapped between two worlds. One was a past he could not let go of, the other was a future he no longer had the strength to control. And in that very moment, real power quietly transferred, without ceremony, without announcement, yet unmistakable and undeniable. Was this a necessary decision to protect the monarchy from looming storms, or a ruthless move by William against his own family? If you support William, comment 1. If you feel sympathy for Camilla in her isolation, comment 2. There was no explosion across the headlines at the time, no sensational titles, no leaked photographs, and no official statement from the palace. Yet within the thick walls of Buckingham, a silent chain of events had begun to unfold, slow but dangerous, like a small crack spreading across stone that once seemed impenetrable. It all began with a name, a figure once entangled in scandal, once crushed by the media, once removed from the circles of power they had once belonged to, and somehow that name began to reappear in internal notes, in confidential reports, in conversations known only to a very small circle. There was only one common link. The person maintaining contact was none other than Camilla, to the advisors. It was a warning signal, but to Camilla, it meant something entirely different. She did not see that person as a threat. She saw a reflection of herself, someone once rejected by society, once labeled as a disruptor, once subjected to the harsh and unforgiving judgment of the public. Camilla understood that feeling better than anyone. She had lived through it, had been called names no one wished to repeat, had been cast out of every standard the monarchy had tried to uphold. And perhaps for that very reason, she could not turn away. The meetings continued. Not public, not ostentatious, but enough to leave traces. Phone calls, private discussions, appearances that were too coincidental to remain coincidence. Piece by piece, they formed a picture that the advisors could no longer ignore. At first, they chose to observe, then came gentle warnings, and finally, when everything crossed an invisible line, they were forced to bring it to the table. The first report presented was not long, but it was clear enough. The image of the monarchy was being placed into a new kind of risk, not because of any public action, but because of connections in the shadows. And in an age where everything could be exposed overnight, the most dangerous thing was not what had already happened, but what could be discovered. The initial reaction did not come from the king, it came from William. He did not need to read the entire report to understand the issue. Just the first few lines were enough for him to realize this was not a personal matter. It was a risk that could spread, that could destroy what he was trying to protect at all costs. To William, the monarchy was no longer an untouchable symbol. It was a fragile structure, dependent on public trust, and that trust could collapse at any moment. Closed-door meetings began to occur more frequently. There was no press presence, no official records, but every figure, every analysis, every scenario was placed on the table. And then, a number emerged that forced everyone into silence: 85%. It was not a vague estimate. It was the result of an internal survey conducted under strict control. 85% of those questioned stated that they would turn away from the monarchy if Camilla continued to intervene in sensitive matters through controversial relationships. That number was not just concerning, it was devastating. But when this information was delivered to Camilla, her reaction was not what they had expected. She did not panic. She did not rush to cut ties. She did not offer any apology. She remained silent, a prolonged, heavy silence. But not one of acceptance, it was resistance in her own way. Because to Camilla, the issue was not about numbers. It was about principle. She did not believe that abandoning a person simply to protect an image was the right thing to do. She had once been abandoned, once cast aside for failing to meet expectations, and she refused to become someone who would do that to another. That very stance pushed everything further. William did not see humanity in it. He saw a weakness that could be exploited, magnified, and ultimately destroy everything. The exchanges between the two sides could no longer maintain their initial restraint. Each statement carried tension. Each argument was no longer just a viewpoint, but a boundary. One side was emotion, personal loyalty, and memories that could not be erased. The other was strategy, image, and the survival of an institution. And in the middle of it all, Charles grew increasingly silent. He listened, but did not intervene immediately. Not because he did not understand, but because he understood too well. He understood what Camilla was trying to protect. He understood what William feared. And that very understanding made it impossible for him to fully stand with either side. But time was not on their side. The second report was presented, more detailed, colder, and leaving no room for delay. The scenarios were laid out clearly. If the information leaked, if the media became involved, if public reaction followed the survey results, the monarchy would not just face criticism, it would face a full-scale crisis of trust. Once again, the number 85% was repeated. No one saw it as hypothetical anymore. The air in the room became suffocating. Camilla no longer argued as much as before, but she did not step back either. Her gaze no longer searched for agreement. It hardened, as if she had accepted that she was standing alone, and in that very moment, William understood that everything had passed the point of no return. He did not raise his voice, he did not issue an ultimatum, yet his calm carried a clarity stronger than any threat. He had made a decision, not the decision of a son, but the decision of a man preparing to take power, and from that moment on, the conflict no longer remained at the level of words. It began to move into another realm, where every move was calculated, every reaction anticipated, because William did not stop at simply saying no. He had prepared a plan that even the king had not foreseen. The undercurrent from Buckingham did not stop at closed-door meetings. It carried over to Sandringham, a place long considered the most private space of the royal family, where important decisions were often made only after every door had been shut and no outside eyes remained. But this time, the atmosphere. There was no longer the familiar calm. It was dense, tense, and filled with the sense that something irreversible was about to happen. William arrived earlier than expected. There was no grand entourage, no formal protocol. His presence carried a cold decisiveness. He had not come to discuss. He had come to end a matter that had gone on for far too long. Charles was already there, seated in the familiar room that had witnessed many defining moments of his life, but this time, his gaze no longer held the same composure. There was a visible exhaustion, not only physical, but mental. In recent days, medical reports had become more frequent, more detailed, and increasingly concerning. The figure provided by medical advisors was never made public, yet within internal circles, it spread as an undeniable truth. Charles now retained the capacity to handle only about 15% of his previous workload. 15%. A number that did not merely reflect declining health, but also revealed a power vacuum that no one could ignore. That vacuum was something William saw clearly. Camilla entered last. She maintained her familiar, composed demeanor. Yet her eyes were no longer as gentle as before. She understood that this meeting was not simply an exchange. It was a breaking point, a final boundary. No one spoke immediately. The silence stretched, as if each person waited for the other to break it first. But in the end, it was William who spoke. No preamble, no polite introduction. He went straight to the point. What he said was not new. It was the culmination of every warning, every report, every concern that had been raised before. But this time, his tone was different. It was no longer advice. It was no longer a proposal. It was an ultimatum. The choice was presented clearly, coldly, leaving no room for interpretation. The crown, or the queen. No one in the room could pretend not to understand what that meant. Camilla did not respond immediately. She looked directly at William, her gaze unwavering, yet no longer seeking agreement. For a brief moment, the past seemed to pass between them. All the years of struggle, all the judgmental stares, everything she had endured to reach her current position, and now, all of it was placed on the table, as something that could be traded away. Charles was pushed to the center of that choice. He had once stood against the world to protect Camilla. He had defied public opinion, defied pressure, even endured fractures within his own family to hold on to a relationship he believed in. And now, he faced a paradox he may never have imagined. To protect the crown, he might have to sacrifice the very person he had spent his life fighting to keep. The minutes that followed were no longer a conversation in the usual sense. It became a process of stripping away layers of truth. William did not raise his voice, yet every word carried the weight of figures, scenarios, and carefully calculated consequences. He repeated the number 85%. He spoke of the risk of media escalation. He spoke of the fragility of public trust. And more importantly, he pointed to the growing power vacuum as Charles could no longer carry the full burden of responsibility as before. 15%. The number was not spoken loudly. Yet once mentioned, it froze the air in the room. Camilla turned to Charles. She said nothing. Yet her eyes carried a question that needed no words. What would he choose? Charles did not answer immediately. He looked down at the documents placed before him, papers that had been prepared in advance. As if the outcome of this meeting had already been anticipated, the terms were not long, but they were clear, limiting the scope of involvement, reducing presence in sensitive matters, restructuring the role. It was not a complete removal, but it was a significant reduction, a controlled withdrawal. That was how William had designed it. Not to create a public shock, not to trigger an immediate crisis, but enough to ensure that the risks would be tightly contained. Charles understood that. He also understood that if he refused, what followed might spiral beyond anyone's control. The silence lingered. And then, finally, he picked up the pen. There was no declaration, no ceremony, just a simple act, yet one that carried the weight of an entire reign. As the pen touched the paper, something changed forever. Camilla did not stop him. She simply stood there, silent, as if she had always known this moment would come. Yet her silence was not acceptance. It was a kind of pain that could not be put into words. A cold truth was established in that room. Personal emotion, no matter how deep, could not stand above the survival of the monarchy. When Charles set the pen down, he did not look up immediately. As if he needed a moment longer to accept what he had just done, William said nothing more. He did not need to, because from that moment on, the balance of power had tilted firmly in his favor. No official statement, no ceremony, only a signature. Sandringham returned to its familiar quiet afterward, but it was no longer the quiet of peace. It was the quiet after a storm, where everything had been shaken, and nothing remained quite the same. In the days that followed, no information was leaked to the outside world. The public still saw a united, stable monarchy, with no visible signs of fracture. But inside, everything had been rearranged. Camilla began to appear less frequently in sensitive matters, key decisions gradually shifted through other channels, and William, quietly yet unmistakably, began to hold more control, not through title, but through reality, because when the crown becomes too heavy for a man in decline, power inevitably finds its way into steadier hands. The changes did not arrive with an official announcement, nor were they confirmed by any statement from the palace. Yet, inside Buckingham, everything began to move at a pace that left even those who had served for decades overwhelmed. At first, they were only subtle signals. Meetings rescheduled without explanation. Familiar faces suddenly missing from attendance lists. Emails that once received immediate replies, now falling into prolonged silence. No one spoke of it. Yet everyone could sense that a process of internal cleansing was underway. Quiet but deliberate, like an invisible hand, gradually rearranging the entire structure of power from within. William did not need to create a public shock. He understood that real power did not lie in loud declarations, but in the ability to control what others could not see. And once it began, he left no room for hesitation or delay. Internal evaluations were conducted again under an entirely different standard. Stricter, colder, and almost devoid of emotional consideration, those who had once been Charles' closest aides began to realize that their positions were no longer secured by loyalty or seniority, but were instead weighed based on efficiency, alignment with reform direction, and the ability to avoid creating risk to the royal image during a sensitive period. They were not removed immediately. There were no dramatic farewells or shocking decisions, but instead a gradual narrowing of influence, step by step, until their roles became indistinct and eventually disappeared from the center of decision-making without anyone being able to identify the exact moment it happened. Replacing them was an entirely different generation, younger, sharper, and notably unbound by the traditional rules that had shaped the palace for decades. These were not random choices, but individuals William had already observed, people who had proven their ability to handle crises, control media narratives, and make decisions under pressure without being influenced by personal relationships. Internally, they gradually came to be referred to by an unofficial name, the Hawks, because they were willing to cut away any element that could become a weakness. No matter how significant that element had once been, the pace of change was unprecedented. Within 90 days, more than 40% of senior staff at Buckingham had been replaced, a figure that would destabilize any organization. Yet here it unfolded in near total silence. There was no power vacuum, no disruption in operations, because every replaced position had already been filled by someone ready to take over immediately, as if the entire plan had been prepared long before it officially began. What was more striking was not the number itself, but the way these decisions were executed. At first, Charles' absence from certain processes was seen as temporary, a necessary adjustment due to his declining health. But over time, it became a new mechanism, where important documents no longer required the direct presence of the king. Letters patent, long considered the clearest symbol of royal authority, began to be processed under a more flexible system, where William could directly participate and, in many cases, sign in place without the formal presence of Charles. No announcement confirmed this shift. Yet those working inside understood that a boundary had been erased, and once that boundary disappeared, the structure of power changed with it. Charles remained the king, but his role increasingly became symbolic rather than practical. Those who had once been absolutely loyal to him found themselves in a state of uncertainty. Some tried to adapt, adjusting their methods to align with the new system, accepting that their voices no longer carried the same weight, while others could not change quickly enough and were forced to leave in silence. There was no public purge, no direct confrontation. Yet the effectiveness of this process was deeper than any aggressive action, because it did not provoke immediate reaction, but instead created a gradual shift so complete that by the time it was noticed, everything had already changed. William did not need to appear more frequently in public to assert his authority. He did not need speeches or symbolic declarations, because real power does not lie in what is said, but in what is controlled. Within a matter of months, he had taken control of nearly the entire internal machinery of the palace, from decision-making processes to the way information was handled and transmitted. A new order was established, quiet, unobtrusive, yet powerful enough to transform the monarchy at its core. Meanwhile, in another corner of the palace, a completely different reality was unfolding. Camilla retained her title, continued to appear at carefully selected events, and maintained a stable public image. Yet the distance between her and the center of power grew wider. Meetings she once attended now took place without her. Key decisions no longer required her input. The relationships that had once helped her maintain influence were no longer considered necessary in a system that now prioritized control and efficiency over any personal factor. No one declared that she had been removed. Yet everything around her changed in a way that made her position gradually fade. Like a figure still present, but no longer central. It was not a sudden collapse, but a slow erosion where each layer of influence was stripped away without noise, until nothing significant remained. The familiar corridors were the same, the rooms unchanged, yet the sense of her presence had shifted, lighter, more distant, as if she was still there, but no longer truly part of the core of power. In a system being restructured to become tighter and more controlled, there was no longer room for personal elements. No matter how significant they once were, William was building a new order, one where power was concentrated, protected, and operated under clear principles, and in that process, any element that no longer fit would be removed quietly but thoroughly. No announcements, no explanations, only time, and time was on his. The sound of cameras rang out in rapid succession, flashes bursting continuously as if tearing through the space in front of the Buckingham Palace balcony. In that seemingly familiar moment, when members of the royal family stood side by side according to a protocol repeated for many decades, an unexpected sentence suddenly broke through, quiet enough not to disrupt the order, yet sharp enough to make everyone freeze. "Leave your hand off my shoulder. Your Majesty, I know where I am supposed to stand." The one who spoke was not a seasoned adult, but Princess Charlotte, now stepping into her teenage years with a confidence that left many astonished. That moment, according to several witnesses standing nearby, caused Camilla to hesitate for a split second. A very small reaction, yet impossible to escape the hundreds of lenses pointed directly at them, and it was precisely that hesitation that sparked a wave of questions. Was this merely an impulsive reaction of adolescence, or a sign of a deeper shift within the power structure of the British royal family? In the year 2026, Princess Charlotte is no longer the little girl who once made the public smile with her charming waves. she is gradually becoming a new symbol, a face carrying expectations and inevitable comparisons to Diana. The similarities between them are not only visible in the increasingly defined facial features, but also in the steady gaze, in the way Charlotte seems unwilling to passively accept imposed constraints. Because of this, questions began to spread. Could Charlotte be the one to continue, even complete, the revolution that Diana once began but never had the chance to finish? Or more deeply, could this rapid maturity be making powerful figures like Camilla feel threatened? If you believe that Charlotte truly inherits Diana's spirit, leave a comment with number 1. And if you think her growing spotlight is unintentionally creating pressure on Camilla, leave a comment with number 2. The transformation of Princess Charlotte did not happen gradually, as many had predicted. It came quickly, clearly, and almost like a declaration. In less than a year, the public began to realize that the girl once affectionately called the Little Rose of the British royal family no longer existed in the same way. In her place stood a young lady with a composed demeanor, sharp eyes, and most notably, a sense of style that constantly reminded observers of Diana during the turbulent 1990s. In recent appearances, Charlotte no longer chooses the soft princess dresses typically designed for royal children. She has begun to appear in designs with cleaner cuts, more neutral tones, and most importantly, a strong personal signature. An oversized blazer paired with a midi skirt, a pair of classic low heels, or even monochrome dresses with minimalist lines, all of it clearly echoes the image of Diana in her post-divorce years. When she gradually broke free from rigid protocols to build a personal style defined by freedom and strength, fashion experts quickly pointed out that this cannot be a coincidence. Every outfit Charlotte chooses seems to carry a message, not flashy, not overly rebellious, but enough to create distinction. A London-based analyst noted that Charlotte is using fashion as a tool of soft power. She does not need official statements. She does not need to declare anything. Yet simply by appearing in public, she captures the attention of the entire world, and notably, that attention is far from temporary. The figures reported after the Buckingham balcony event left many stunned. Within 24 hours of Charlotte's appearance, designs similar to those she wore sold out across multiple international commerce platforms, fashion brands, from high-end to mid-range, recorded a sudden surge in growth. The total economic value was estimated to reach £500 million, a number that is not only impressive, but symbolic. It far surpasses anything Camilla has generated throughout years of building her public image. This raises an unavoidable question. Is symbolic power within the royal family shifting? For many decades, the image of the Queen Consort has been tightly controlled, from clothing to public appearances. But with Charlotte, a new model seems to be forming, a model where authenticity, individuality, and the ability to connect with the public become decisive factors. And when looking back at history, this is precisely the path Diana once took. Several internal sources suggest that Charlotte's transformation has not been easily embraced within the palace. Long-standing dress codes, established to maintain a consistent royal image, are now at risk of being challenged, and the one believed to be guarding those rules is none other than Camilla. For many years, she has worked to build a stable image, avoiding controversial elements. Her outfits always follow clear standards, from color to design, ensuring that no detail steps outside accepted boundaries. But Charlotte is a different story. She does not break the rules directly. Instead, she adjusts them. She preserves the necessary elegance, yet adds personal elements that make the overall image more dynamic. It is precisely this subtle shift that makes many within the royal family uneasy, because it cannot be openly criticized, yet it is strong enough to shake old foundations. Some commentators have gone even further, suggesting that this is not just about fashion, It is a manifestation of a silent confrontation between two generations, two mindsets, and two visions of the royal family role in the 21st century. One side represents stability, control, and adherence to protocol. The other represents flexibility, individuality, and the ability to adapt to a rapidly changing world. And in that context, every outfit Charlotte wears is no longer simply a personal choice. It becomes a statement, a signal sent to the public, and perhaps also to those holding power within the palace, that the new generation is no longer willing to stand still within the old frameworks. But it is precisely here that the story becomes more complicated, because behind the dazzling outfits, behind the impressive economic figures, a silent battle is gradually revealing itself. A battle that does not take place in the media, is not officially confirmed, yet exists in the smallest details, and as many sources begin to reveal, everything seems to revolve around an issue that appears very simple: dress code, but not an ordinary set of rules. These are standards that were established, maintained, and protected by Camilla herself, and now, as Charlotte steps forward with a completely different image, those rules are facing their greatest challenge since they were first formed. If the public only sees the elegant and symbolic outfits of Princess Charlotte on the balcony, then behind the closed doors of Buckingham Palace lies a completely different story. A story without flashing lights, without cheers, yet filled with silent conflicts and tensions far greater than any public moment. There, even the smallest detail can become the cause of confrontation. And fashion, something that seems merely superficial, becomes the first battlefield. According to several sources close to the royal family, Camilla has not hidden her dissatisfaction with the rapid transformation in Charlotte's style. For her, clothing is not just a personal matter, but a symbol of order. For many decades, rules about wearing hats, gloves, choosing colors and designs have been established to ensure that every royal member appears with a unified, dignified, and non-controversial image. And Camilla, in her role, is believed to be the one firmly protecting those standards, but Charlotte does not see things in the same way. To her, these rules seem to belong to a past era, an era in which the image of the royal family was built on distance rather than connection, and it is this difference in perspective that has led to tense exchanges behind the scenes. One source revealed that there were direct conversations in which Camilla demanded that Charlotte strictly follow dress regulations, especially the requirement to wear hats at official events and gloves as a symbol of propriety. To many people, these may seem like small details, but in the royal world, nothing is ever small. A hat is not just an accessory, it is a sign of compliance. A pair of gloves is not just decoration, it is a symbol of tradition, and when a young member like Charlotte begins to question these things, it is no longer simply a difference in style. It is a challenge to a structure that has existed for decades. What makes the story more striking is how Charlotte responds. She does not resist with impulsiveness or open rebellion. Instead, she uses royal history itself as a tool of argument. In a conversation said to have taken place in a tense atmosphere, Charlotte reportedly recalled that Elizabeth II, during many important periods of her reign, adjusted dress rules flexibly to suit the context. She did not always follow rigid standards, and it was precisely that flexibility that helped her maintain a connection with the public. Not stopping there, Charlotte also referred to Diana, whom she seems to regard as a model not only of style but also of how to use personal image to convey messages. Diana broke many rules, not to oppose, but to create a more relatable image to the public, and in Charlotte's view, that was not a violation, but en évolution. This argument is believed to have placed Camilla in a difficult position, because if she rejects those precedents, she would indirectly reject the very symbols most loved by the public in royal history. But if she accepts them, she must face the reality that the rules she is protecting no longer hold absolute authority. The tension reached its peak in a detail that many insiders consider a turning point. It was when Charlotte refused to wear a brooch that Camilla had prepared for her at an important event. The brooch, according to descriptions, carried a classic style aligned with the standards Camilla always upholds, but instead of accepting it, Charlotte chose something entirely different. A piece of jewelry that once belonged to Diana, passed down to her by Prince William. That moment, although not made public, quickly spread within internal circles and later leaked outside, and immediately, it was seen as a clear message. Charlotte was not simply refusing a piece of jewelry, she was choosing to stand with another symbol, a symbol more personal, more emotional, and far more powerful in the eyes of the public. Observers believe this action was more strategic than emotional, because within the royal family, every piece of jewelry carries its own story. And choosing to wear Diana piece instead of Camilla gift is not merely an aesthetic decision, it is a statement of inheritance, a way of affirming that the legacy Charlotte wishes to continue is not rigid rules, but the spirit of change. From that point on, the atmosphere between the two generations is said to have become more tense than ever. Conversations no longer stopped at guidance or suggestion. They gradually took on a more confrontational tone, even while remaining within discrete boundaries, and notably, Charlotte did not step back. On the contrary, she increasingly made her position clear in each public appearance. But as many have begun to realize, this story does not end with clothing or jewelry. Those are only the surface of a much deeper issue, because in the royal family, position during ceremonies, order of appearance, and placement on the balcony all carry clear meanings of power. And when someone begins to question the smallest rules, it will sooner or later extend to larger matters. For this reason, many sources believe that Charlotte resistance is entering a new phase. It is no longer about personal choices within fashion, but is gradually becoming direct statements about her place within the royal structure. And as seen on the balcony that day, all signs point to one conclusion. That resistance does not stop at clothing. It is erupting into a direct confrontation, a confrontation in which every step, every position, and every glance can become the center of a new storm. The Trooping the Color event in the year 2026 was supposed to be a perfect display of tradition and power. Every detail was calculated with precision, down to each step, each position, each camera angle, but in such a tightly controlled space, cracks become even more visible. And this time, everything converged on a name few had expected: Princess Charlotte. From the very first moments when members of the royal family stepped onto the balcony, keen observers noticed an unusual detail. Charlotte's position was no longer in a clearly visible row, as in previous years. Instead, she was placed slightly behind, almost obscured by Camilla. To outsiders, this may seem like a minor adjustment in formation, but to those who understand royal protocol, it is a clear signal. In this world, position is never random. It is the silent language of power. The question immediately arose: who decided this arrangement, and more importantly, what message lies behind it? After the quiet tensions surrounding dress, rules, and image presentation, many began to believe this was a deliberate move, a way to pull Charlotte out of the spotlight, a way to remind her that no matter how beloved she is by the public, she must still stand in her designated place within the established order. But what caused that entire scenario to unravel did not come from direct resistance, it came from subtlety. Charlotte did not step forward. There was no action that broke the formation. She remained in her assigned position, maintaining a calm demeanor that felt almost cold. But then, within just a few minutes, everything began to shift in a way no one could control. While Camilla maintained her familiar style, her gaze fixed forward, her smile composed, and her gestures carefully restrained, Charlotte chose a completely different approach. She leaned slightly forward, her eyes actively seeking connection with the crowd below. Each wave of her hand was not merely a formality, it carried emotion, carried personal attention. As if every individual in the crowd was being seen, the effect happened almost immediately. Cameras that had been focused on the central position began to shift. At first it was subtle, almost unnoticeable, but little by little, Charlotte became the natural focal point of every frame. Photographers, always searching for vivid moments, could not ignore the energy she brought, and so, despite standing behind, she appeared in the most prominent position in a series of images released afterward. A media expert in London described this phenomenon with a striking phrase, "spontaneous visual power." He suggested that Charlotte had either unintentionally or perhaps deliberately created a new center of attention without changing her physical position. In a system where everything is controlled from the top down, this represents an entirely different kind of power, a kind of power that cannot be imposed and is not easily taken away. But if everything had stopped there, the story might have remained within the realm of generational difference. What truly turned it into real drama came from a very brief moment, yet one powerful enough to change the entire public perception. Just hours after the ceremony, a video recorded from an obscure angle began to spread across social media. It was not an official recording. It was not a reviewed camera angle, and that is exactly what made it feel more authentic than ever. In that video, a situation that had previously only been speculated suddenly became clear. Camilla, in what seemed like a familiar gesture, reached out and placed her hand on Charlotte's shoulder. It could have been a guiding action, a way to adjust posture in line with protocol. But Charlotte's response this time was completely different from anything seen before. There were no words, no visible discomfort, just a very small movement. She gently raised her hand, touched Camilla's hand, and removed it from her shoulder. Not fast, not slow, not forceful like an act of defiance, yet without hesitation. After that, she immediately returned to her original posture, continuing to smile and wave as if nothing had happened. It was precisely that perfect control that made the video so shocking. If it had been an impulsive reaction, it might have been dismissed as a moment of youth. But here, everything was too precise, too deliberate. It felt like a message delivered through body language, a message that required no words, yet was understood by everyone. The public reaction erupted almost instantly. Social media platforms were flooded with analysis, speculation, and intense debate. One side argued that Charlotte had crossed a line, that within an institution built on protocol and hierarchy, expressing disagreement in public, no matter how subtle, was unacceptable. But the other side saw it very differently. They believed Charlotte was doing what many expect from a new generation: independence, clarity about personal boundaries, and most importantly, the ability to maintain composure even in the most sensitive situations. Media experts later analyzed every frame of the video. They pointed out that Charlotte's gaze did not change after the action. Her breathing, expression, and gestures remained steady. This suggested it was not a spontaneous reaction, it was a highly controlled act, carried out with full awareness of its consequences. Meanwhile, Camilla's reaction was barely visible. She did not pull her hand away abruptly, nor did she show clear discomfort, but it was precisely this lack of reaction that raised further questions. Was it restraint or surprise? Had she anticipated this situation? Or was she also caught off guard? Whatever the answer may be, one thing became clear: the relationship between these two figures was no longer confined to vague speculation. It had been defined through images, through actions, and through the response of the public. More importantly, this moment opened a much larger debate. In a monarchy built on order and tradition, what happens when a young member begins to redefine her role? And if the public supports that shift, how long can the old rules continue to hold? Because in the modern era, power no longer comes solely from assigned position. It comes from attention, from connection, and from the ability to create influence. And in that moment, despite standing behind, Charlotte proved that she could possess all of those elements without stepping forward. That is why the small gesture on the balcony was not just a moment, it was a signal, a sign that a shift is taking place within the very core of the royal family. And from that moment, a question emerged, not only among the media but also among millions of observers around the world, who truly holds control of the palace. After what unfolded at Trooping the Color in the year 2026, all eyes were no longer focused solely on Princess Charlotte or Camilla. A larger question began to take shape, one that pointed directly at the two most powerful figures remaining in this story, Prince William and Charles III. If Charlotte represents change, and Camilla represents control, then William and Charles are the two forces that will determine where this conflict leads. Sources close to the royal family suggest that William's reaction after the event did not carry the concern many had expected. On the contrary, he was said to remain notably calm. There was no public criticism directed at his daughter, no visible effort to ease tensions in the traditional way. Instead, there was silence. But within the royal family, silence has never been empty. It always carries meaning. Some observers believe that this silence is the clearest sign of support. William does not need to speak to defend Charlotte. He simply needs not to oppose her. And in a system where every action is closely monitored, that alone is a powerful statement. The reason behind this support, according to many analyses, goes beyond a father and daughter bond. It is tied to a deeper memory. The image of Diana. Those who have followed William for years recognize that he carries his mother legacy, not only in behavior, but in his vision of the royal family role. And when he looks at Charlotte, many believe he does not just see his daughter. He sees a part of Diana living again. The confidence, the ability to connect with the public, and especially the way Charlotte handles pressure in front of cameras, all echo the qualities that once made Diana an icon. For William, that is not a threat. On the contrary, it is a continuation, an opportunity to ensure that the legacy his mother left behind does not fade with time. For that reason, instead of trying to shape Charlotte to fit old rules, William is believed to choose observation and quiet protection. He understands that in a changing world, preserving everything as it was is no longer a viable option. And if the royal family wishes to endure, it needs figures capable of connecting with the public in the most natural way. But if William represents adaptation, then Charles III embodies conflict. The king, who spent his entire life waiting for the throne, now faces a situation with no clear script. On one side is Camilla, his partner through many storms, the woman he chose despite past controversies. On the other side is Charlotte, his granddaughter of direct lineage, representing the future of the monarchy. According to internal sources, Charles is far from comfortable with what is unfolding, but what makes his position difficult is not simply choosing right or wrong, it is that every choice carries a cost. If he stands with Camilla, he risks being seen by the public as placing personal feelings above the interests of the monarchy. If he quietly supports Charlotte, he must face fractures within his own marriage. For that reason, Charles' reaction has been described as cautious to the point of near stillness. There was no official statement, no clear move. Yet that very absence of action reflects a deeper reality. He is caught between two worlds. One is the world of the past, where rules and personal relationships play a decisive role. The other is the world of the future, where image and public support become matters of survival. In that context, Camilla's position becomes particularly sensitive. For many years, she has worked to build her image as a steady, patient, and non-controversial queen consort. But Charlotte's emergence has unintentionally exposed a limit that few had previously noticed, the limit of power that does not come from direct bloodline. Despite holding the title of queen consort, despite standing at the highest position beside the king, Camilla still faces an unchangeable reality. She is not the heir, she does not represent the future of the monarchy, and in a system where succession lies at the core, that creates a gap no title can fully bridge. The irony is that Camilla's own efforts to maintain control only highlight this difference further. Each time she tries to impose rules, each time she attempts to shape Charlotte's image, the public becomes even more drawn to Charlotte's natural confidence and independence, and in that comparison, the advantage appears to consistently favor Charlotte. A royal commentator observed that this was an unequal confrontation from the very beginning, not because one side holds more official authority, but because they represent two different forms of power. Camilla represents power that is granted, Charlotte represents power that is born, and in the eyes of the modern public, the latter often carries greater appeal. This does not mean Camilla has completely lost her influence, but it places her in a position where every action can be interpreted unfavorably. If she is firm, she risks being seen as imposing. If she is gentle, she risks being overshadowed. And in both cases, Charlotte continues to shine in her own way. Meanwhile, William appears to understand this dynamic better than anyone. He does not attempt to turn Charlotte into a replica of anyone from the past. He does not try to restrain her growth to fit old frameworks. Instead, he allows her to develop naturally, with quiet but steady support. And perhaps it is precisely this approach that leads many to believe the future of the monarchy is gradually being reshaped, not through rigid rules, but through adaptation and continuity, not through absolute control, but through accepting that each generation will bring its own changes. In the end, what is unfolding is not merely a personal conflict, it is the expression of a far deeper transition, a process in which old values are being questioned and new ones are gradually taking form, and in that context, the most important question may not be who is right or wrong, but who has the ability to represent the future, who can connect with the public in a rapidly changing world, and who can ensure that the monarchy not only survives, but continues to evolve, because in the end, history has proven one thing many times. A lasting monarchy is not built on control. It is built on natural continuity. Ladies and gentlemen, as the marching music of Trooping the Colour fades, as the heavy doors of Buckingham Palace close, what remains is not the perfection of protocol, but the echo of a quiet yet irreversible shift. And at the center of that shift, Princess Charlotte is no longer simply a princess. She has become a living message about the future of the British royal family. Charlotte does not need to speak publicly. She does not need to issue any official statement, yet through the way she appears, the way she chooses her clothing, and the way she responds to imposed rules, she has accomplished something that many reform efforts in the past could not. She has made the public believe that the monarchy can change, that modernity does not necessarily have to break tradition, but can exist alongside it. As long as there is enough courage to redefine old boundaries. For that reason, when looking back at the entire sequence of events, many observers do not hesitate to make a direct assessment. Camilla's efforts to maintain control have unintentionally become the greatest obstacle to her own image. In a changing world, rigidity is no longer seen as a symbol of stability. It is easily perceived as outdated, and each time Camilla attempts to impose old rules on Charlotte, she only further highlights the gap between the two generations. Narrowness, if it can be called that, does not lie in preserving tradition. It lies in refusing to acknowledge that tradition must also adapt in order to survive. And in this silent confrontation, Charlotte did not need to win through authority. She won through public empathy. This leads to an irony that history itself seems to have arranged. Diana, who was once drawn into a painful struggle with Camilla, may not have won that battle during her lifetime, but her legacy never disappeared. It simply waited for the right moment to return. And now, through Charlotte, that legacy is being revived in a way more powerful than ever. Charlotte does not only carry features that remind people of Diana, she carries her spirit, a spirit that refuses to be defined by rigid frameworks, a spirit that dares to question, dares to change, and dares to stand firm under pressure. And that is why many believe that even if Diana lost her personal battle in the past, her granddaughter is gradually reclaiming a position for the Spencer legacy within the very heart of the monarchy. Of course, the road ahead remains long. The British royal family has never been a system that changes easily. Rules, protocols, and power structures will continue to exist, but what has changed is the way the public views those who represent its future, and in that perception, Charlotte is gradually becoming the symbol of a new era, an era where power does not come only from titles, but from the ability to create connection, an era where succession is not only a matter of bloodline, but also of spirit. And in that era, figures like Charlotte may not need a crown to hold influence. So the final question is this: do you believe Charlotte will become the most powerful uncrowned queen in the history of the British royal family? Leave your opinion. And do not forget, this story is not over. See you in the next Breaking Report. Have you ever wondered why a princess, who always appears healthy, radiant, and full of energy like Kate Middleton, could vanish from the public eye for more than 100 days without any clear explanation? Brief announcements about an abdominal surgery may sound harmless, but that very vagueness makes everything more frightening than ever. Because in the world of royalty, where every detail is tightly controlled, silence always carries meaning, and this time, it feels as heavy as a warning. While Kate is struggling with what is believed to be a life-and-death battle behind the closed doors of a hospital, in another corner of the palace, all eyes are turning toward Camilla, a woman once criticized by the entire world, once standing in the shadows for decades, now holds in her hands the very power she has waited for her entire life. And history has proven one thing: Camilla has never missed any power vacuum that appeared before her. Kate's absence is not just a story about health, it is a massive void within the structure of royal power. A void large enough to shake an order once thought unchangeable. And in an environment where every position is tied to influence and authority, the sudden disappearance of a central figure is never something minor. So what is really happening behind the thick walls of the palace? Is this merely an unfortunate medical incident, or part of a carefully calculated plan from the very beginning? If you believe Kate is being harmed, comment number 1. If you think this is simply a serious illness, comment number 2. The truth may still be hidden, but you will be the one to deliver the verdict. Day 1. A brief announcement is released from the palace. Kate Middleton has undergone an abdominal surgery and will temporarily withdraw from public duties. That is all. No images. No video. Not a single moment capturing her entering or leaving the hospital. For someone who lives under constant media attention, such a complete disappearance is nothing short of an unusual void. The palace gates close tightly. Spokespeople become restrained to the point of coldness, and from that very moment, a sense of unease begins to spread, because within the royal family, everything is carefully calculated. But this time, control carries the appearance of concealment. Day 14. The prolonged silence becomes heavier than ever. According to the usual timeline, Kate should have been discharged, or at least appeared in a photo confirming her stable condition. But there is nothing. Sources close to the palace, who often provide information to the press, suddenly disappear in a puzzling way. Royal reporters begin to ask questions, but the answers they receive are only general statements without any concrete detail. Meanwhile, on the other side, Camilla appears more frequently. She attends events with a radiant presence, a confident smile, and the demeanor of someone fully in control. That contrast makes the public unable to ignore their suspicions. One person disappears in silence. Another shines more powerfully than ever. Day 30. Everything begins to slip beyond the control of the palace. Social media erupts. The hashtag #WhereIsKate spreads at a staggering speed. Millions of people around the world begin asking questions. What is really happening behind those ancient stone walls? Theories begin to emerge. From speculation about serious health conditions to darker scenarios, and in the midst of that storm, something notable happens. Camilla begins to appear with a clearer message. The royal family remains stable. Everything is under control. Under her guidance, no direct statement is needed. Every appearance, every gesture sends an unmistakable signal. Power is not shaken. It is simply being transferred. Day 45. This is the critical point. A symbolic event takes place. Camilla appears in a magnificent outfit, wearing a crown long associated with the image of a queen in significant moments. But what draws public attention is not just the crown, it is her position. The center, the place where Kate should have stood, the place representing the future of the monarchy. There is no statement, no explanation. But the image speaks for itself. A replacement is taking place, quietly, unofficially, yet clearly and irreversibly. Throughout this period, the numbers begin to tell another story. 3 million searches per day related to Kate's condition, a massive figure reflecting the level of public concern and attention, but the response from the palace is completely opposite. Silence continues to be maintained. Occasionally, a few images are released, but instead of reassuring the public, they raise even more suspicion, unusual details, obvious signs of editing, and instead of calming rumors, they fuel even more unanswered questions. As time goes on, the story becomes more complex. This is no longer just about the health of an individual. It is a power vacuum that is gradually being filled in a way that benefits someone else. And royal history has repeatedly shown that such voids rarely remain for long. They are always taken quickly, and sometimes ruthlessly. Looking back at the entire timeline, a pattern begins to emerge. A sudden announcement, an unusually prolonged period of silence, the disappearance of sources, the increasingly prominent presence of another figure, and finally, a symbolic moment confirming a shift in power. Everything unfolds like a carefully arranged sequence of events. There is no direct evidence, but nothing appears to be accidental. And that is precisely what makes it most unsettling. Because when there is no clear explanation, the public imagination will fill the void. And in this case, what they see is not a simple medical story. It is the sign of a silent restructuring of power. Kate's disappearance is not merely a personal incident. It is a link in a much larger picture, a transitional phase, a test of the stability of the royal family. And most importantly, it raises a question that remains unanswered. Who is truly in control? When all the pieces are placed side by side, it becomes clear that this is not a series of isolated events. It carries the marks of a strategy, a process of replacement that unfolds slowly but steadily. No announcements, no direct confrontation, only time and silence. That silence is the most dangerous element because it does not only conceal the truth, it also creates space for power to be reshaped, and within that space, the most patient will be the ones who prevail. So when looking back at these 100 days, perhaps the question is no longer where Kate has gone. But what has changed during her absence, and who has benefited the most from that change? Kate's disappearance is not accidental. It resembles the opening phase of a personnel replacement campaign carried out with cold precision, a campaign without gunfire, yet one that could shake the very foundation of the Windsor monarchy. As the curtain of silence continues to cover Kate's disappearance, a question begins to surface among the public. Is Camilla merely filling the gap? Or is she the one controlling the entire game? In a context where King Charles is believed to be facing serious health issues, the structure of royal power becomes more fragile than ever. Gaps begin to appear, and as history has repeatedly shown, power never remains vacant. It will always be filled by the fastest, the most strategic, and the most patient. In this case, all eyes gradually turn toward Camilla. There is no official decree announced, no statement confirming a new role. Yet in reality, Camilla begins to appear with unusual frequency. She represents the king at major events. She receives high-level officials. She stands in positions that carry symbolic authority, unofficially, but clearly. Camilla is assuming the role of a regent in the shadows. The numbers begin to reflect this shift clearly. Camilla's media presence surges, estimated to increase by 300% compared to before. Her name dominates headlines. Her image appears constantly across news coverage, and more importantly, the way the media portrays her begins to change. No longer the figure behind the scenes, no longer the shadow of the king. Camilla is being shaped into a pillar of stability, a symbol of control in a time of uncertainty. But what raises questions for many is not what is seen, it is what is not said. While Kate completely disappears from public view, a new media strategy appears to be unfolding. Messages about privacy, about the right to recover in silence, are repeatedly emphasized. And the person believed to be the strongest supporter of this stance is none other than William. According to some analyses, this may simply be the action of a husband trying to protect his wife from media pressure. But there are also darker interpretations, that this position may have unintentionally, or perhaps deliberately, created a barrier between Kate and the public, a barrier that makes information about her increasingly scarce, a barrier that gradually normalizes her absence, and the question arises, who truly benefits from this isolation? Camilla, with decades of experience living at the center of media scrutiny and controversy, understands the power of image and presence. She understands that in the modern world, power lies not only in titles, but also in visibility. The one who appears more often, the one who controls the narrative more effectively, will shape public perception. Viewed from this perspective, the strategy of protecting privacy may carry another meaning, not only to protect Kate, but also to reduce her presence in the media, and when a central figure gradually disappears from view, the space they leave behind will quickly be filled by someone else. In this case, that person is Camilla. Step by step, she appears in places where Kate once stood. Step by step, she assumes roles that carry symbolic weight. There is no official replacement, no declaration confirming it, but in the perception of the public, a transfer is quietly taking place. Some observers argue that this is merely a coincidence of circumstances, that Camilla is simply doing what is necessary to keep the royal institution functioning smoothly during a difficult time. But others believe that everything is unfolding too perfectly to be mere coincidence. Kate's disappearance, the weakening of the king, the rise of Camilla's presence, the shift in media portrayal, everything seems to be converging toward a single point, a point where power is being redefined. What is notable is that throughout this entire process, there has been no move from Camilla to reduce the attention on herself. On the contrary, she appears to accept, even embrace the spotlight. This stands in complete contrast to the cautious image she once built in the past. Perhaps, after many years in the shadows, this is the very moment she has been waiting for. A moment where all conditions converge, a moment where the greatest obstacles gradually disappear, and a moment where she can step forward without facing strong resistance. Of course, all of this remains at the level of analysis and speculation. There is no concrete evidence proving that Camilla is directing the entire story, but in a closed system like the royal family, where information is tightly controlled, the absence of evidence does not mean that nothing is happening, and it is precisely that ambiguity that makes the story more compelling than ever. As Kate is pushed into the shadows of the hospital, as information about her becomes scarce and difficult to verify, on the other side, Camilla shines with an intensity never seen before. It is not only her appearances, it is also the way she controls the narrative, the way she shapes her image, and the way she gradually asserts her position. Some call it adaptation, others call it opportunity. But there are also those who believe it is the result of a plan prepared long in advance, whatever the truth may be. One thing cannot be denied. The balance of power within the royal family is shifting, and that shift does not happen loudly. It happens in silence, in gaps of information, in decisions that appear harmless, and at the center of it all, Camilla stands firm, not as a temporary substitute, but as a true central figure of this turbulent period. The final question remains, is she merely taking advantage of an opportunity, or is she the one who created that opportunity from the very beginning? And perhaps the answer will never be made clear, but what is unfolding before the public is enough to make people think that in the world of power, every silence carries value, and every appearance carries a message. While Kate remains a great question, Camilla has become the answer the public is forced to see. Ladies and gentlemen, if the 100 days of Kate's disappearance is a curtain of concealment, then the scandal of the leaked medical records is the first tear that allows people to glimpse what is hidden behind. Everything began when information about a security breach at the London clinic suddenly came to light. According to what was revealed, one or more individuals attempted to gain unauthorized access to the medical records of royal family members being treated there. At first glance, this may seem like a rare violation of privacy, but not an unprecedented one. However, what makes this incident unusual lies in a critical detail. The target was not the records of King Charles, who was also receiving treatment at the same time. It was Kate. That choice immediately raises a series of questions. If the goal were simply sensational news, the king's records would surely be far more valuable, but whoever was behind this incident did not think so. They focused on one person only, and that leads the public to suspect that this was not a spontaneous act, it was a targeted mission. Within a short time, 3 medical staff members were suspended for their involvement in the leak. This is the official number released, but their identities have not been disclosed, nor is there any information about who commissioned or stood behind the collection of this data. Another gap in information appears, and once again, silence becomes the most striking element. In that context, theories begin to form. One of the most controversial revolves around the true motive behind accessing Kate's medical records, not to make them public, not to create an immediate scandal, but to obtain something more valuable, information. In the world of power, information is always a weapon, and it is not always used openly. Sometimes, its greatest value lies in its ability to influence from the shadows, especially when that information concerns health, not only physical, but also mental. Some analyses suggest that if there were any evidence indicating that Kate is no longer capable of fulfilling royal duties, it could become an extremely powerful leverage. There would be no need to make it public. It would only need to reach the right people, at the right time, and in closed-door meetings of advisory councils, where the future of the monarchy is discussed. Such information could completely alter the balance, and this is where the name Camilla once again appears in speculation. From this perspective, the access to Kate's medical records is not a random act, it is part of a long-term strategy. a strategy aimed at gathering evidence, not for direct confrontation, but to create doubts deep enough, strong enough, and lasting enough to shake the confidence of those who hold decision-making power. If a key figure is placed under question regarding their ability to fulfill their role, then restructuring becomes much easier. There is no need for confrontation, no need for public removal. It is enough for that person to gradually be seen as no longer suitable, and when that happens, the process of replacement will unfold almost naturally. What is important to note is that up to this point, there has been no verified evidence released regarding the content of the accessed records. The public does not know what Kate is truly facing. Everything remains covered by a thick fog. But it is precisely this lack of transparency that gives weight to speculation, because when there is no official information, the gaps are filled with suspicion. And in this context, suspicion is beginning to point toward a colder scenario, that the objective is not only to control the narrative, but to control the future of a person within the structure of power. If Kate is considered no longer fit to continue her role, then the list of potential successors will change. And when that list changes, the entire structure of power will be affected. This is no longer the story of an individual, it is the story of a position, a symbol, a crucial link within a system, and if one link is removed, the chain will have to adjust itself. Some believe that all of this is merely coincidence, a security breach, an unfortunate incident, but others believe that in a tightly controlled environment like the royal family, such incidents rarely occur without reason. The question is not only who accessed the records, it is who is truly behind it, who needed that information, and most importantly, how it will be used. Until now, the identity of the buyer remains undisclosed. No name has been released. No independent investigation has been confirmed. Everything appears to have been handled internally, quickly, quietly, and with very few traces left behind. That alone makes the situation even more suspicious, because in cases involving security and privacy at this level, transparency is usually used to reassure the public, but this time, transparency is completely absent, and when the light is not turned on, the darkness becomes deeper. Looking back at the entire sequence of events, a scenario begins to take shape in the minds of many, a scenario in which the leak of the records is not the end point, but a step within a larger plan, a plan aimed at reshaping the future of the royal family by removing elements that are no longer considered suitable, whether that scenario is true or not. One thing cannot be denied. The scandal at the London clinic has changed the way the public perceives the entire story. It has turned an absence into a question, and that question into a systemic suspicion, and at the center of all those suspicions, a chilling hypothesis continues to exist that the goal is not only to control the present, but to rewrite the future. Camilla does not simply want Kate to be ill. In the way many fear, she wants Kate to disappear permanently from the list of potential successors. A statement without evidence, yet powerful enough to make people think, because in the world of power, sometimes the most frightening things are not what has been proven, but what could happen when no one is able to stop it in time. When speaking of prolonged silence, of the feeling of isolation behind palace walls, the public cannot help but recall one name, Diana, and it is the increasingly clear similarities between the two stories that have caused a haunting theory to spread. In the 1990s, Diana was gradually pushed to the margins. It began with small differences. Then came growing distances in the way she was treated, the way she appeared before the public, and the way her story was controlled. Those who were once closest to her gradually disappeared from her circle of influence. Phone calls became more difficult, information became more tightly filtered, and little by little, Diana was no longer the center of the royal narrative, even though she remained the most beloved figure among the public. Today, when looking at what is happening with Kate, many people feel a similarity that is difficult to ignore. It is not an exact repetition, but it carries familiar signs: a sudden disappearance, a long period without public appearances, a curtain of silence justified as protection of privacy, and most importantly, a flow of information so tightly controlled that it becomes almost absolute. If for Diana, the isolation unfolded gradually over many years, then for Kate, everything seems to be happening faster, more efficiently, and more discreetly. There are no shocking interviews, no public expressions of pain, only absence. An absence long enough to raise questions, yet discreet enough that no one can provide a definitive answer. In that context, the role of Camilla continues to be at the center of debate. On the surface, she appears as a composed woman, a caring mother-in-law, a figure trying to keep everything stable during a difficult time. Official messages consistently emphasize sympathy and the desire to protect Kate from public pressure. But as with earlier parts of the story, what draws attention is not only what is shown, it is what is missing. There are no direct images of Kate for an extended period, no detailed updates, no clear confirmation of her current condition. And more importantly, no sign that she is maintaining contact with the outside world in a way the public can verify. Some believe this is simply how the royal family handles a sensitive health matter, that limiting information is necessary to ensure privacy, but others argue that this very limitation has unintentionally created a form of soft isolation, a state in which an individual still exists in name, but has almost disappeared from the flow of information and influence. When placing the two stories side by side, the similarity does not lie in specific details. It lies in structure. A central female figure, a complex system of power, a gradual reduction in visibility, and a layer of explanation built around it all. However, it must be acknowledged with caution that these comparisons are largely based on public interpretation rather than verified evidence. There is no official documentation showing that Kate is being confined or deliberately isolated, and there is no confirmation that any individual is controlling information in a negative way. Even so, in an environment where information is always limited, public perception can become a force that shapes the narrative, and in this case, that perception is leaning toward a more troubling scenario. That silence is not only a protective measure, it may also be a tool. If Diana was once a victim of emotional fractures and betrayal within personal relationships, then the hypothesis now being discussed carries a different tone. A theory suggesting that Kate may be facing a more systemic form of pressure, not public, not confrontational, but quiet and prolonged. This leads to another interpretation of the entire sequence of events, that what is unfolding is not merely a medical incident, but a process of controlling information related to health, a process in which who knows what, and at what time, becomes the decisive factor. Of course, all of this remains at the level of hypothesis, but it is precisely the absence of clear information that allows such theories to exist, and that is where the past and the present intersect, not in how identical the two stories are, but in how both create a void large enough for the public to begin asking questions. Within that void, memories of Diana return. Images of a woman once placed in a difficult position, emotions that have never fully settled, and when those emotions are reawakened, the way the public views the present also begins to change. It may simply be a coincidence of circumstances, it may be how the royal family handles a complex situation, but it may also be, as some fear, a sign of a pattern repeating itself in a more sophisticated form. If Diana once became a symbol of vulnerability within a closed system, then the question now is this: is Kate stepping into a similar role, but within a more modern context, where everything is more tightly controlled and harder to recognize? If Diana was a victim of betrayal within personal relationships, then according to many emerging theories, Kate may be caught in a different kind of pressure, a pressure related to image, health, and her role within the structure of power, an unverified theory, but one powerful enough to make people pause and reflect, because in the world of royalty, where things are rarely spoken directly, sometimes silence tells the most powerful story, and when all the pieces are placed together again, the picture we see is no longer a series of disconnected events. It is a timeline filled with unusual gaps, difficult coincidences, and silent shifts of power, from the very first day with the cold announcement of a surgery, to the weeks of complete absence from Kate, from the global wave of speculation, to the increasingly frequent appearances of Camilla in a central role, and then the peak, the medical records leak, where all questions begin to point toward a single focus. Throughout those 100 days, one thing cannot be denied. The balance of power has shifted. No official declaration is needed. No public ceremony is required. Only prolonged silence on one side, and a strong presence on the other. Camilla has stepped out of the shadow of the past to become the center of the present, and whether by chance or by design, every development appears to reinforce that position. What we have witnessed is not merely the story of a woman undergoing medical treatment, it is the story of how power operates when it is not under scrutiny. It is how information can be controlled, directed, and even removed entirely from public view, and most importantly, it is how a void can be filled so quickly that people begin to forget who once stood there. It may all be coincidence. It may simply be how the royal family responds to an unprecedented medical situation, but it may also be, as we have explored, a process of restructuring power in the shadows, a process that does not rely on open conflict, but on patience, time, and absolute control over information. Camilla's crown may have been forged through years of endurance and waiting, but to maintain it requires more than that. It requires voids. It requires the disappearance of those who could stand in the way. And in this story, Kate Middleton is that figure. The biggest question still lies ahead. If one day Kate returns to the public eye, will everything be able to return to what it once was? Will her image remain intact in the hearts of the people, or will what remains be only a shadow, a symbol faded by months of absence and unanswered questions? We may not have all the answers, but we have the right to ask questions. And sometimes, those very questions are what prevent the truth from being buried forever. Thank you for staying with us. If you believe Kate deserves transparency and protection, please like this video. And do not forget to subscribe to the channel so you do not miss the next part, where we will dive deeper into another controversial detail, the photograph believed to have been edited, who was behind it, and whether we have all been misled all this time. No, he cannot do that. I forbid him. The scream rang out, sharp and shattered like glass, tearing through the tightly controlled atmosphere inside the White Room of Buckingham Palace. This was not a cinematic scene, not a stage script. This was a real moment, unfolding at the very heart of British royal power. Immediately after the scream came, the harsh crash of expensive porcelain hitting the marble floor, shattering into pieces, and then a heavy and terrifying silence fell. A silence deep enough for everyone present to understand that they had just witnessed something that was never meant to happen. Ladies and gentlemen, a true earthquake has just shaken the British royal family. A top-secret document, believed to have been leaked from the very center of Buckingham Palace, is spreading at an alarming speed among insiders. Its contents are not only shocking, but also reveal a plan that could completely reshape the structure of modern monarchy. According to the document, King Charles has been quietly preparing for an unprecedented transition, transferring most of the real power to Prince William and Princess Catherine, while shaping the future for their young heirs. But nothing unfolded according to a perfect script. During a closed session of the Privy Council, just as the announcement was made, Queen Camilla suddenly rose to her feet. Her face tightened, her eyes blazing with undisguised fury. She cut the king off mid-sentence, breaking every protocol and pushing the entire room into a suffocating tension. This was not merely a personal reaction, it was the beginning of a confrontation. Before we go deeper into what truly happened behind those closed doors, I want to hear your opinion. Leave your comment right below this video. Press 1 if you support King Charles' decision, or press 2 if you stand with Queen Camilla. And remember, what just happened is only the surface, because behind that terrifying silence, a real battle has just begun. To understand why this conflict erupted so violently at this precise moment, we must look deeper into what has been unfolding behind the doors of royal power. King Charles' decision was not an impulsive act, it was the result of prolonged pressure, where royal duty collided directly with the harsh realities of health, age, and shifting public sentiment. The king understands that he no longer has unlimited time to fully control the royal machine as before. And in that context, a gradual transfer of power is no longer a choice, but a survival strategy. But the problem lies in the timing, which is extremely sensitive. The public today no longer views the royal family with absolute reverence. They observe, evaluate, and even judge every move of each member. And this is where the numbers begin to speak. Cold and unforgiving numbers that reflect a truth no one inside the palace wants to face. In recent opinion polls, Prince William and Princess Catherine consistently hold the highest levels of public approval. Their support often exceeds 75%, a number that is not only impressive, but overwhelming. They represent a new image, younger, more relatable, and most importantly, more aligned with the expectations of modern society. In contrast, Queen Camilla stands in a completely different position. Her approval rating often hovers around 22%, a gap that is not only wide, but alarming. For an institution that survives on public trust, this is not merely an image issue. It is a strategic risk. That is why King Charles' decision can be seen as a necessary move, an attempt to safeguard the future of the monarchy by empowering those most trusted by the public. But what he did not anticipate was the reaction from the woman standing beside him. The pressure from the numbers was already immense. But the real shock came from within, because King Charles could never have expected that the person he had spent a lifetime protecting would choose to use his deepest pain as a weapon against him. The meeting room door had just closed. Yet its echoes continued to reverberate through every corridor like an earthquake that had not yet subsided. Avoided glances, hurried swallows, all betrayed one undeniable truth. The carefully maintained order within the British royal family had just been torn apart, and at the center of that shock, King Charles rose to his feet. No explanation, no gesture of calm, only a short and decisive command, cold enough to freeze the air. He ordered Camilla to follow him. Camilla did not respond immediately. She stood there for a few seconds, her eyes still burning with anger, as if she refused to accept that the battle had just ended. But then she turned and followed. Their footsteps echoed across the marble floor, steady but heavy. The two most powerful figures in the United Kingdom left the room, leaving behind a stunned audience. No one needed to speak. Yet everyone understood. They had just witnessed a moment that history would never be allowed to record publicly. The door to the private office shut, a dry sound, final, and in that instant, every layer of ceremony disappeared. No lights, no protocol, no watching eyes, only two individuals facing each other in a confined space where emotions suppressed for years began to rise. Charles stood with his back turned, both hands resting on the desk, his head slightly lowered. He did not shout. He did not strike anything. But that silence was more terrifying than any outburst. It was the silence of a man deeply humiliated, A man who understood that his authority had just been challenged in front of those who were meant to be absolutely loyal. Camilla stepped forward. She did not lower her voice. She did not apologize. On the contrary, her gaze grew colder. She asked him why he believed he could make such a major decision without her consent. That question was not merely an objection. It was an implicit assertion of her position. That she was not just a ceremonial queen. Charles turned around. The softness that once defined his expression was gone. In its place was hurt. But above all, a deep sense of insult. He spoke slowly, saying, "This was not a discussion. This was the decision of the king." Each word fell like a verdict. But Camilla did not step back. She moved closer, her voice lowered, yet carrying a far more dangerous weight. She told him he should prepare to face the consequences. The atmosphere in the room shifted instantly. It was no longer a dispute about power. It became a deeply personal and far more ruthless confrontation. Camilla changed direction. She no longer spoke about William or Catherine. She no longer spoke about the future of the monarchy. She went straight into Charles' past. Gordonstown. That single word was like a blade driven into Charles' mind. His gaze froze for a brief moment. It was the place he once called a living hell. The place where he was bullied, isolated, and forced to become a version of himself he never wanted to be. Memories he had buried for decades were now dragged back with brutal force. Camilla knew this well, and she did not stop. She spoke of the nights he could not sleep, the letters he wrote but never sent, the moments when he doubted himself. She said those wounds had shaped the man he had become, a man who constantly sought recognition, who always needed validation from others. Then she pushed further. She said she still kept everything. The handwritten letters, the journals, the most private thoughts Charles never wanted anyone to see. Those materials were not just memories, they were evidence. Evidence of a man completely different from the strong king he was trying to project. The threat did not need to be loud. It was embedded in every word. Camilla declared that she could reveal everything. She could show the world a Charles who was weak, full of doubt and mistakes. A man unfit for the crown he wore. This was no longer an argument. This was blackmail. A calculated attack aimed directly at the deepest weakness of a king. Camilla wanted him to understand that if she lost everything, she would not fall alone. She would drag him, and this entire reign, down with her. A long silence followed. Charles did not react immediately. He simply stood there, looking at her. But his eyes changed. There was no more hesitation, no more defense, only a cold realization. For the first time in his life, he looked at the woman before him without the lens of love or dependence. He saw ambition. He saw calculation. He saw someone willing to destroy everything to hold on to her position, and in that very moment, something inside him broke. Not a collapse, but an awakening. Charles slowly straightened. He took a deep breath. When he raised his head, his face had changed. Calmer, colder, and more dangerous. He was no longer the husband who always yielded. He was no longer the man who always tried to please the woman before him. He was a king. His voice came out low and steady. He said she could do whatever she wanted. She could reveal everything. She could destroy his image before the public, but the power of the crown did not belong to her, and he would protect it. At any cost? There was no shouting, no explosive anger. Yet that calm carried immense weight. It revealed a change that could not be reversed. Camilla paused, only for a moment, but enough to realize that the man before her was no longer the same. The control she once held seemed to be slipping away. Without another word, Charles turned his back. He walked toward the door. No hesitation. No looking back. When the door opened, the light from the corridor flooded in, cutting through the heavy darkness in the room. Then the door slammed shut. The sound echoed like a gunshot. Not an ending, but a beginning. Camilla stood alone in the room. She believed she had delivered a decisive blow. She believed she had struck at Charles' most vulnerable point. But she failed to realize one thing. The man who had just walked out of that door was no longer the person she once knew. And that slam was not just the end of a confrontation. It triggered a chain reaction she had yet to imagine. Camilla thought she had won. But she did not know that in that very moment, she had awakened a true king. And from that point on, a secret alliance began to form, quietly, coldly, and with dangerous intent. After leaving the private office, King Charles did not return to the meeting room. He walked straight down the long corridor, where the portraits of his ancestors seemed to follow each heavy step. No one dared approach. No one dared ask. But everyone sensed the same truth. The balance of power within the royal family had shifted, and that shift was far from over. That night, Charles barely slept. Camilla's words continued to echo in his mind, not as a simple threat, but as a warning. For the first time, he saw clearly a truth he had avoided for years. He could no longer stand between two worlds. On one side was personal emotion, on the other was duty to the crown. And this time, he was forced to choose. The following morning, a decision was made, swift, discreet, and leaving no trace. A meeting was arranged at Windsor Castle. Under the perfect cover of a family dinner, there was no press announcement, no official schedule, only a brief invitation was sent. The recipient was Prince William. Windsor that evening was unusually quiet. The familiar rituals continued. But something in the atmosphere had changed. When William arrived, he did not carry the ease of a son visiting his father. His eyes were sharper, more alert. He had sensed that something was wrong from the moment he received the invitation. The dinner began like an ordinary gathering. Petite conversation. Light inquiries. Everything maintained as a layer of cover. But both men understood that this was not the real reason for the meeting. And then, when the staff withdrew and the door closed, silence filled the room. Charles spoke first. His voice was low, steady, and unlike his usual hesitation, he did not go into detail. He did not mention painful memories or specific threats, but what he said was enough. He stated that Camilla had openly opposed the plan for the transfer of power, that she had crossed every line, and that she had issued threats he could not accept. William did not interrupt. He listened. But his expression gradually changed, from suspicion to focus, from focus to cold resolve. He did not need to hear the entire story to understand the nature of the problem. For years, he had maintained a certain distance from Camilla, never openly confrontational, but never fully trusting. When Charles stopped, William asked a single question. "What are we facing?" That question carried no emotion. It was strategic, and in that moment, Charles realized he was no longer speaking to his son in the old way. He was speaking to his heir. Charles answered briefly. He said this was no longer a family matter. This was a matter of the crown. If left unchecked, it could weaken the entire foundation of the monarchy. A pause followed, but this time, it was not heavy. It was calculation. William nodded slowly. No further explanation was needed. He understood, and more importantly, he had made his decision. For the first time in many years, father and son stood on the same side, not because of emotion, but because of a shared objective, to protect the future of the monarchy. The conversation then shifted, more practical, more precise. They did not speak about feelings. They spoke about options, about controlling information, about the necessary steps to ensure that any move from Camilla would not cause uncontrollable damage. Charles shared parts of the plan for the transfer of power, not everything, but enough for William to understand how significant his role would be. And this time, there was no hesitation from William. He accepted, not as an honor, but as a responsibility. Inside that closed room at Windsor, something was established. No document, No ceremony, but unmistakable. En alliance, an alliance not announced, not recorded, but heavier than any formal agreement. When the dinner ended, both men stood. There was no handshake, no promises, but their eyes met, and in that moment, an unspoken understanding was sealed. William left Windsor that night. No grand motorcade, no media lights, but he was no longer the same man who had entered. He walked out with a new role, a new position in a game that was beginning to reveal itself. Left alone, Charles stood by the window, looking into the darkness outside. He knew that from this moment, there would be no turning back. His decision was not just a strategic move, it was a severance. He had chosen the crown, and when a king makes that choice, everything else becomes secondary. What happened in that room at Windsor will never be made public. No record, no documentation, but its consequences will spring, step by step, one step at a time. Somewhere else in the palace, Camilla may still have believed she was in control, that her move had shaken Charles, but she did not know that in the shadows, an alliance had formed. A plan had begun to move. Everything was in place. The pieces were set, and now, the stage was cleared for the next move, because the old king no longer hesitated, and when he acts, it will not be a reaction. It will be the decisive strike. A few days after the confrontation in the closed room, a brief notice was issued from Buckingham Palace. No explanation, no details, only a single line confirming that King Charles had convened the Privy Council for a second time. But for those who understood how the monarchy operates, they knew this was not an ordinary meeting. This was where everything would be decided. The atmosphere inside the palace shifted noticeably. Small conversations faded away. Eyes became more cautious. Everyone sensed that a storm was approaching, even if no one could name it. And at the center of that storm was a decision prepared with precision, coldness, and no possibility of reversal. Camilla appeared that morning with her usual composure. She walked through the long corridor of the palace with near absolute confidence. In her mind, the previous confrontation had forced Charles to reconsider. What she held was not just memory, but leverage capable of shaking the very image of a king. She believed that in the end, Charles would have to step back. But the moment the meeting room door opened, something felt wrong. Not a specific detail, not a visible change, but a sensation, a subtle difference, yet enough to make her pause for a fraction of a second. Camilla glanced around the room, and then she realized the familiar faces were gone. Those who had once leaned toward her, those who had given her silent signals of support, were no longer present. In their place were new faces, younger, colder, and entirely neutral. Or worse, aligned with a new order. This was not coincidence. This was a calculated replacement. A chill ran down Camilla's spine, but she quickly regained her composure. She stepped in, took her usual seat, and maintained her posture as if everything were still under control. Because in a game of power, hesitation is a sign of defeat. The meeting began without any formal opening. King Charles was already there. He sat upright, his gaze fixed ahead, showing no emotion. There was no trace of the inner conflict from the previous confrontation. Before everyone now was a different image, cold, decisive, and completely in control. He did not revisit what had happened. He offered no explanation. Instead, he signaled for the secretary to distribute documents to everyone in the room. A detailed legal framework, meticulously prepared, with each clause constructed so tightly that it left no room for debate. His voice carried through the room, slow and clear. Each sentence, each word delivered like an order. The content of the document was not merely an adjustment, it was a restructuring. Real power was being transferred in stages to Prince William. His role was no longer symbolic, but becoming the central authority across key domains. The room fell into absolute silence. No one interrupted. No one reacted, because the way Charles spoke allowed no intervention. This was not a discussion. This was a declaration. Camilla listened, at first with irritation, then with suspicion, and gradually with something far more dangerous. She realized this was not a retreat. This was an advance, and it was happening beyond her control. When Charles paused, Camilla took a breath, preparing to speak. She had done this before, and she believed she could do it again. But the moment she opened her mouth, Charles raised his hand. A small gesture, but carrying absolute authority. He did not look at her. There was no need. He turned his gaze toward the council members and said a single sentence. His voice calm, yet impossible to challenge. "The council has heard my decision." It was not a question, not an invitation for response. It was the end. Camilla froze. For the first time, she had no immediate reply. Not because she did not know what to say, but because she realized there was no space left to speak. She looked around the room, searching for support. Even the smallest sign, there was none. Those present avoided her eyes. Some lowered their gaze to the documents. Others remained expressionless. No one stood with her. No one reacted. No one saved her from that moment. That was when Camilla understood. She had been isolated, not just in that room, but within the entire structure of power that had been rebuilt around her. Charles did not stop. He signaled for the secretary to step forward. The document was placed before him. A pen was handed to him. Without a second of hesitation, he leaned down and signed. The sound of the pen moving across the paper echoed clearly in the silent space. A small sound, yet carrying the weight of an entire reign. That moment needed no explanation, no declaration. Because everything had been decided, power had been restructured. William role was formally established. And Camilla, hidden ambitions, built over many years, collapsed in the very place she once believed she controlled. Camilla sat motionless. Her face no longer held the confidence from before, but she could not react. Because every path of resistance had been sealed, every move had been anticipated, the meeting ended in silence. No arguments, no outward drama, only people standing, gathering their documents, and leaving the room without looking back. Camilla was the last to leave. She rose slowly, as if needing more time to accept what had just happened. No one waited for her. No one walked with her. The doors that once opened for her now closed with cold finality. Outside, Buckingham Palace still stood, grand and unchanged. But inside, a new order had been established. No gunfire, no grand announcement, only a signature, and a transformation that could not be reversed. The battle was over. The smoke had cleared, but what remained was not relief. It was a terrifying silence, spreading across the palace, and across a relationship that had lasted nearly half a century. After that decisive meeting, nothing collapsed in the way the public might have imagined. There were no immediate sensational headlines, no public confrontations, but the silence itself became the most alarming sign, a cold, prolonged, deliberate silence that covered the entire Buckingham Palace. In the first days after the meeting, the royal schedule continued almost perfectly. Ceremonies proceeded on time. Announcements were still issued regularly. But the press quickly noticed one detail that could not be ignored. King Charles and Queen Camilla no longer appeared together, no more walking side by side, no more exchanged glances before the cameras. The distance between them was not only physical, it was a complete separation. The silence between them was not a temporary pause after an argument, it was a calculated withdrawal. There were no attempts at reconciliation, no signs of repair. Those inside understood clearly. After that confrontation, a line had been drawn, and this time, neither intended to cross it. Camilla at first tried to maintain her position. She appeared at a few smaller events, carrying her usual composure, preserving the image of a queen before the public, but the change in how others responded to her was impossible to hide. Conversations became shorter, eyes more cautious, and most importantly, she was no longer invited into key discussions behind closed doors. That was the clearest sign of a harsh truth. Power had left her hands. Within a few weeks, Camilla made a decisive choice. No announcement, no explanation. She withdrew. Quietly, but firmly, she left the center of royal life and returned to Ray Mill House, her private residence in Wiltshire, a place completely removed from the lights of Buckingham, where there were no ceremonies, no politics, only a long silence. That withdrawal did not cause a surface shock, but internally, it marked an ending. The woman who once stood at the center of power had stepped outside of it. No role, no influence, only an absence. Meanwhile, on the other side, a very different picture began to emerge. King Charles started to shift his role in a visible way. He no longer appeared as frequently in executive functions. He was no longer the one directly handling every political matter. Instead, he stepped back. Not out of force. It was a choice. Charles stepped into a more symbolic role as king. He focused on the areas that had long mattered to him throughout his life. The environment, architecture, art, passions that had once been set aside, now became the center of his world. His public image changed with it, no longer a tense monarch surrounded by pressure. Instead, a calmer man, more deliberate. He appeared in green gardens, at art exhibitions, in conversations about a sustainable future. And in those moments, something rare could be seen. A sense of relief. It could be said that for the first time in his life, he was no longer torn between duty and self. He had made his choice, and after making it, he accepted the consequences with a remarkable calm. But the greatest change did not lie with him. It lay with the next generation. William and Catherine stepped into the center of the stage with an almost perfect natural ease, no hesitation, no uncertainty. They embraced their new roles as if they had been preparing for them for a very long time. And in truth, perhaps they had. Their presence brought a new wind to the monarchy, younger, more relatable, yet at the same time more professional and disciplined. They understood how to communicate with a modern public, they understood how to use the media, and most importantly, they knew how to build trust. Every public appearance they made drew significant attention, but it was not curiosity of a negative kind. It was support. Their activities were received positively, the messages they conveyed aligned with modern society, and gradually, something began to happen. Trust returned. Doubts about the future of the monarchy began to fade. In their place came a new sense of stability, a belief that the royal family was adapting, evolving, and moving in the right direction. Within that picture, Charles' role became clearer than ever. He was no longer the center of power, but he remained the symbol of continuity, a moral anchor, a bridge between the past and the future. And while all of this was unfolding, elsewhere, a very different story was taking place in silence. Ray Mill House. No cameras, no media, no ceremony. Only long days passing in stillness. Camilla was there. Removed from the world she once controlled. No more meetings. No more negotiations. No more glances to read and interpret. Only herself. No one knew exactly what she thought. There were no statements, no reactions. But her silence was not peace. It was acceptance. A late acceptance. The woman who had spent her life moving closer to the center of power ultimately stepped away from it in the quietest way. Not because she failed to reach it, but because once she did, she could not hold on to it. Ambition had brought her to the summit, but that same ambition had caused her to lose everything. The final image was not a confrontation, not a declaration, but a still scene, a house in the countryside. a woman sitting alone, facing her past and her choices. Meanwhile, in London, the lights remained on. The monarchy continued to function. A new chapter had begun. And as it has throughout history, the institution did not collapse. It changed, it adapted, and it endured. Ladies and gentlemen, no matter how much of this story is fact or speculation, it still exposes a stark truth that no ceremony can conceal. Power within the British royal, it lies in trust, in public acceptance, and in the ability to adapt to the times. What has unfolded is not simply a generational transition, it resembles a quiet but ruthless transformation, where personal relationships are weighed against the survival of an entire institution. The era of Charles and Camilla, with all its controversies, its wounds, and its unspoken secrets, seems to have closed in a way no one could have predicted. And from that very ending, a new era begins to take shape. The era of William and Catherine, where the image of the monarchy is being redefined, younger, more relatable, but also under greater pressure than ever from the gaze of the modern world. Imagine un moment, a grand royal event. Bright lights. Cameras fixed on the center. William and Catherine step forward, confident and composed. Their smiles are not just protocol, but symbols of a future filled with expectation. They represent a new reign, a promise of stability. And then the camera pulls back. Further, the light softens. On a balcony behind, in gentle shadow, King Charles stands alone. No pressure, no inner conflict, only a faint smile, a smile of acceptance, of sacrifice, and perhaps of quiet peace in knowing that his reign has been protected. This story leaves you with a question no one can answer for you. Was the cost worth it? Can personal sacrifice justify the survival of an institution? And more importantly, will the future that William and Catherine are building truly deliver lasting stability? Leave your comment below. Do not forget to like, share the video, and subscribe to the channel so you do not miss the next analyses. Thank you for watching. Goodbye, and see you again. In the deep darkness of the wine cellar at Ray Mill House, King Charles III stood frozen. A faint yellow light trembled across the cold stone walls, revealing a strange crack that had just appeared as if it had never existed in any blueprint. The air grew thick. The wind whistling through a narrow gap sounded like whispers buried for decades. And then, when that fragile layer of stone was pushed aside, a hidden passage revealed itself. Leading into an unexplored darkness, the narration slowed, heavy and deliberate. Beneath these ancient layers of brick and stone, Camilla's darkest secret had just been exposed. Not gold, not power, but handwritten letters from the late Queen Elizabeth II, bearing a line that could send a chill down anyone's spine. Charles, I do not trust Camilla. A short sentence, yet enough to shake the very foundation of the monarchy. After a long and exhausting official tour, the king returned, hoping for quiet. But what awaited him was a devastating shock. Why had Camilla hidden these final words? Why were they buried deep beneath her own private residence? And more importantly, how many secrets still remained undiscovered? Were those letters only the beginning, or the final evidence of a truth the entire royal family had tried to bury? Before we go deeper into that fateful cellar and begin to peel back each layer of secrecy, I want to hear your opinion. If you were the king and believed this was an unforgivable betrayal, comment 1. If you believe this is all part of a carefully staged plot designed to divide the royal family, comment 2. It all began with an unusual cold draft brushing lightly across King Charles III's cheek. At that depth, inside a wine cellar designed to be completely sealed to preserve rare bottles for decades. Such a thing was almost impossible. There were no windows, No openings. Only thick stone walls and aged wooden racks filled with the prestigious names of history. But the sensation was real, cold, sharp, and carrying something that felt like a warning. The king stopped. His eyes moved slowly across each rack, each label arranged neatly like soldiers guarding the past. Then he noticed the anomaly. A bottle of Mouton Rothschild from the year 1982 was slightly out of its perfect position. A small detail, almost impossible for anyone else to notice. But for a man who had lived his entire life within the strict rules of royalty, that misalignment was a sign of interference. Charles reached out. His fingers touched the cold neck of the bottle and gently turned it. In that very moment, a dry clicking sound echoed from behind the wall. The wine rack trembled slightly, revealing a rusted latch hidden deep inside, as if it had been asleep for decades, waiting for the right person to awaken it. The surrounding space seemed to hold its breath. The king hesitated for a brief moment. Then he pressed down. A heavy sound followed. The stone wall in front of him slowly split apart, revealing a deep, endless darkness, a hidden passage, something that did not exist in any official architectural plan of the residence. And in that moment, Charles understood that he had not only opened a physical door, he had opened a piece of history that had been deliberately buried. The air from within was colder, carrying the smell of dampness and time. He stepped forward, each movement slow but resolute. The light from the wine cellar behind him stretched his shadow across the uneven stone floor, creating a scene both lonely and unsettling. At the end of the passage, an old wooden chest lay still. Its surface was covered in dust, but not the dust of centuries. It looked like dust that had been deliberately left there, like a layer of disguise. The carvings on its lid remained clear, suggesting that it had once been a valuable object, perhaps even belonging to a significant period of royal history. The king moved closer. His heart beat slowly but heavily. Something in this space stirred not only curiosity, but a deeper instinct, a feeling that everything was about to change. But at that very moment, a sound came from behind. Footsteps. Charles turned. At the entrance, a figure appeared. Mrs. Mills, the housekeeper, a woman who had served in this residence for many years. Known for her discretion and absolute loyalty to Camilla, her appearance at this exact moment could not be a coincidence. Her eyes flickered for a brief second when she saw the secret doors standing open. But in an instant, she regained her composure. Too quickly, too perfectly. "Your Majesty," she spoke, her voice soft but carrying a hidden tension. "I do not think this place should be opened." Charles did not answer immediately. He simply looked at her, his gaze deep and sharp, as if trying to see through every layer of concealment. Then he turned back to the chest. "You knew about this, did you not?" It was not a question. It was a conclusion. The silence stretched, and that silence said everything. The pieces began to connect in the king's mind. The perfectly timed appearance of Mills, the existence of the hidden passage, and the chest that had been buried for more than 900 days without any royal security force detecting it. A terrifying number, not because of the time, but because of what it meant. More than 900 days. That meant for nearly 3 years. Right beneath his feet. A secret had existed, protected, concealed, controlled. That could only happen if there was a network, a system operated from within, not by an external enemy, but by those living inside this very residence. Camilla. Her name surfaced in his mind like an unavoidable answer. She was not only his wife. She had built a network of control, a sophisticated internal system that had quietly spread into every corner of royal life. And Mrs. Mills, with her absolute loyalty, was merely one link in that chain. The housekeeper's mistake was not standing here. It was arriving too early, too hastily, trying to stop something she should have left untouched. Charles placed his hand on the lid of the chest. He could feel the coldness of the wood, as if it had absorbed every secret within over time. "You should leave," he said, his voice low and firm, but Mrs. Mills did not move. 1 second, 2 seconds. The air grew suffocating. At last, she stepped back, not out of obedience, but because she understood that this moment had moved beyond her control. Charles opened the chest. Inside, bundles of letters were arranged neatly. The paper had yellowed with time, yet the handwriting remained clear. Familiar strokes, impossible to mistake. The late Queen Elizabeth II. A chill ran down his spine, not from the temperature, but from realization. These letters were not just memories. They were evidence, words from the past, preserved and waiting for the day they would be revealed. And if they had been hidden for more than 900 days, then there could only be one reason. Someone did not want him to read them. Someone did not want the truth to be known. Charles picked up a letter. His fingers tightened along the edge of the paper. Behind him, Mrs. Mills stood motionless, but her eyes no longer held the calm she had shown before. Her mistake had already happened, not because she was loyal, but because she had misjudged the timing. Because, ladies and gentlemen, the tremor carried by those old letters was only the beginning, as Charles slowly unfolded the first letter. Another figure appeared at the cellar entrance, Camilla. Half of her face was swallowed by shadow. Her gaze could not be read, and in that very moment, a ruthless battle of minds officially began. Listen to what the late Queen Elizabeth II wrote in the darkness of her final days. Her handwriting remained steady, yet every line of ink carried a weight that was difficult to describe. Charles, I have discovered matters that I cannot expose for fear of fracturing the throne. But if you are reading these lines, it means the truth has been hidden in the place least likely to be suspected. As those words appeared before his eyes, the space within the cellar seemed to close in. No longer just lifeless stone walls. No longer the damp scent of time. It became the presence of a final testament, a warning, a secret entrusted from the past, crossing the boundary of silence to reach the right person at the right moment. Charles stood still. The letter trembled slightly in his hand, not from fear, but because he understood the person who had written these words, a woman who had devoted her entire life to protecting the stability of the monarchy, someone who would never speak without evidence. And once she chose to write, the truth behind it could never be mere suspicion. He turned to the next pages. Each letter was arranged with precision, as if prepared for this exact moment. Not scattered confessions, but a systematic record. Observations, doubts, small details documented over many months, even many years. And then, a name began to appear with increasing frequency. Camilla. At first, they were only vague notes, minor changes in the handling of files, unofficial meetings, documents delayed in unusual ways. But the more he read, the clearer the picture became. Not coincidence, not administrative error, but a deliberate chain of actions. The truth was more terrifying than any scandal that had ever shaken the monarchy. Camilla had not merely stood beside the king as a partner. She had quietly infiltrated the most sensitive information systems of the crown, files meant for only a select few, decisions of historic consequence, documents capable of reshaping how the public viewed an entire reign. According to what was recorded in the letters, more than 40 top-secret files had disappeared from the archive system without leaving a clear trace. No sign of intrusion. No report of loss. Everything had happened in silence, as if those documents had never existed. Charles gripped the pages tighter. That number was not only shocking, it was a direct blow to the very foundation of transparency that the monarchy had always tried to uphold. Because if those files had truly vanished, then the question was not only who had taken them, but why they needed to disappear. The answer began to emerge as he kept reading. There was no direct order recorded, no clear confession, but the small details assembled into a picture that could not be denied. A network, a group operating in silence, organized, and shielded by the very secrecy of the system they were manipulating. In the notes, the Queen referred to it with a cold name. The Black Hand, not an official organization, no name recorded in any document, yet its existence could be felt through repeating traces, decisions altered at the last moment, documents replaced, information withheld or selectively leaked, all serving one single purpose: to control the flow of truth. And at the center of that network, the name Camilla appeared as a point of convergence. Charles felt an invisible pressure tightening around his chest, not because he had never suspected, but because he had never imagined it could go this far. She did not only want to stand beside him as his wife, she wanted to hold the secrets that could shape how the world saw him, saw the monarchy, and even how history would remember them. He recalled moments that had once seemed harmless, times when Camilla had asked to review certain documents, conversations brief yet layered with implication, advice that appeared casual but led to critical decisions. When everything was put together, nothing remained coincidence. It was a strategy built not in a single day, but over many years, step by step, detail by detail, quietly, without drawing attention, leaving no clear trace, yet enough to create a system of influence that no one recognized until it was too late. Charles turned to the final letter. The handwriting here was slightly unsteady, as if the writer had grown weaker, but the message was clearer than ever. If you are reading these lines, be cautious of what you see and what you do not see. The greatest danger does not lie with those who oppose you directly, but with those who stand right beside you. A silence stretched on. Those words were not just a warning. They were a final testament, a responsibility passed on, a burden that now only he had to face. Behind him, the space remained silent, but that silence was no longer harmless. It felt like a stage just before a great performance begins. Charles slowly lowered the letters. His gaze had changed, no longer confusion, but clarity, a cold awareness of what was unfolding around him. If what was written in those letters was true, then he was not merely facing a secret. He was facing a war, not with an external enemy, but with a force that had embedded itself into the very structure of the monarchy. And in that war, the line between ally and traitor had become thinner than ever. But ladies and gentlemen, the betrayal did not end with old sheets of paper lying silently in a chest beneath the cellar. It was not just words of warning from the past. It had stepped into the light. It had turned into action. Because the moment these secrets were at risk of being exposed, a campaign was activated. A campaign without force, without open conspiracy, yet sophisticated enough to manipulate the perception of an entire nation. And the target of that campaign was none other than the king. A ruthless plan, a carefully constructed performance, designed to turn the very head of the monarchy into a man seen as unstable in the eyes of the public. And that was only the beginning of the true nightmare. When Camilla sensed that Charles had begun to suspect, she did not wait. She acted quickly, precisely, and coldly, as if this entire script had been prepared long in advance. In the world of power, the one who moves first does not only gain advantage, but shapes the narrative. And Camilla understood that better than anyone. The first signals appeared almost unnoticed. A few small articles, tucked into the corners of the media, raising seemingly harmless questions about the mental condition of the king. The words were written in a cautious tone, not asserting, yet enough to plant a seed of doubt in the public mind. Was Charles under too much pressure after the passing of his mother? Was he gradually losing control of his emotions? Then those questions began to spread. Within just a few weeks, similar articles appeared with increasing frequency, no longer hidden in obscure corners. They moved to the front pages. Commentary programs began dissecting every action, every gesture of the king. A prolonged glance, A hesitant reply. Everything was cut, analyzed, and interpreted in a negative direction. A picture was being painted, and in that picture, Charles was no longer a composed monarch. He became a man haunted, disoriented, and more dangerously, no longer fit to lead. This was not coincidence. This was a campaign. Camilla had mobilized a sophisticated media network. People who knew how to manipulate information without leaving a trace. There were no direct orders, no clear evidence, yet the consistency of the message was undeniable. Everything pointed toward a single goal: to shake public trust in the king, and the most terrifying part was not blatant lies. It was half-truths, real details placed within a distorted context, stories retold in a way that led the audience to reach conclusions on their own without being forced. That was the art of manipulation. But Camilla had underestimated one thing. Charles was not a man who could be cornered without resistance. He might remain silent in public, but in the shadows, he began to act, quietly, without display. Yet, step by step, he began to rebuild the truth. The letters in the chest beneath the wine cellar were not just evidence, they were a starting point. Charles understood that to confront such a tightly organized network, he needed more than emotion. He needed undeniable proof. And that was when he turned to leading handwriting experts, people outside the monarchy, uninfluenced by politics, individuals whose reputations were built on absolute precision. Every stroke, every pressure of the pen, every spacing between letters, all could be analyzed. The documents were sent in complete secrecy. No one beyond a very small group knew of this investigation. Even his closest aides were not informed. And then, the results came back, not in a lengthy report, but in a short, cold conclusion. Every signature on the orders to destroy the files had been forged, a forgery so sophisticated that without the highest level of technology and expertise, no one could have detected it. Yet no matter how refined, it still left traces, small inconsistencies, unnatural rhythms, details that only true experts could see. Charles read the report many times, not because he did not understand, but because he needed to be certain that he was not falling into another trap. But the truth was now clear. The missing files were not an accident. They had been deliberately erased. And to do that required power, resources, and most importantly, protection. Camilla. Her name did not appear in any document, yet every path led back to her. And then, another number emerged, a number that made even Charles pause. Nearly £2 million. That was the amount spent from private funds, routed through multiple layers of intermediaries, to sustain a professional media team. Not ordinary journalists, but individuals who specialized in creating narratives, people who knew how to turn rumors into trends, people who could steer the flow of public opinion like directing a river, a team that, internally, was known by a cold name: vultures. They did not create truth. They waited, they watched, and when the moment came, they descended, tearing apart the reputation of their target with carefully selected fragments of information. This time, the target was none other than the king. Charles could feel the pressure tightening around him, not only from what he had read, but from what he was beginning to see in real life. Suspicious glances, whispered conversations, questions asked in tones no longer marked by respect. The campaign was in motion, and if he did not act in time, it would achieve its objective before he had the chance to speak the truth. But what troubled Charles most was not his reputation. It was the long-term consequence. If the public came to believe that the king was unstable, then anything he said afterward would be doubted. Even if he presented evidence, it would be dismissed as the product of an unsteady mind. That was the most strategic move of the campaign. There was no need to deny the truth, only to make the one who spoke the truth appear unreliable. Charles stood before a difficult choice: remain silent and let everything pass, or confront it and accept the risk. He chose the second, not because he wanted to win, but because he understood that if he remained silent, then what had been recorded in those letters would be buried forever. But ladies and gentlemen, in every game, there are always pieces the opponent cannot see. Camilla believed she controlled everything: information, media, public perception. She believed that by staying one step ahead, she would always hold the advantage. But she overlooked one critical factor: a bond that could not be manipulated by money or power: blood. Because elsewhere, beyond the reach of the media campaign, someone was watching every development in a silence that felt almost ominous. Someone who was not only the heir, but the one who understood more clearly than anyone what was happening: Prince William. The only person with enough standing, enough trust, and enough resolve to step forward when the time came. And when William entered the game, nothing would remain the same. The moment Prince William held his grandmother's letter at Ray Mill House, the space seemed to freeze. The dim light from the cellar cast across his face, revealing every tense line. No words, no outburst, yet his hands tightened until they turned pale, as if restraining a storm of emotion rising within. It was not only anger, it was pain. The feeling of betrayal when the most sacred values of his family had been trampled in silence. William read each line, slowly, carefully, as if every word carried the weight of history. He knew the person who had written them, the woman who had devoted her life to keeping the monarchy steady through unseen storms. And if she had chosen to leave these words behind, then it was not merely a warning. It was a judgment passed on to the next generation. Charles stood not far away. He did not urge. He did not explain. He simply watched in silence, because he knew that some truths did not need words. They spoke for themselves. And when William folded the letter, his gaze changed. No longer confusion, no longer doubt. Only a cold and decisive resolve remained. In that moment, an alliance was formed. No oath, no ceremony, only absolute understanding between two generations, father and son, the king and the heir. They were not only protecting the honor of the monarchy, they were protecting the memory of the one who had passed, and that made them more dangerous than ever. The days that followed unfolded in an unsettling silence. There were no public statements, no reaction to the rumors spreading rapidly. But behind closed doors, a plan was drawn with absolute precision, step by step, detail by detail. There was no room for error. Charles and William understood that they could not confront this with emotion. They needed a stage, a place where the truth could not be distorted, a place where every eye would be fixed on the same point, and that place was the Privy Council. This was not just a meeting, it was the true center of power, where the most important decisions of the kingdom were made. Those present were not a public easily swayed by media. They were individuals who understood how power operated, people not easily manipulated by constructed narratives. On that day, the atmosphere was suffocatingly heavy. Camilla entered the meeting room with her familiar demeanor, confident, composed, as if she still controlled everything. But there was one difference. The eyes of those around her were no longer the same. The absolute trust was gone. The unconditional respect had faded. In its place was caution, unanswered questions. William had arrived early. He stood behind Charles, saying nothing. Yet his presence alone was enough to shift the balance. No longer a king standing alone against suspicion, but an alliance, a strength reinforced by trust and blood. The meeting began as usual. Reports, procedures. Everything followed protocol, but everyone felt it. A storm was waiting to break. And then, Charles stood. There was no signal, no introduction. He placed his hand on the table and struck it firmly. The sound echoed through the room like thunder. Enough? 2 short words, yet enough to stop every conversation. Every eye turned toward him. Charles did not raise his voice, but every word he spoke was clear, sharp, and impossible to ignore. He did not speak of emotion. He did not describe betrayal with dramatic language. He presented facts, evidence, details, the letters, the forensic results, the numbers that could not be denied. The room fell into silence. Camilla stood there. For the first time, the shell of confidence began to crack. Her gaze wavered, not because she did not understand what was happening, but because she realized she no longer controlled the narrative. William stepped forward. He said nothing, but that single movement was enough to define his position, not only the heir, but the one standing beside the king. And that unity was something Camilla had not foreseen. Charles continued, but this time, he did not use his own words. He opened one of the letters. His voice slowed, and when he read, it was no longer the voice of a king. It was the voice of a mother, a late queen, a woman no one in that room could question or deny. Each line sounded heavy and undeniable. It was not an accusation. It was a final testament. And in that moment, everything changed. No more debate, no more doubt, because no one could stand and argue against the words of someone who had spent her entire life protecting the crown. Camilla said nothing, no resistance, no denial, because she understood that any word now would only make everything worse. Her silence was not strategy. It was helplessness. Charles looked directly at her, no longer the gaze of a husband, but of a king carrying out his duty. He did not need to shout. He did not need to threaten. The truth had done that for him. The decision was made not in anger, but in the cold clarity of reason. One by one, the honors, the power, the layers of protection that had once shielded Camilla began to fall away. There was no force, no chaos, only an ending that had been written long before. In the letters buried beneath the wine cellar, when the meeting ended, no one spoke. No one needed to, because everyone understood that they had just witnessed a moment that would be recorded in history. Outside, the last light of day was fading. The sky turned a pale gray, as if nature itself sensed the shift taking place. And ladies and gentlemen, as the final sunlight disappeared over Buckingham Square, the invisible crown of Camilla shattered completely. Not with sound, not with a blow, but with truth. The truth always arrives slowly, but when it does, nothing can stop it. The scandal at Ray Mill House, on the surface, may appear to be nothing more than a family conflict pushed to its breaking point. But the deeper we go into each layer of truth, the clearer it becomes that this is not simply a story of people living under one roof. This is a real battle, a battle to protect the soul of the House of Windsor, where every decision does not only affect the present, but shapes how history will remember an entire reign. Camilla spent decades building a position that seemed irreplaceable. Step by step, she constructed influence, strengthened power, and expanded her network in silence. This was not a sudden rise. It was a long strategy, carefully calculated, where every detail served a final objective. But in that process, she made a fundamental mistake. She believed that power could be preserved forever if it were hidden deeply enough. She believed that secrets, once buried far enough, would never be discovered. But history has never worked that way. The truth is, like an underground current, it can be compressed, concealed, even forgotten for a long time. But it does not disappear. It waits. And when the pressure becomes great enough, when the conditions are right, it erupts with a force that cannot be stopped. And when it rises, it does not only reveal what has been hidden, it washes away everything built on the foundation of illusion. Today, what makes this story different is not only that the truth has been revealed, it is that the king is no longer alone. Beside him stands not only the memory and legacy of his late mother, but also the firm presence of his son, the sole heir ready to step forward when the moment arrives. That bond is not only familial, It is a symbol, a statement that monarchy is not personal power. It is a responsibility passed down through generations, and that responsibility can only endure if it is tied to truth. Charles's promise of an era of integrity, for a long time, may have been seen as a formal declaration, but after everything that has happened, it is no longer empty words. It has been proven through action, through the choice to confront rather than avoid, through the decision to accept a painful but necessary reckoning in order to preserve the core values of the monarchy. History, at this moment, has turned a new page, a page written not only with victories, but with truths restored to their rightful place. Justice for the late Queen did not come through loud declarations. It came in the silence of undeniable evidence, and in the agreement of those who understand what must be protected. And now, the question is no longer reserved for those inside the story. It is for all of us. What do you think about William's decisive action this time? Is it a necessary step to protect the monarchy, or the beginning of a new and turbulent era? Leave your comment below to share your perspective. Do not forget to like and subscribe to follow us in the next stories, where untold secrets will gradually be revealed. And now, goodbye and see you again. Madam, this is not a request. This is the order of the monarch. Leave immediately. The words echoed dryly through the cold stone corridor of Buckingham Palace, cutting through an atmosphere already heavy to the point of suffocation. No one dared to breathe too loudly. No one dared to lift their eyes. There were only hurried, chaotic footsteps. And then the heavy wooden door slammed shut with a chilling thud, as if history itself had just been sealed in that moment. On the 15th of May in the year 2025, London sank beneath a dull gray sky. The clouds hung low and heavy, curling as though signaling a storm that came not only from nature, but from within the royal family itself. Outside the gates of Buckingham, there was no gathering crowd, no familiar lenses of the mainstream press. Everything unfolded in a silence that felt almost frightening. And then she appeared. Queen Camilla stepped out through a side entrance, without ceremony, without honor, without even a proper farewell glance. Her face no longer held its usual composure. It was empty, mixed with confusion and an unease she could not conceal. The car was already waiting, its engine running steadily, as if it had been prepared in advance for a departure without explanation. Just hours earlier, an unprecedented decision had been issued by King Charles III himself. He had not only forbidden his wife from accessing the royal treasury, but had also suspended all of her roles and duties, an act that sent shockwaves through the long-standing structure of power. What had happened behind those closed doors? A confrontation, a secret exposed, or a final boundary that had been crossed? Do you believe in blind love, or in an unshakable loyalty to the crown? Was Charles too ruthless, or had Camilla gone too far to ever return? But to understand how a marriage that lasted decades could collapse in a single night, we must turn back time, to the oak-scented study where everything truly began. A dim golden light fell into every shadowed corner of the King Private Library, a place where time seemed to move slower, heavier. The tall oak bookshelves stretched to the ceiling, filled with records of centuries of history, no longer carried their usual quiet authority. The air felt thick, as though even the walls were holding their breath. On the large desk, among neatly arranged documents, a small yet striking object lay there, the sapphire Jubilee brooch. The deep blue of the stone reflected the light, shimmering in a way that felt almost guilty. It did not belong in this room. It should not have been here. And more importantly, it should not have been in the hands of anyone except the one who had passed away. The king stood there, motionless for what felt like endless seconds. His eyes did not leave the brooch. It was not an explosion of anger. It was something far more dangerous, a fracture from within, A trust torn apart. He spoke, his voice low but sharp. "Camilla, explain to me why my mother treasure is beneath your wardrobe." There was no immediate answer, only silence spreading, swallowing each breath. Across from him, Camilla stood with her hands clenched tightly together. She no longer held the calm she showed in public. Her eyes flickered, as if searching for an escape that did not exist. When she finally spoke, her voice trembled, yet beneath it remained a stubborn resolve. "I did it for you. For our future." What she wrote in there. It would destroy everything. One sentence, enough to freeze the entire room. Charles closed his eyes for a brief moment, not to calm himself, but to hold back something deeper from rising. When he opened them again, his gaze had changed. No longer a husband. Only a monarch remained. "You read it." It was not a question. It was a conclusion. Camilla did not answer, but her silence was the clearest confession. The air became suffocating. Outside, the wind began to howl through the tall windows, creating a low, haunting sound like a warning. In this room, an invisible line had just been crossed. There was no going back. Charles stepped slowly toward the desk. Each step pressed heavily against the wooden floor, echoing in the stillness. He looked down at the brooch once more, then reached out and lightly touched it, a gesture almost unconscious, yet filled with memory. "This is not just a piece of jewelry," he said, his voice so low it was almost a whisper. "It is a promise, a legacy, something you had no right to touch." Camilla looked up, a flicker of desperation passing through her eyes. "Do you think I wanted to do this? I tried to protect you, to protect everything you have. If those lines were ever exposed..." "Enough." Charles' voice cut in, firm, leaving no space. Silence returned. But this time, it was no longer just tension. It was an ending. The lines on his face deepened under the dim yellow light. They were not marks of age. They were marks of disappointment, a disappointment so heavy it could not be hidden. In that moment, there was no royalty, no power. Only two people standing face to face with a truth that could not be denied. Trust had been betrayed. Camilla stepped back. Just a small step, barely noticeable, but enough to create a distance that could never be closed. "You do not understand," she said, her voice almost breaking. "If I had not done it, everything would collapse. Reputation, the crown, the future of, the price of betrayal." Charles interrupted, his eyes so cold they were almost emotionless. "Is not something you have the right to decide for me." There was no justification left that could change what had happened. No way to return to the moment before the brooch appeared beneath the wardrobe. Outside, the wind grew stronger, striking against the windows as if trying to shatter the fragile stillness. But inside this room, everything had already broken long before that. Charles turned his back. A simple gesture, yet it carried absolute finality. As he walked toward the door without looking back, it was not just the end of a confrontation. It was the end of something that had lasted for decades. Camilla stood still. She did not follow. She did not call out. Because deep within, perhaps she understood. Once a line has been crossed, every word becomes meaningless. The room fell into complete silence. Only the dim yellow light remained, and the sapphire jubilee brooch lying there, silent, like a witness to everything that had just unfolded. But betrayal never begins in a single moment. It always forms quietly beforehand, from the smallest cracks, almost unnoticed. And one of those cracks had been discovered, not on a dramatic night, but on what seemed to be a perfectly ordinary Tuesday morning. A man walked into the palace, holding a leather file in his hand. No noise, no attention. But what lay inside that file was what truly set everything in motion. It did not begin with the confrontation in the library. It began far more quietly, almost imperceptibly, on what seemed like an entirely ordinary Tuesday morning. Donald Walton had never been a man who drew attention. He was the kind of person whose face you would struggle to remember, even if he passed you in a hallway. Yet people like him were the silent pillars of the entire system. As the internal auditor in charge of royal assets, Walton was accustomed to absolute precision. Even the smallest discrepancy was enough to make him stop. That morning, as faint sunlight filtered through the office window, Walton turned to a page in the routine inventory report. His finger stopped. A gap, a blank line where a confirmation mark should have been. He turned back, checked again. Then a third time. It was not a recording error. An item was missing. At first, Walton did not think much of it. Mistakes happen, but professional instinct pushed him to keep reviewing. And then, line by line, the irregularities began to emerge more clearly. The sapphire jubilee brooch, no longer listed under direct control. The pearl necklace, once worn at the funeral of Diana, no confirmation of its current location. And most concerning of all, 2 leather-bound journals, not display items, not jewelry, but personal documents under special seal. Walton leaned back in his chair. For the first time in many years, he felt something cold run down his spine. This was no longer an error. This was a pattern of selective disappearance. He did not report it immediately, not out of hesitation, but because he understood one thing clearly. These items could not disappear without someone inside allowing it, and if he reported it the wrong way, he might be the next to disappear, at least in his career. By late morning, a confidential report was delivered directly to the desk of King Charles. There was no electronic signature. It did not go through the official system, just a leather file placed on the desk, accompanied by a single sentence. "Your Majesty, something is not right." Charles read in silence. No emotion showed on his face. But when he reached the final page, the atmosphere in the room had changed. He did not call the police. He did not summon the council. Instead, he called a name that very few outside the inner circle had ever heard. Sir Clement Meister, a man considered the right hand in matters the royal family never wanted made public. He held no official title on paper, yet his influence reached into the most sensitive areas. The investigation began that very day, quietly, precisely, without leaving a trace. There were no public reports, no formal records, only private meetings and questions that could not be refused. The first clue came from the night access control system. There was no sign of forced entry. No doors had been broken. No cameras recorded anything unusual. But there was one small detail, an internal call at 3:49 in the morning, originating from the area reserved for the Queen. Sir Clement did not rush to conclusions, but he knew he needed to speak with the guard on duty that night, Robert Halton. A guard with 12 years of service, had never violated protocol. When he was called into a temporary questioning room, he appeared calm, but his eyes had already begun to show concern. "You were on duty that night?" "Yes, sir." "Anything unusual?" Halton hesitated, just for a second, but it was enough for Sir Clement to notice. "Answer." "There was a call." "Sir, from the Queen area." "Where did the call go?" "There was no recorded destination, just an internal signal. Very brief." "What did you do?" "I checked the corridor. No one was there. But the lights in that section were on. And," Halton swallowed, "I thought someone was awake, but I was not authorized to go further." The room fell silent. A call at nearly 4 in the morning, an area that should have been completely still, and a guard not permitted to ask more. Sir Clement wrote it down. He did not need more. The pieces were beginning to connect. The investigation tightened. Each staff member was questioned. Every corridor was checked. Every moment was reconstructed like a slow-moving film. But the real turning point came from someone no one expected. Eleanor Hartridge, a cleaner assigned to the West Wing. No access to documents. no connection to the assets. Yet she was someone who saw what others overlooked. That morning, as rare sunlight streamed through the tall windows, Eleanor entered a rarely used room. Her task was simple: clean, arrange, do not ask, do not be curious. But as she bent down to pick up a small object beneath a cabinet, the light caught something: a rabbit-shaped jewelry box. It was not in its proper place, and more importantly, it was not listed among the items belonging to that room. Eleanor picked it up. At first, it was only curiosity, but when the light passed through the porcelain surface, she noticed a very fine seam at the bottom, a hidden compartment. Her heart began to race. Her hands trembled slightly as she tried to open it. A soft click was heard, and in that moment, her world changed. Inside, it was not ordinary jewelry, the sapphire jubilee brooch, the familiar pearls, and beneath them all, carefully wrapped in old silk, 2 leather journals. She did not need to be an expert to understand that she had just touched something that should not have been here. The sunlight continued to fall across the objects, revealing every detail: the deep blue of the sapphire, the cold white of the pearls, and the dark brown of aged leather, carrying the scent of ink faded by time. She stood there, frozen. A decision had to be made. Only minutes later, Sir Clement arrived. There was no panic, no shouting, only a sequence of swift, precise actions, as if he had always known this moment would come. The box was sealed, the room was secured, and Eleanor, once an anonymous employee, became the most important witness in a story she had never wanted to be part of. When the items were placed back on the king desk, everything became clearer than ever. This was not ordinary theft. This was a deliberate act, a calculated plan, and the most important question was no longer who had taken them, but why. Jewelry can be valued. It can be replaced. But the 2 leather journals cannot. What did they contain? Why were they important enough to make someone like Camilla risk everything? Her honor, her position, even her own marriage. Because sometimes, true value does not lie in gold or gemstones. It lies in words written in silence, never meant for anyone but the one who wrote them. And those pages, carrying the scent of old ink, are the very thing with the power to bring down an entire monarchy. Those journals were not ordinary objects. They were not created for display. Nor were they meant to be stored like dry administrative records. They were the most private voice of a person who spent an entire lifetime under the spotlight, yet rarely had the chance to speak honestly. Written during the period when the world was under lockdown, when life slowed and the palace walls became quieter than ever. The journals were believed to record the Queen's true thoughts. There were no ceremonies, no carefully prepared speeches, only ink and paper. And for that reason, their value did not lie in material worth, but in truth. What shocked those within the inner circle was not the existence of the journals, but the fact that they were sealed until the year 2122, a span of time long enough to almost guarantee that all those directly involved would no longer be alive to face what lay inside. Why wait that long? The question began to spread. At first in quiet conversations, then gradually into a theory that could not be ignored. In royal history, sealing documents was not uncommon, but sealing them for more than a century was almost without precedent. And when people do not have answers, they begin to speculate, perhaps within those pages. The Queen had written doubts she could never make public, thoughts about the capability of the heir, concerns about maintaining the stability of the monarchy in an era of constant change. Perhaps she had seen weaknesses the public was never meant to see, or perhaps the words were not meant as criticism at all, but carried an entirely different meaning, a quiet endorsement of the next generation, a silent trust placed in the one who would inherit the future, a name that did not need to be spoken, yet everyone would understand. If that were true, the consequences would not stop at a private family dispute. It could shake the entire structure of power built over generations. And that is where everything becomes dangerous. Because when truth has the power to shift the balance of power, it is no longer just truth, it becomes a weapon. In that context, Camilla's actions begin to take on a different meaning. She was not a thief in the usual sense. There was no sign that she intended to sell the items. No connection to any black market. No trace of a secret transaction. That leads to a far more unsettling possibility. She took them not for profit, but for control. Or worse, to make them disappear forever. If the journals truly contained something that could damage Charles' position, then removing them would not be an impulsive act. It would be a calculated decision. But the greater question remains. What was her true motive? Camilla stood between two worlds. On one side, a wife who had stood beside Charles through decades of turbulence, a woman who understood him more than anyone else, someone who had witnessed his weaknesses, his wounds, and the desires he never spoke aloud. On the other side, a queen, a position that carried not only power, but the burden of maintaining an image, preserving order, and ensuring that nothing could weaken the foundation of the monarchy. Between those two roles, the line is never clear. If she acted to protect her husband, it could be seen as loyalty, a personal sacrifice to preserve the honor of the man she chose to stand beside. But if the deeper motive was to protect her own position, then the story becomes something entirely different. Because then, the act is no longer sacrifice. It becomes manipulation. The difference between the two does not lie in the action, but in the intention, and intention, as always, is the hardest thing to see. Those who support Camilla may argue that she was simply doing what was necessary in a situation with no right choice. That sometimes, to protect a larger system, one must make decisions that outsiders cannot understand. But her critics see a different story, a story of crossing a line, of one individual taking it upon herself to decide what should be preserved and what should be erased from history. In a system built on tradition and rules, breaking those principles, for any reason, always carries consequences. And at this point, the story no longer revolved around a marriage. It became a systemic issue. If a queen could access, move, and even conceal the most sensitive documents without being immediately detected, what did that say about the internal control mechanism? If critical decisions could be influenced by personal motives, then where was the line between official power and real power? These questions had no simple answers, and perhaps that was why Charles' response became so decisive, so shocking, because he was not only facing a personal act, he was confronting a threat that could weaken the entire system he represented. In that context, personal emotion became secondary. Trust could be wounded, but order had to be preserved. And sometimes, the price of preserving order is the sacrifice of the closest relationships. The journal pages still lay there, silent yet heavy with meaning. They did not need to be read publicly to have an impact. Their mere existence, and what they might contain, was enough to create an undercurrent that, if left unchecked, could sweep away far more than anyone imagined. Camilla may have seen that. She may have believed she was preventing a disaster. But history does not judge people by what they believe. It judges them by the consequences of their actions. And in this case, those consequences had already begun to spread. The library door did not just close on a confrontation. It opened a chain of events that no one could stop. Justice within the royal family does not operate in the way the public often expects. It is not loud. It is not rushed. But when it arrives, it carries the weight of centuries of law, of principles established and protected across generations. And when judgment is delivered, it does not affect just one individual. It sends a message that no one stands above the system, not even a queen. And Charles' decision, once revealed, sent shockwaves across the world. The closed meeting room, known internally as the war room, had never felt so heavy. There was no press, no unnecessary aides, only the faces representing order and discipline within a system that had endured for centuries. King Charles sat at the center. Before him lay the sealed leather file. Yet its weight seemed to fill the entire room. To his right was William. It silent, upright, his gaze unwavering. To his left sat Princess Anne, long regarded as the embodiment of iron discipline within the royal family. A little further away was Edward, composed yet unable to hide the tension. No one spoke first. There was no need. Everything that needed to be known was already in the file. Anne broke the silence, not with a long speech, but with a short, decisive sentence. "The rules have been violated." Her eyes were sharp, leaving no room for personal emotion. To Anne, the royal family was not a family in the usual sense. It was an institution, and that institution existed only when discipline stood above all else. Charles did not respond immediately. He looked down at the file, then slowly raised his head. His gaze moved across each person in the room, lingering slightly longer on William. There was no direct exchange, but William's silence spoke more than words. No objection, no hesitation, only a cold agreement. It was not just the reaction of a son, it was the stance of a future king. A clear message was already being sent. Even before any announcement, no one stands above the law. No personal relationship can alter the core principles. Edward shifted slightly, as if he wanted to speak, but then remained silent. He understood that in this moment, any sign of softness could be seen as weakness. Charles took a slow, deep breath. When he spoke, his voice was not loud, but it filled the room. "We cannot allow this to be taken lightly." No one disagreed. "This is not merely a personal act. This is a violation of the very foundation of the monarchy." Anne gave a slight nod. William remained silent, but his eyes had hardened. The decision required no vote. It had already been formed from the moment the meeting began. The first punishment was read, the removal of all military titles. This was not simply the loss of symbolic roles. It was a severing from a vital part of the honor structure the monarchy had always upheld. Those titles did not represent only the individual, but the bond between the royal family and the armed forces. When they were stripped away, the message was unmistakable. Trust had been broken. The second punishment, removal from the list of official duties. The royal circular, the official record of all royal engagements, defines the position and role of each member. When a name disappears from it, it means that person no longer exists within the functioning structure. There was no grand announcement, no lengthy explanation, only a quiet disappearance. The final punishment, exile to Ray Mill House. It was not a prison, not an exile in the traditional sense, but in the context of the modern monarchy, it meant complete separation from the center of power, a forced withdrawal, with no clear end. When these decisions were read aloud, no one in the room appeared surprised, because they all understood that once a line had been crossed, the consequences were inevitable. Charles closed the file. The sound was small, yet it echoed clearly in the stillness. The meeting ended. There was no formal conclusion. None was needed. Each person stood and left the room in their own way. Anne walked out with firm steps, without looking back. Edward followed a moment later, as if carrying thoughts he could not put into words. William was the last to leave. After the king, in the brief moment before stepping outside, he paused. He said nothing, only a passing glance, an acknowledgement. Then he turned away. The door closed, leaving Charles alone. But his true solitude began only when he entered the chapel. The space was different, quiet, removed, almost motionless. Soft light filtered through stained glass windows, casting patterns of shadow and color across the ancient stone. Charles walked slowly, one step at a time, as though each step carried the weight of the decisions just made. He stopped before a portrait. His mother, the familiar face, the calm gaze, as if still observing everything from a distance no one could reach. Charles stood there for a long time. No one witnessed it. No cameras. No schedule. Only a son standing before the image of a mother who had spent her entire life protecting the institution he was now forced to preserve. He said nothing, but within that silence, there was an unspoken question. Had he done the right thing? Was there another path? Or was this the unavoidable price of the crown? Because behind all the rituals, the titles, and the symbols, royal power has always carried a cold truth. The higher one stands, the less room there is for personal emotion. The more power one holds, the more one must accept solitude. And in that moment, within the stillness of the chapel, Charles was no longer a king. He was simply a man who had just made the hardest decision of his life, a decision whose consequences would echo long after the door of the war room had closed. The treasures were finally returned to their rightful place, secured deep behind layers of steel doors and systems that very few had ever seen. The sapphire brooch, the pearl necklace, and the 2 leather journals were no longer just objects. They had become symbols of a crisis that had nearly shaken the foundation of the monarchy. The safe code had been changed, and this time, only 2 people held it, the king and the heir. Everything, at least on the surface, was under control. But truth is not so easily locked away like jewelry. The British monarchy has never survived by power alone. It survives on something far more fragile. Trust. The trust of the public. The trust between those within the system itself. And when that trust is broken from within, the cost is not merely titles or positions. It is separation. A separation without noise, without announcement, yet deep enough that it cannot be repaired. The story may have ended, but its echoes remain, lingering in every corridor, every glance, every unusual silence. Because at the center of it all, one question still remains unanswered. A century from now, when those journals are finally opened, what will be revealed? What truth will emerge? And how will history judge? Will Camilla be remembered as an ambitious woman, willing to cross every line to protect her position? Or as a wife driven by fear, trying to do what she believed was right, even at the cost of everything? The answer does not lie in the present. It lies in the future. A future none of us will witness. And you, if you were King Charles, would you have the courage to punish the person you love most, just to protect the crown? Tell me your thoughts in the comments. And if you want to continue exploring the hidden stories never told, do not forget to like and subscribe so you do not miss the next stories from inside the palace. If I told you that everything inside Buckingham Palace just changed in the last 5 minutes, would you believe it? Because according to multiple insiders, King Charles has quietly set into motion a decision that will transform the future of the monarchy. And the person at the center of this political earthquake is none other than Prince William, while the palace is scrambling to maintain silence. Sources confirm that the king has begun the formal process of passing the crown to his eldest son, a move so sudden and so disruptive that Queen Camilla is reportedly furious beyond words. The tension has been building for months, behind the polished balcony appearances and carefully arranged public smiles. The royal household has been fighting a silent war. Charles's declining health, William's rising authority, and Camilla's increasing attempts to consolidate power have collided into a breaking point. But no one expected the king to move this quickly. No one expected William to be summoned to a private meeting just hours before the decision leaked. And certainly no one expected Camilla to be completely excluded from the discussion. Insiders claim that Camilla confronted the king immediately after discovering the truth. accusing senior courtiers of orchestrating a palace coup to sideline her permanently. But the reality may be far more complicated. Some say Charles wants stability. Others say William demanded clarity. And a few believe that damaging information about Camilla's political influence pushed the king to act before it was too late. What we know for sure is this: a transition of power is unfolding, a queen is enraged, a future king is stepping forward, and the entire monarchy is bracing for impact. Because tonight, the crown has shifted, and nothing inside Buckingham Palace will ever be the same again. The fog hung heavy over Balmoral Castle on the morning of November 18th. L'Ancien Ling Archewu, wrapping the Scottish estate in a shroud of grey that seemed to mirror the somber mood within its ancient walls. King Charles sat alone in his private study, the room where Queen Victoria had once conducted affairs of state, where generations of monarchs had wrestled with decisions that shaped nations. Before him lay a single sheet of paper, the words typed in formal legal language that belied the revolutionary nature of its content. It was an instrument of abdication, prepared in absolute secrecy by constitutional lawyers sworn to confidentiality, a document that would end his reign barely 3 years after it had begun. The decision had not come suddenly, though its formalization had accelerated in recent weeks. Charles had ascended to the throne in September 2022, at the age of 73, already the oldest person ever to assume the British crown. He had waited longer than any heir in the nation's history, spending decades preparing for a role that seemed perpetually just beyond reach. When it finally came, following his mother's death at Balmoral, he had embraced it with determination and energy that surprised those who had questioned whether he possessed the stamina for the demands of modern monarchy. But 3 years of relentless duty had taken a toll that could no longer be ignored or minimized. The health issues had begun subtly, fatigue that lingered despite adequate rest, a persistent cough that antibiotics could not fully resolve, joint pain that made standing through lengthy ceremonies increasingly difficult. His medical team had initially attributed these symptoms to age and stress, prescribing rest and adjusted schedules. But when routine scans in September revealed abnormalities requiring further investigation, the situation became far more serious. The diagnosis, delivered privately in early October, was not immediately life-threatening but was progressive and would require treatment incompatible with the demands of his constitutional role. Charles faced the prognosis with the stoicism bred through decades of public service and personal crisis. He had survived the dissolution of his first marriage under brutal media scrutiny, weathered the death of Diana and the public grief that followed, endured years of being portrayed as an eccentric waiting impatiently for power he did not deserve. He had rebuilt his reputation painstakingly, married the woman he loved despite fierce opposition, and finally assumed the throne with genuine public support. The idea of surrendering the crown after such a brief reign felt like cosmic cruelty, a final joke at the expense of someone who had already endured more than his share of humiliation and disappointment. But Charles was nothing if not dutiful. He understood constitutional monarchy in ways few others could. Having studied its requirements and limitations for 7 decades, he knew the crown required not just symbolic presence, but active engagement, mental acuity, and physical stamina to maintain the relentless schedule of duties that sustained the institution's relevance. He had watched his mother serve with dedication until her final days. While he admired her commitment, he had also seen how her determination never to abdicate had created awkward situations in her final years when age diminished her capacity. Yet duty demanded continuation. The constitutional lawyers had explained the precedent carefully. Britain had not seen a voluntary abdication since Edward VIII in 1936, an event so traumatic it had reshaped the monarchy and was still referenced as a cautionary tale nearly 90 years later. Edward's abdication had been driven by desire to marry a divorced woman, a personal choice that put individual happiness above duty. What Charles contemplated was fundamentally different, stepping aside not for personal gratification, but because medical reality made continuing irresponsible. The distinction mattered enormously in how such an action would be perceived and whether the institution could survive it intact. He had confided in only a handful of people: his private secretary, who had served him for 22 years, the Archbishop of Canterbury, two senior constitutional experts whose discretion was absolute, and eventually William, whose reaction would determine whether this path was even possible. The conversation with his eldest son had occurred 3 weeks earlier in this same study. During what was publicly described as a routine private visit to Balmoral, Charles had presented the medical realities without embellishment, shown William the documentation, and explained the prognosis and treatment requirements. He watched his son's face cycle through shock, denial, grief, and finally reluctant acceptance as the implications became clear. William had begged him to seek additional opinions, to explore every possible treatment option that might allow him to continue. But when those alternatives had been exhausted and the medical consensus remained unchanged, William had reached the same conclusion: continuation was not sustainable. What followed had been the most difficult negotiation of both their lives. William, at Patruzec, Chitre, had expected to have at least another decade, perhaps 2, before assuming the throne. He had 3 young children. The youngest, barely 7 years old, Catherine, was still recovering from her own health challenges, regaining strength but not yet fully restored. The idea of becoming king while his children were still in primary and secondary school, while his wife remained fragile, felt overwhelming. But duty, that inexorable force that had shaped both their lives since birth, left no room for personal preference or convenient timing. Camilla's discovery. Queen Camilla had discovered her husband's intention in the worst possible way, by accident, through overhearing a conversation she was never meant to witness. She had returned to Balmoral unexpectedly, early from a visit to a local hospital, cutting the engagement short because of a migraine. Entering through a side entrance to avoid staff fuss, she had been walking toward the private apartments when she heard voices from Charles's study. The door was slightly ajar, and her husband's voice, heavy with emotion, carried into the corridor. "I have no choice," she heard him say. "The treatment protocol is incompatible with the demands of the role. I must step aside while I can do so with dignity rather than wait until circumstances force the issue." Camilla froze in the hallway, her blood turning cold as the implications crashed over her. She heard William's voice responding, discussing timelines and announcements, talking about transition planning and constitutional requirements. They were planning an abdication. Her husband, who had waited his entire life to be king, who had endured decades of preparation and criticism, who had been on the throne less than 3 years, was planning to surrender the crown, and he had not told her. She stood paralyzed, listening to them discuss how to inform her when the appropriate moment might be, how she might react. They were talking about her as though she were a problem to be managed, rather than a partner who deserved to be consulted. When she finally pushed open the door, both men fell silent, their expressions confirming that what she had overheard was exactly what it seemed. The confrontation that followed was described by those who heard raised voices through heavy doors as volcanic. Camilla's fury was comprehensive and devastating. She raged at Charles for excluding her from a decision that would fundamentally alter her life and identity. She demanded to know how long he had been planning this, how many people he had consulted while keeping her deliberately ignorant. She accused him of cowardice, of abandoning the responsibility they were meant to share, of caring more about his legacy than about their partnership. Charles attempted to explain, to outline the medical realities, to help her understand that this was not choice but necessity. But Camilla was beyond reason, beyond comfort. She had spent 20 years fighting for acceptance, enduring comparison to Diana, weathering public opinion that ranged from grudging tolerance to active hostility. She had finally achieved the position of queen consort, had begun to make the role her own, had started to feel that perhaps she had earned her place, and now, after barely 3 years, it was being ripped away. She would go from queen to queen dowager, from consort to the current king to widow equivalent of a former king, a demotion in everything but technical title. What enraged her most was the timing. Had Charles's reign lasted a decade or more, she could have accepted abdication as a reasonable response to declining health in old age. But 3 years felt like a cruel joke. Barely enough time to warm the throne before surrendering it. She felt cheated of the role she had sacrificed so much to obtain. Robbed of the opportunity to truly make her mark as queen. The charities she had championed, the causes she had promoted, the carefully constructed public image she had built, all of it would be diminished by the brevity of her tenure and the manner of its ending. Her anger toward William was even more intense. She accused him of pushing his father toward abdication, of being impatient to assume power, of prioritizing his own timeline over his father's well-being. The accusation was unfair, and she likely knew it even as she made it. But rage seeks targets, and William was conveniently present. He attempted to defend himself, to explain that he had argued against abdication, that he had begged his father to explore every alternative. But Camilla was not interested in his explanations. She saw in him the person who would benefit from her loss, who would ascend while she descended, whose wife would become queen while she became a footnote. The confrontation ended with Camilla storming from the study, retreating to her private rooms and refusing to see or speak to Charles for 3 days. The household staff moved carefully through the castle, aware that something catastrophic had occurred, but uncertain of details. Meals were sent to separate rooms. Schedules were adjusted to prevent accidental encounters. The King and Queen of the United Kingdom were not speaking, and the tension radiated through every corridor and chamber of the estate. Charles, miserable and guilt-ridden, threw himself into finalizing the abdication plans, perhaps finding in bureaucratic details a distraction from emotional devastation. When Camilla finally emerged from her self-imposed isolation, it was not with acceptance but with strategy. She began making calls to her own advisors, to friends with legal expertise, to people who might help her understand her options and rights. She discovered that as queen consort, her position was entirely derivative of her husband's. If he abdicated, she had no independent constitutional role. She would retain the title Queen Camilla for life, as the widow equivalent of a former king. But she would have no official duties, no platform, no purpose beyond that which she could construct independently. Everything she had built was tied to Charles's position, and when he stepped down, her relevance stepped down with him. The institutional machinery engages. While the personal drama unfolded at Balmoral, the machinery of constitutional transition began grinding into motion. The Prime Minister was briefed in a private meeting at Downing Street. The conversation protected by protocols that ensured no record would be kept and no staff would be present. The governmental response was carefully neutral. Ministers understood that the Crown's continuity mattered more than any individual monarch, and a smooth transition from father to son posed far fewer constitutional complications than a prolonged decline in a king unable to fully execute his duties. Political calculation favored support for abdication, though no politician would say so publicly. The Archbishop of Canterbury convened a small group of senior clergy to discuss the theological and ceremonial implications. The coronation of Charles had occurred barely 2 years prior, an elaborate ceremony costing millions and watched by billions globally. The idea of conducting another coronation so soon felt excessive. Yet William's accession would require formal recognition and blessing. Discussions began about creating a modified ceremony, something that acknowledged the solemnity of the moment, without the full pageantry of a traditional coronation. The balance between maintaining appropriate dignity and avoiding the appearance of wasteful repetition required careful consideration. Constitutional experts grappled with questions that had no modern precedent. What would be Charles's title after abdication? Would he remain a counselor of state, or would that role pass exclusively to working royals in the new reign? Where would he live? Given that sovereign residences would transfer to William, what financial arrangements would apply, and how would they be funded? The sovereign grant was designed for the reigning monarch, not for a living former king. Every question spawned additional complications, each requiring resolution before any public announcement could be made. The palace communications team, brought into the planning at this stage, began crafting the narrative that would accompany the announcement. The messaging needed to emphasize duty and continuity, to present the abdication as responsible stewardship rather than abandonment. They drafted statements highlighting Charles's dedication to the crown, his determination to ensure the monarchy's strength by facilitating transition while he could still guide it, his confidence in William's readiness to assume the throne. Every word was tested against potential public reaction, adjusted to minimize shock while maintaining honesty about the medical realities driving the decision. Security services conducted their own assessments. An abdication would create a period of vulnerability, a moment when the established order was in flux and various groups might seek to exploit uncertainty. Threats were evaluated, protection details adjusted, contingencies planned for scenarios ranging from political protests to potential violence from extremist groups. The transition itself would be a massive security operation, requiring coordination across multiple agencies and jurisdictions. Plans were developed in secret, ready to be activated the moment the decision became public. Behind all the institutional preparation lay a fundamental question nobody wanted to articulate directly. Would the public accept this? Edward VIII's abdication had traumatized the nation, created a constitutional crisis, and permanently stained the monarchy's reputation. That abdication had been driven by selfish desire. But even a medically necessary abdication carried risks. Would the public understand Charles's reasoning, or would they view it as weakness? Would they accept William and Catherine as king and queen despite their relative youth, or would resentment at losing Charles so soon poison the transition? Public opinion research conducted carefully to avoid revealing the true purpose provided mixed signals that reassured no one. The decision was made to inform certain key family members before any public announcement. Princess Anne was told first, her practical nature and institutional knowledge making her feedback valuable. Her reaction was supportive of Charles but concerned about Camilla, whom she had come to genuinely respect despite their complicated history. She volunteered to speak with the Queen to help her understand that this was not betrayal, but medical necessity. Prince Edward was informed next. His response was characterized by sadness for his brother, but acceptance of the logic. Sophie immediately began thinking about how to support Catherine through the transition, knowing the younger woman would need guidance from someone who had navigated royal life successfully. Prince Harry presented a unique challenge. Relations remained strained despite occasional reconciliation attempts. But his position as son of the former king and brother of the incoming king meant he could not be left uninformed until the public announcement. The notification was handled delicately, with assurances that his security concerns would be considered in transition planning and that he would be welcomed at any ceremonial events he chose to attend. His response, conveyed through intermediaries, was supportive of his father's decision while maintaining distance from institutional matters. He would not oppose the abdication, but neither would he involve himself in planning or public advocacy for it. Camilla's campaign. As the abdication planning progressed toward an announcement date tentatively set for mid-December, Camilla launched her own campaign to prevent or at least delay the transition. She began with appeals to Charles's sense of duty, reminding him of the sacred vows made at his coronation, the promises to serve until death. She argued that medical treatment had advanced remarkably, that his condition might be manageable with proper care, that abandoning the throne after such brief tenure would damage the institution he claimed to be protecting. Her arguments were passionate and grounded in genuine belief that abdication was wrong. When appeals to duty failed, Camilla shifted to personal arguments. She spoke about their relationship, the decades they had waited to be together openly, the short time they had served as king and queen. She reminded him how hard she had worked to earn public acceptance, of the causes she had championed, of the difference she was beginning to make. The abdication would truncate all of that, reduce her tenure to a historical footnote, waste the goodwill she had painstakingly accumulated. Did he not owe her the chance to complete what she had started? Charles, torn between love for his wife and conviction that abdication was necessary, tried to show her alternative paths forward. She could continue charitable work independently, maintain patronages and public engagements as Queen Dowager, have resources and platform, perhaps even more freedom, without constitutional constraints. But Camilla rejected these reassurances as hollow comfort. Queen Dowager was a title for widows, she argued, a designation that emphasized what had been lost rather than what remained. She had not fought for decades to be queen, only to have the role stolen after 3 years. Her most potent weapon was emotional manipulation, deployed with the skill of someone who understood Charles's vulnerabilities intimately. She wept about feeling abandoned, about being excluded from a decision that affected her profoundly, about watching her husband surrender the position he had been born to occupy. She questioned whether his medical team was being overly cautious, whether he was using health as an excuse to escape responsibilities he found burdensome, whether he was sacrificing their partnership to smooth William's path to power. The accusations hurt precisely because they contained slivers of uncomfortable truth Charles could not entirely dismiss. She also began lobbying others who might influence the king's decision. She appealed to Princess Anne, arguing Charles deserved support from his siblings in resisting pressure to abdicate. Anne, characteristically blunt, told Camilla that while she sympathized, Charles's health had to take precedence over anyone's desires, including Camilla's own. She reached out to longtime friends of Charles, hoping they would counsel him against abdication. Most responded with sympathy, but refused to interfere. Most controversially, Camilla attempted to appeal directly to William, requesting a private meeting without Charles present. The meeting at Clarence House, with only the two of them present, was later described as intensely uncomfortable. Camilla asked William to refuse the crown, to insist his father continue ruling, to prioritize Charles's emotional well-being over institutional convenience. William, maintaining respectful composure despite the awkwardness, explained that he could no more refuse his constitutional duty than she could demand his father continue in a role his health made unsustainable. Camilla left convinced William was eager to become king regardless of the cost to his father or stepmother. The campaign created an impossible situation for Charles. He loved his wife deeply, understood her anger and disappointment, wanted desperately to give her what she sought. But he could not ignore medical reality or subordinate constitutional responsibility to personal desire. The tension between these competing demands left him exhausted and miserable, caught between the woman he loved and the duty he could not escape. Friends who saw him during this period described a man aging visibly, the stress compounding the health issues that had prompted the abdication in the first place. The announcement and its aftermath. The announcement came on 10 December in a televised address from Windsor Castle that interrupted regular programming across the nation. Charles sat alone at a desk, the setting deliberately intimate rather than grand and ceremonial. His appearance shocked those who had not seen him recently. He looked older than his 77 years, tired and drawn, the toll of recent months evident in his face. When he spoke, his voice carried the weight of emotions barely held in check. He began by expressing love for his country and gratitude for the privilege of serving as king. Even briefly, he acknowledged that his reign had been shorter than anyone anticipated, shorter than he had wished. Then he detailed the medical realities that necessitated his decision. Speaking with candor, unusual for royal communications, he explained that his condition required treatment incompatible with the demanding schedule and responsibilities of monarchy, that continuing would be irresponsible to the nation and unfair to the institution. He had consulted widely and assured viewers the decision, while painful, was correct. Charles spoke with evident pride about William, describing his son's preparation, dedication to duty, and deep love for the nation. He expressed confidence that William and Catherine would serve with distinction and honor, that the monarchy would be strengthened by the transition despite its unexpected timing. He asked the British people to support the new king and queen with the same loyalty and affection they had shown him and his mother before him. His voice broke as he thanked Camilla for her partnership and patience in supporting him even through this difficult decision that affected her so profoundly. The response was immediate and overwhelming. Social media platforms crashed under the volume of traffic. News organizations scrambled to provide context and analysis. Constitutional experts were dragged from dinner parties to television studios to explain what would happen next. The public reaction was complex and divided. Many expressed sympathy for Charles's health situation and admiration for his willingness to prioritize the monarchy's strength over personal desire to continue ruling. Others felt cheated, having waited so long for his reign only to see it end almost before it began. Some questioned whether abdication was truly necessary or whether he was being pushed out by younger royals eager for power. Camilla was conspicuously absent from the announcement, her absence noted by every commentator and observer. Official statements said she was supporting her husband privately, but those close knew she had refused to appear alongside Charles, had insisted she could not pretend to support a decision she believed fundamentally wrong. Her absence spoke volumes about the state of their relationship and the depth of the rift the abdication had created. In the days following, she maintained her scheduled engagements but appeared diminished, going through the motions with none of her usual energy or warmth. The transition period was set at 6 weeks, allowing time for necessary constitutional procedures and ceremonial preparations without drawing out the process unnecessarily. William and Catherine moved into intensive briefings, absorbing information about constitutional responsibilities, security protocols, international relationships, and the thousands of details that comprised modern monarchy. Both appeared overwhelmed but determined, understanding that circumstances had forced upon them a role they had expected to assume decades in the future. Catherine, still not fully recovered from her own health challenges, visibly struggled with the demands while maintaining a composed public presence. The ceremony of transition, held on 25 January 2026, was deliberately understated, not a full coronation, but a solemn service of recognition at Westminster Abbey, attended by dignitaries and family without the elaborate pageantry that had marked Charles's coronation. Charles himself participated, formally transferring authority to William in a moment fraught with symbolism and emotion. When father placed the crown on son's head, both men had tears streaming down their faces. The personal pain of the moment overwhelmed protocol and dignity. Camilla watched from the congregation, her expression a mask that revealed nothing of her internal turmoil. In the immediate aftermath, Charles and Camilla retreated to a private estate in Scotland, away from public view and media speculation. The plan was for rest and adjustment, allowing them both to process the magnitude of what had occurred and to find new equilibrium in their changed circumstances. But those close to the couple reported that the relationship remained strained, that Camilla's anger had not dissipated, that she struggled to accept her diminished role and continued to blame both Charles and William for what she viewed as an unnecessary surrender. Charles, meanwhile, faced his own adjustment challenges. Having spent his entire life preparing to be king, having finally achieved the role, stepping away created an identity crisis no amount of planning could fully prepare him for. He was no longer the sovereign, no longer the final constitutional authority, no longer the person everyone turned to for decision and direction. He was a former king, a living reminder of abdication, a figure without clear purpose or defined role. The loss of identity was profound and disorienting, compounded by guilt over how his decision had hurt Camilla and disrupted William's family life. The new reign and old wounds. King William V's reign began under circumstances no one had anticipated. At 43, he was young by monarchical standards, yet burdened by responsibilities that would challenge someone decades older. Catherine, now Queen Consort, faced even steeper challenges. She had expected years to prepare, time to fully recover her health and strength, a gradual transition into increased duties. Instead, she was thrust immediately into the most visible position in the nation, while still fragile from illness and treatment. The pressure was immense and unrelenting. Their children faced the most dramatic adjustment. Prince George, at 12, suddenly became heir to the throne. Princess Charlotte, and Prince Louis, found their lives transformed overnight. Security increased dramatically. Media attention intensified. The families struggled to maintain normality while adapting to a new reality that intruded on every aspect of their lives. William's first months as king were characterized by careful continuity mixed with subtle changes. He maintained most of his father's appointments and policies while quietly beginning to implement his own vision for a streamlined, more focused monarchy. The number of working royals was reduced. Public spending on royal activities was scrutinized more carefully. The emphasis shifted toward younger generations and future sustainability, rather than honoring traditions that no longer served clear purpose. These changes were presented as natural evolution, but everyone understood they represented William's distinct vision, different from what Charles had pursued during his brief reign. The relationship between William and his father remained cordial but complicated. They spoke regularly, with William seeking Charles's advice and Charles offering guidance when asked. But an underlying tension persisted, unspoken but palpable. Charles struggled with watching someone else occupy the role he had prepared for all his life and occupied so briefly. William felt perpetual guilt about benefiting from circumstances he had not created or desired. Both tried to maintain an appropriate relationship while navigating emotions that protocol and family loyalty required them to suppress rather than fully express or resolve. Camilla's situation became increasingly difficult as months passed and the reality of her changed circumstances settled in. As Queen Dowager, she maintained certain patronages and continued some public work, but the platform and resources available to her were dramatically reduced. She was no longer a central figure in national life, but rather a historical footnote, the woman who had been Queen Consort for 3 years before her husband's unprecedented abdication. The brevity of her tenure and the manner of its ending defined her legacy in ways she found unbearable. Her relationship with Charles deteriorated further during the first year after abdication. Living together in reduced circumstances, no longer united by shared public role, they discovered that the partnership that had endured scandal and opposition struggled when stripped of the purpose that had sustained it. Camilla could not forgive Charles for the abdication, for ending her time as queen before she felt she had truly begun. Charles, dealing with his own grief and identity crisis, had little emotional reserve to support his wife through her parallel struggles. They grew distant, maintaining appearances when necessary, but living increasingly separate lives within their shared household. The most painful aspect for both was watching William and Catherine succeed in roles that had been theirs so briefly. Every successful engagement, every positive media coverage, every public triumph for the new king and queen felt like an implicit criticism of what Charles and Camilla had surrendered or lost. Rationally, they understood institutional success was positive, regardless of who occupied the throne. Emotionally, it was agonizing to watch others flourish in positions they had barely begun to make their own before circumstances forced them aside. Public perception of the abdication evolved over time. Initial shock gave way to acceptance, then to something approaching appreciation for Charles's willingness to prioritize institutional health over personal pride. His decision was increasingly viewed as selfless rather than weak, as evidence of devotion to crown over ego. But this positive reframing offered little comfort to Camilla, who remained convinced the abdication had been unnecessary and premature. The divergence between public narrative and her private conviction deepened her sense of isolation and bitterness. The health issues that had prompted the abdication proved more manageable than the initial prognosis, suggested a development that both validated Charles's caution and made Camilla's anger more acute. If treatment was working and his conditions stabilizing, she argued, then the abdication had indeed been unnecessary. Charles could have continued ruling while managing his health, could have given them both more time to serve and solidify their legacy. That the abdication could not be undone. That William was now king and would remain so regardless of Charles's health improvements, made the situation even more frustrating and irreversible. 2 years after the abdication, Charles and Camilla separated quietly. The arrangement was announced through a brief palace statement that emphasized it was an amicable decision to pursue different paths while maintaining respect and affection. The truth known to those close to them was that Camilla could not forgive or move past her anger, and Charles could not bear the constant reminder of how his decision had destroyed his wife's dreams and damaged their relationship beyond repair. The separation was sad but inevitable, the final casualty of an abdication that had been medically necessary but personally devastating. Charles lived out his remaining years in increasing isolation, maintained contact with his sons, but never fully recovered his sense of purpose or identity. He pursued scholarly interests, wrote extensively about environmental causes he had championed for decades, and occasionally appeared at ceremonial events when protocol required. But he remained a figure out of time, a king who had ruled too briefly to be remembered for accomplishment and who had abdicated under circumstances that, however justified, marked him permanently as the monarch who had given up the crown. When he died at 84, the public mourning was genuine but muted, recognition of a complicated figure who had served dutifully but whose reign would always be overshadowed by its unprecedented end. Camilla outlived him by several years, maintaining her separate existence, continuing charitable work, and cultivating relationships with her children and grandchildren, who remained her primary source of joy and purpose. She never reconciled herself to what had been taken from her, never fully accepted that the abdication had been necessary, never stopped believing that she had been cheated of the role she had fought so hard to obtain and had barely begun to truly occupy. In her final years, when asked about her time as queen consort, she would simply say it had been too brief. The words heavy with all the bitterness and regret that 3 years on the throne in a lifetime of longing could not resolve or redeem. Hello, dear viewers following our channel, welcome to a space of secrets, silent scandals, and untold backstage stories about the British royal family. Here, we don't just stop at the glamorous photos or the impeccable smiles shown to the public. We will dive deeper into power struggles, hidden conflicts, and shocks that shake an entire dynasty that seems invulnerable. And today, a real bomb has been detonated right at the heart of Buckingham Palace. I choose Kate. King Charles shocks Camilla. Yes, you heard that right. A statement that might have seemed like a private remark has resounded and quickly spread, becoming the epicenter of a royal upheaval. It not only hurts Queen Camilla's pride, but also exposes a greater truth: deep cracks within the Windsor family regarding power, loyalty, and the future of the British monarchy. This is not simply a quarrel in the royal court between the king and queen. It is a sign of instability, covert battles to gain influence during the generational transition of the royal family. And above all, it raises an extremely thorny question. Is the British monarchy still strong enough to face the new era? To better understand this rising undercurrent, we need to review the three key figures shaping this story. First, King Charles III, a man who has fought his entire life for recognition, but has always been overshadowed by the immense legacy of the late Queen Elizabeth II, a king representing the past, tradition, and reform efforts amid turmoil. Next is Queen Camilla, the most controversial figure in the current royal family, who has had to overcome decades of criticism to earn the title Queen. But now, she faces the risk of being sidelined by her own husband. And finally, Princess Kate, a symbol of modernity, elegance, and the new hope for the monarchy, especially in the eyes of the British public. So, what happened? According to backstage sources, during a private meeting, King Charles openly expressed unreserved support for Kate Middleton, calling her the ideal face to continue maintaining the monarchy's dignity and friendly image in the 21st century. A statement that sounds simple, but to Camilla, it was like a knife stabbed straight into the position and power she has struggled to build. Why did Charles choose Kate instead of maintaining traditional balance? Is this a clever strategy to bolster the public's wavering trust? Or does it signal a silent civil war gradually erupting within the royal family? Is Kate Middleton the woman who entered the palace as a commoner, gradually becoming the trump card in a harsh and unforgiving power game? All these questions we will unravel together in today's video. But first, don't forget to hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications to not miss any thrilling backstage stories about the British royal family, where behind the glamour are secrets that stun the world. To understand why King Charles's statement, "I choose Kate," caused such a shock, we need to look back at his role and character not just as a husband, but as a monarch carrying the future of an entire institution on his shoulders. King Charles III, the man who endured the longest wait for the throne in British history, is not merely a symbol of succession. He is a figure steering the British royal family through its most turbulent phases. From Prince Andrew's sex scandal that caused the monarchy's reputation to plummet disastrously, to the endless crises with Harry and Meghan, King Charles constantly faces fierce waves of criticism from both the media and the public. In that context, Charles is forced to choose the path of a cautious reformer, preserving traditional values while modernizing to ensure the monarchy doesn't become a relic out of place in the new world. In terms of personality, Charles is a deeply contradictory figure, profound but sometimes extremely sensitive to public attacks. He is renowned for his dedication to environmental issues and charitable projects, but also very astute in grasping societal shifts, especially in the digital media era, where a small scandal can topple an image built over decades. That's why it's no surprise that Charles sees in Kate Middleton an invaluable asset for the monarchy. To him, Kate is not just the wife of the heir Prince William, but a living symbol of stability, dignity, and public adoration. In a royal family suffering too many wounds, Kate's image, simple yet exuding regal elegance, is the bridge between a glorious past and a hopeful future. Charles understands that to protect the legacy he has just inherited, to strengthen the wavering trust in the hearts of the people, he needs faces like Kate more than ever. And that is why the declaration, "I choose Kate," carries more layers of meaning than a mere compliment. It is a strategy. It is a power statement. And for some in the royal family, especially Camilla, it is a cold warning that the times have changed. Camilla, the woman once considered the other woman, who whelmed, somehow, ascended to the throne with the title of Queen. Camilla's story is far from simple. She was not born to be a queen, nor was she loved by the British public from the start. Camilla was seen as the dark shadow that broke the legendary marriage between Charles and Princess Diana, the woman dubbed the Princess of the People's Hearts. For decades, she lived under suspicious gazes, whispers, and scrutiny from the public, the media, and even the elite. Yet, she stayed. Camilla quietly did her work, accompanying Charles, engaging in charitable activities, and serving as a steadfast support. When Queen Elizabeth II expressed her wish for Camilla to be called Queen Consort before her passing, it was not just a title endorsement, it was a weighty approval from the most powerful woman in Britain. But the shadow of the past has not let her go. Camilla, though queen, cannot escape harsh comparisons. To Diana, the symbol of kindness and tragedy, and now to Kate, the perfect model Britain expects for the monarchy's future. The contrast is too clear. Kate is younger, more beloved, with a humble background yet welcomed as a new-era princess. Meanwhile, Camilla, despite relentless efforts, is often seen as an interloper rather than the center. It's not hard to imagine Camilla's mindset upon hearing Charles say, "I choose Kate." To her, it was not merely a gesture of favor toward her daughter-in-law. It was a dangerous signal that she is gradually being replaced, gradually pushed to the sidelines in the very dynasty she fought her whole life to enter. She lost her position once because of Diana. Could it now be because of Kate? This question will lead us to the deepest part of the story, where titles, public affection, and even the throne are no longer certain for anyone. And now, the spotlight turns to another figure who, in just 2 decades, has completely transformed the British monarchy's image in the public's eyes: Princess Kate. Kate Middleton's story is like a modern fairy tale. A girl from a middle-class family, living in a modest suburban home, who stepped into a royal world cloaked in thousand-year-old traditions. But what makes Kate different is not just her marriage to Prince William, it's the way she has shaped her role. Always elegant, never causing scandal, and most importantly, maintaining a solid connection with the heart of the British public. In a royal family shaken by scandals, controversies, and the departure of younger members, Kate emerges as a symbol of stability and modernity. She represents a new generation, respectful of tradition, but also understanding the value of gentleness, compassion, and closeness to the people. From campaigns on mental health and children's education to attending the most solemn ceremonies, Kate always appears polished and emotional, like a bridge connecting the monarchy's past with its future. To King Charles III, Kate is not merely a daughter-in-law. She is the ideal daughter-in-law, someone he has repeatedly praised publicly in the media. Charles, who deeply understands the power of image in the media age, sees in Kate a vital factor for the monarchy's revival. No controversies like Harry and Meghan. No lingering wounds like those from Diana's time. Kate brings to Charles's reign a fresh breeze, steadfast, likable, and full of promise. So, when Charles uttered the words, "I choose Kate," it was not just a personal acknowledgement, it was a declaration to the entire nation that he is betting the monarchy's future on this woman. A strategic choice, a gamble that, if successful, could ensure the monarchy's existence for generations to come. And then, what was bound to happen, happened. According to a source close to Buckingham Palace, said to be a guard present in the room that day, a confidential strategy meeting was held in the famous West Drawing Room. The main goal was to discuss the next steps to strengthen the British monarchy's image. In a context where public trust was being severely eroded after a series of scandals involving Prince Andrew and the relentless attacks from Harry and Meghan across the Atlantic, in a room covered with rich red velvet carpets, with portraits of past kings hanging solemnly on the walls, The atmosphere was heavy, as if everyone knew today would not be an ordinary meeting. Seated at the head of the table was King Charles III, his face tense, hands resting on a prepared strategy dossier. Around him were senior advisors, some close royal family members, and in the seat next to him, Queen Camilla. The air was still silent until Charles stood up, adjusted his jet-black suit jacket, and began to speak. According to the guard's account, Charles initially emphasized the importance of redefining the monarchy's image in the eyes of the public, stressing the need for a symbol that is stable, elegant, and likable, especially to the younger generation. And then, without warning, Charles dropped the sentence that shook the entire room. "We need a face that can represent the future of the British monarchy. And to me, the most ideal person for that role is Catherine, Princess of Wales. She is not only an exemplary wife, a devoted mother, but also an inspiring role model. Kate is the future of the monarchy." A sudden silence enveloped the room. All eyes turned to Camilla, who sat motionless, lips tightly pressed, her gaze seeming to lose direction for a few seconds. Throughout that nearly 3-minute speech, Charles did not mention her, not her role in holding the monarchy steady during years of crisis, not the charitable activities she tirelessly pursued. Only Kate, the name repeated like an unapologetic declaration. The source said that after the meeting ended, Camilla left the room without saying a word. Her face was so tense that another guard had to open the door for her in absolute silence. But the story didn't end there. About 20 minutes later, the sound of an argument, suppressed but still sharp, echoed from a room within an area reserved for royal family members. One of the inner advisors confirmed it was a private exchange between Charles and Camilla, and it was not gentle at all. Though the specific content has not been revealed, according to a guard standing nearby, Camilla raised her voice, with phrases like "being overlooked," "deliberately ignored," and "I am not Diana's shadow and I am not Kate's either," uttered in a tone of utmost anger. Clearly, this was no longer a simple husband and wife conversation. This was a confrontation between two powers in the royal family, the one who fought to step onto the throne and the one quietly being prepared for the throne of the future. Less than an hour later, rumors began to leak outside, despite the royal family's efforts to keep it secret, and like an undercurrent, people started whispering, "Is Camilla's reign beginning to fade? Has Kate Middleton, the perfect daughter-in-law, now become the real trump card in the power game?" The question now is no longer just what Charles said, but why did Charles choose this moment to say it, and what consequences it will have for those involved. First, let's talk about the importance of Princess Kate. Since Harry and Meghan abandoned their royal duties and moved to America, leaving behind an unprecedented media earthquake, and with Prince Andrew sinking deep into a shocking sex scandal, Kate Middleton is almost the only steadfast shield protecting the British monarchy's image. She not only upholds moral standards and dignity, but also maintains the public's love, a priceless asset in an era when trust in the monarchy is declining. In the eyes of the people, Kate is not just the Princess of Wales. She is a symbol of stability, a friendly face that makes the monarchy seem less distant, less outdated. And in Charles's eyes, Kate is the crucial chess piece to protect the monarchy's future, not just through her beautiful image, but through a logical continuation for the era after him. That's why declaring that Kate is the future of the monarchy is not just a polite compliment. It's a strategy, a signal sent to the entire Britain that the monarchy is not just relying on the past to survive, but has a clear plan for the future. But every action has its price. For Camilla, that declaration was nothing short of a direct punch to the position and efforts she has built over 2 decades. Let's not forget, to be able to step onto the throne, Camilla had to endure years of being vilified by the British media and public. Labeled the other woman. The one who destroyed Diana's happiness. It took years of doing charity, keeping a low profile, and staying by Charles's side in the darkest moments for Camilla to gradually be accepted, a fragile acceptance. Always contending with memories of Diana in the public's hearts. Yet, in just a few short minutes, Charles turned all the spotlight onto Kate, a younger, scandal-free, unblemished figure, and by default pushed Camilla into the shadows. That is a pain that cannot be put into words. Behind the scenes, some sources even say that Camilla feels betrayed by the man she gave up her entire life to stand beside. She was not only forgotten in that significant moment, but was forced to watch Kate, someone loved, without much effort, be given the trust that she has never truly received. As for Charles, is this simply a moment of impulsiveness, or a carefully calculated move? It can be seen that Charles, who was once criticized as outdated, less savvy with the media, now understands that in the age of social media, image has more power than any explanation. And Kate's image, with her warm smile, happy family, and unblemished record, is the most valuable insurance card the British monarchy currently holds. Some royal experts believe that Charles may have deliberately pushed Kate's image to the forefront to further solidify the foundation for his reign and further for Prince William's reign in the future. However, the price to pay is Camilla's hurt, a hurt that is not easily mended. The question now is, will Camilla yield, silently enduring as she has done for many years, or this time, will that crack grow so large that it cannot be healed, bringing consequences that the entire royal family cannot foresee? Throughout her life, Camilla has been used to standing in the shadows, yielding the spotlight to others. But this time, the sense of threat creeps deeper than ever. Some sources say that she has begun to suspect that Charles is gradually pushing her out of the light. Intentionally. Could it be that, with the public praise for Kate, Charles is quietly preparing a new image for the monarchy, a monarchy where Camilla is no longer the center? That insecurity is not just from being overlooked in one moment. It comes from a deeper fear that after all the sacrifices, struggles, and endurance to gain the position she has today, Camilla may once again become superfluous, remembered by history only as a faint chapter in the story of Charles and Kate. Meanwhile, on the other side, Kate, the one unintentionally at the center of this storm, is trying to maintain a neutral stance. Some describe Kate as uncomfortable in the days following that event. No statement has been issued from the Princess of Wales's office. No triumphant smile. No gesture showing that she is enjoying the public favor from King Charles. In Kate's heart, there is perhaps a keen understanding. Each compliment directed at her could also be an invisible knife stabbing into Camilla, the stepmother of her husband, and also a part of the family. Outside the palace, the public and media immediately erupted in fierce waves of debate. Tabloids ran bold headlines. Charles chooses Kate. New strategy or betrayal of Camilla. Social media split into clear factions. One side praised Charles for seeing the true value in Kate, whom they consider the only hope for the British monarchy. The other side expressed sympathy for Camilla, believing she deserves more respect. After all, she has quietly contributed to the royal family over 2 decades. Some comments even dug up the painful past of Charles, Diana, Camilla, with suggestive lines. History is repeating itself. And this time, Camilla is the one hurt. It cannot be denied that, whether Charles intended it or not, he has dropped a media bomb right at a time when the royal family cannot afford more cracks. A bomb named, "I Choose Kate." Looking back at the history of the British royal family, we see that internal competition has never been rare, hidden behind the glamorous exterior and smiles for the public. There have always been silent rivalries, sometimes more brutal than any war. Remember, Queen Elizabeth II and her sister, Princess Margaret, One bore the responsibility of the nation, forced to follow strict rules. The other craved freedom, passionate about a liberated life. That difference created years of tension between the two sisters, though outwardly they maintained an appearance of unity. Deep down, Princess Margaret always felt left behind by Elizabeth's unattainable halo. Or the story of Diana and Camilla, the wound that has never healed in the royal family's memory. In the global spotlight, Diana was the icon loved by millions, while Camilla was seen as the other woman despised by all. The rivalry here was not just about Charles's love, but a fierce tug-of-war over public affection and historical position. Closer to the present, the silent confrontation between Harry Meghan and William Kate. One side chose to leave the royal family, accusing it of injustices. The other stayed, continuing to bear responsibilities, maintaining a stable image. That war not only tore the Windsor family apart, but also laid bare irreconcilable conflicts for the world to see. From these historical slices, it can be seen. The nature of the British royal family has always been a dual stage. On one side, they perform unity, the beauty of tradition. On the other, behind the scenes, silent rivalries over public affection and power roles play out every day, every hour. And this time, the confrontation, if it can be called that, between Camilla and Kate is not merely a personal conflict. It is a battle for the right to represent the future of the monarchy. Camilla, the symbol of recovery after scandal, always strives to prove that she is worthy of the position she has gained. Kate, the embodiment of elegance and modernity, is the bridge to a new generation, a generation the monarchy is desperately trying to win over. Therefore, although on the surface, everything is still maintained with an appearance of calm, every glance, every heart in the royal family silently understands. The future belongs to the one who captures the public's heart the most. And after Charles's shocking declaration, "I choose Kate," that balance seems to have tipped. Why does Charles favor Kate so much? It can be said that Kate is the one capable of connecting and fully capturing the public's heart. The affection for her is not just because of her elegant beauty or fashion style, but because of her excellent media handling, her ability to communicate with the people, and especially her role as the mother of three heirs, George, Charlotte, and Louis. In a royal family full of tensions and controversies, Kate is the symbol of stability and trust, a role model that many believe the monarchy needs to regain its prestige in the public's eyes. Compared to Camilla, everything becomes even clearer. Camilla, though she has tried to win public affection and affirm her role as queen, still carries the burden of the past, the controversies with Diana, the doubts about her relationship with Charles in the past. Kate, on the other hand, does not bear the weight of historical blemishes. She is a simple woman, coming from a middle-class family, and this very fact increases her appeal. Kate carries no complex relationships, no noisy stories surrounding her, but instead an image of purity, approachability, and readiness to support the community. With all this, Kate seems to become the strategic card that Charles cannot overlook. In the context of the royal family facing scandals and relentless criticism from public opinion, especially about Harry and Meghan, as well as conflicts from the past, Kate is the brightest image the monarchy can hold on to. It can be said that Charles is placing Kate at the center, as a way to strengthen public trust in the monarchy, and to show the people that the monarchy can still stand strong, even in the most difficult times. Perhaps this is a clever strategy, as Charles realizes that if there is no change, if there are no new symbols fresh and untainted by the past, the monarchy will not survive in an era where the public questions everything, from politics to family. But could it be that Kate will truly become the one to replace Camilla in the future? And will Camilla accept her role in the future, or will she strive to reclaim that spotlight? We will still have to wait for the next developments in this highly dramatic story. The challenge for Camilla, though she has officially become queen, her path is far from easy. She not only has to face a controversial past, but now must confront endless comparisons with other women in the family, especially Diana and Kate. Diana, who passed away in tragedy but is still ever present in the public's hearts, is a shadow Camilla can never overcome. Diana is the symbol of affection, while Camilla, though queen, still has to fight to prove herself. Diana was not just a wronged wife, but a standard that the public always compares Camilla to. While Diana was a woman who loved the public, Camilla, despite her efforts, cannot erase that image in the eyes of many. And now, Kate appears as a new rival, not in Charles's affection, but in the role of a symbol. Kate easily captures the public's hearts with her elegance, stability, and strong influence in her role as a devoted mother and wife. The connection between Kate and the public further pushes Camilla back. Moreover, Camilla's position in the family and in the public's eyes is increasingly unstable. As queen, she has power, but she cannot fully capture the public's affection like Diana and Kate. It seems she is always compared, always having to defend her position. This is no small challenge for anyone, and especially for Camilla, who has spent so much time and effort to achieve what she has today. Camilla's psyche is surely not at ease. She may feel isolated, especially when Charles, who was once her greatest support, now shows so much attention to Kate, though she may not express it publicly. In private exchanges, in late-night moments at the palace, does Camilla not feel the change in Charles's attitude? Perhaps she feels she is no longer the most important person in Charles's life, but instead, Kate, the one Charles may see as the ideal successor, not just in the family but in the public's eyes. All these challenges force Camilla to constantly face insecurity. The comparisons with Diana and Kate may make her feel a loss of trust from Charles, the man she once trusted and relied on to survive in the royal family. Can Camilla remain steadfast in her role, or will she continue to face greater storms in her royal life? King Charles's declaration, "I choose Kate," has caused a shockwave everywhere, not only because of its shocking nature, but also because it has revealed the simmering tensions among the key members of the royal family. Camilla, Kate, and Charles, these three figures have become the center of a clear power struggle right at Buckingham Palace. This event is not just about a statement in a royal meeting, but reflects a complex picture of power relationships, loyalty, and each person's position in the royal family. And this is shown a side few know. The British monarchy is not just a glamorous symbol of power and wealth, but a power arena full of silent rivalries that only those involved truly understand. So, the big question now is, will Kate become the uncrowned queen of the monarchy, with influence stronger than even Queen Camilla in the future? And what will Camilla do to protect her position when she feels threatened by Charles's favor toward Kate? Or is Charles risking the unity of the royal family, when these internal tensions could crack the monarchy's image in the public's eyes? These are the questions we need to find answers to, as the future of the British monarchy may be shaped by the choices and reactions at this moment. So, what do you think about this situation? Is Charles right in choosing Kate? Or is this just an internal drama exaggerated by the media? We really want to hear your thoughts, so don't hesitate to share your opinions in the comments section below the video. Don't forget to hit like, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications to not miss other exciting royal stories. We will always bring you the latest, most in-depth information about the lives, the secrets within the royal palace. Thank you for taking the time to watch this video. See you in the next video, with dramatic and surprising royal stories. A king of the United Kingdom, a man who once stood firm through decades of pressure and the scrutiny of the entire world, now appears with a pale face, weary eyes, and hands so swollen that they are impossible to hide. He moves slowly through heavy royal ceremonies, not out of desire, but as if he is trying to complete his final duties. Outside, the mainstream media maintains a suspicious silence. There are no sensational headlines, no urgent warnings. But behind the thick walls of Buckingham Palace, a completely different story is unfolding. Power is quietly shifting. Decisions are being prepared, and perhaps the history of the British monarchy is standing at an irreversible turning point. In a shocking transcript, Lady Colin Campbell, an independent source known for her unfiltered revelations, has delivered information that sends chills through many. She speaks of the alarming health condition of King Charles III. She raises questions about the true role of Camilla during this sensitive period. She hints at the growing impatience of William. And inevitably, there are the simmering tensions surrounding Harry and Meghan, who seem to stand outside, yet still exert a significant influence over the entire picture. What is striking is that this information does not come from tabloid newspapers. It comes from an independent source, a figure who has repeatedly forced the royal family into silence. And that very silence, perhaps, speaks louder than any denial ever could. So what do you think? Is King Charles truly in the final stage of cancer? Or is all of this merely an exaggeration fueled by speculation? Leave your comment below. Number 1, if you believe his condition is extremely serious. Number 2, if you think this is just an overblown story. And now, we will go deeper into what is really happening behind palace doors. What is gradually being revealed behind those doors is no longer vague rumor or baseless speculation. It is a chain of signs that are becoming clearer, harder to ignore, about the true health condition of the head of the British monarchy. According to independent sources, the language being used is no longer about treatment or recovery. Instead, the words are far heavier. Terminal cancer, dying. Terms that almost no one dared to utter when speaking about a reigning king are now appearing more frequently in private discussions. And what unsettles the public is not simply that these words are being spoken, but that they seem to align with what people can observe with their own eyes. A look at his recent schedule is enough to reveal the abnormality. A visit to the United States, which should have been a carefully prepared and extended diplomatic event, was cut short in a surprising way. Just 3 days. And of those, only 1 day was actually spent in Washington, D.C. For a head of state, especially a king, this is almost unheard of under normal circumstances. Such visits usually last many days, not only to strengthen diplomatic ties, but also to demonstrate stability and national strength. But this time, everything unfolded in haste, as if an invisible limit was counting down every hour. Sources within the palace say there had been proposals to postpone this trip. Those closest to him understand his condition better than anyone. They know his body can no longer endure a demanding schedule filled with continuous meetings and ceremonies lasting for hours. Yet despite everything, the trip still took place. And that decision raises a troubling question. Was this a final effort to maintain an image of stability before the public, or was it a forced choice, made because time is no longer on their side? Recent images of the king make it even harder to deny. His face is pale, lacking the vitality it once had. His eyes are tired, sometimes appearing lost in brief moments. But the detail that draws the most attention is his hands, swollen in an unusual way, no longer a mild sign of age or fatigue, but a clear indication of a concerning health condition. These images quickly spread, followed by waves of analysis and speculation. Even seasoned royal observers have begun to speak out, suggesting this is not something that can be dismissed. What is notable is that only a few months ago, the message from mainstream media was entirely different. When the first reports about his health appeared, they were described as minor, a cold, a routine treatment, Nothing serious, nothing to worry about. But in a short period of time, the narrative has shifted dramatically. From what was once considered a small issue, there are now rumors that he may only have a few months left to live. This transformation is not only fast, it is so sudden that many people struggle to understand what is truly happening. It is this gap in information that has made the atmosphere more tense than ever. When there are no clear answers, the public begins to fill the silence with their own theories. Some believe this is the truth being concealed. Others think everything is being exaggerated for different purposes. But regardless of differing views, there is one thing that more and more people are beginning to accept. The current condition of the king is no longer what it once was. His public appearances are becoming shorter, his speeches are being reduced. Activities that once symbolized endurance are now turning into visible challenges. Every step, every handshake, every smile carries a sense of weight, as if behind it lies a significant effort to maintain an image of normalcy. And perhaps what worries people the most is not what is being said, but what is not being said. The prolonged silence from the palace, the evasiveness in official statements, the vague answers that avoid specifics. All of it creates a blurred curtain, covering a reality that many have already begun to sense. Amid all this speculation, there is one person who cannot look away, cannot avoid it, cannot reassure herself with simple explanations. That person is none other than the woman who stands beside him in the most critical moments, Queen Camilla. And if the king condition is truly as serious as the rumors suggest, then perhaps no one feels it more clearly than she does. While the public continues to debate the severity of the king's health, inside the palace, another concern has begun to surface. And this time, it does not come from advisors or anonymous sources. It comes from the woman closest to him, Queen Camilla. According to revelations from close sources, she is said to be increasingly worried about the pressure the king is placing on himself. It is not only the overseas visits or the long meetings, it is the entire machinery of royal duty that he is still trying to maintain. Despite clear signs of exhaustion, the phrase most frequently mentioned in internal discussions is something very simple, yet deeply significant. She wants him to do less, to slow down, to stop if necessary. What is notable is that this is not an ordinary piece of advice. It is almost a plea, because according to what has been revealed, Camilla believes that public duties are gradually wearing down the king's health. Every public appearance, every hour spent standing through ceremonies, every effort to maintain a strong image, all of it comes at a cost that his body can no longer afford. There are even reports suggesting that she has made a shocking proposal, something almost without precedent in the modern history of the British monarchy. She is said to have advised him to retire, to step back from the front stage, similar to what Prince Philip once did in the final years of his life. When he withdrew from public duties to protect his health, this idea alone is enough to shake an entire system built on the principle of lifelong duty. A king is not just an individual. He is a symbol, a continuation, an embodiment of stability. And for a reigning king to be advised to step aside is not merely a personal decision. It is a move that could change how the entire world views the monarchy. And that is precisely why Camilla's concern becomes even more significant. Because to offer such advice, she must be seeing something far more serious than what has been revealed to the public. No one understands the king's true condition better than the person who stands beside him every day. And if she believes he needs to stop, then perhaps it is no longer a strategic choice. It is a matter of survival. The entire picture begins to take on a familiar tone, as if drawn from a classic tragedy. A weakening king, still trying to hold on to power until the final moments. A wife standing beside him, witnessing that decline and desperately trying to protect him. And further away, a son in his prime, ready to take over, yet restrained by the unspoken rules of the royal institution. The tension does not need to be spoken aloud. It is present in every decision, every schedule, every public appearance. And with each passing day, the gap between what should be done and what is actually happening becomes more and more visible. What startles many observers is that, if these reports are true, this may be the first time in modern history that a queen has actively advised a reigning king to step aside for health reasons, not because of political pressure, not because of scandal, but simply because he no longer has the strength to continue. And from that moment, a larger question begins to form. If the king truly reduces his role, or even withdraws from key duties, then who will fill the vacuum of power? The answer may not be difficult to predict, because while one center of power is gradually weakening, another is quietly growing stronger. And that shift, when closely observed, is not only about individuals. It is about an entire system, a transition that is unfolding in plain sight. Yet not everyone recognizes it. From Buckingham, once the unquestioned heart of royal power, everything now seems to be slowly tilting in another direction. Kensington. The signs of the king declining health do not stop at images or shortened schedules. They are triggering a larger consequence. Quiet but unmistakable. A shift of power within the British monarchy itself. A process not officially announced, yet visible through every decision, every move, every subtle change in how the royal institution operates. For decades, Buckingham has been the undisputed center of power. Every major decision originated there. Every official message was shaped there. But now, that center appears to be shifting, not loudly, not declared, but clear enough for close observers to recognize. A new center is forming. Kensington, Prince William, once seen as a symbol of the distant future, is now emerging as a figure of the present. No longer just the heir in name, he is becoming increasingly involved in strategic decisions. According to some sources, he is not only participating, he may be influencing, and in certain cases, he may even be blocking decisions he considers inappropriate. One example frequently mentioned is the prevention of a meeting between the King and Prince Harry during the Invictus event. This is not merely a family matter. It is a clear signal of who is truly controlling key royal interactions. When one son can influence whether a king meets another son, then the balance of power is clearly no longer where it once was. This shift is not happening in isolation. It is increasingly reflected in how international media are beginning to speak about the future of the British monarchy. Some major newspapers, including highly respected publications, have started using a term that once would have seemed premature: King William. Not as a distant possibility, but as an approaching reality, a transition that many believe is now only a matter of time. What is notable is that while international media appear to be preparing for this scenario, mainstream media in the United Kingdom remains strikingly silent. There are no in-depth analyses, no direct questions. It is as if there is an invisible boundary they do not want, or cannot, cross. But external sources are not bound by those limits, and according to assessments circulating in international observation circles, one figure is being mentioned more and more frequently. More than 70% of international sources now assume that the near future will belong to a new king, King William V, an assumption based not only on age or succession order, but on what is actually unfolding behind the scenes. This does not mean that the current king has completely lost his role, but it raises an unavoidable question. Is he still the true center of power, or is he gradually becoming a symbol, while real authority is being transferred step by step to his successor? This transition, when closely examined, is not a single event. It is a process that unfolds through each decision, each movement, each subtle change, which together form a much larger picture. And in that picture, the image of William is becoming increasingly defined, while the image of Charles is gradually fading. At least in terms of practical power, William's appearances are becoming more representative. His statements receive greater attention. His activities are no longer merely supportive, but increasingly directive. And most importantly, the way institutions, leaders, and the public respond to him is changing. They no longer see him only as a future king. They are beginning to see him as someone already prepared to take on that role. This creates a situation that is rarely seen. Two centers of power coexisting within a system designed for only one. On one side, the reigning king, with all the symbolism and formal authority. On the other, the heir, with strength, energy, and growing support from multiple directions. And it is precisely this coexistence that generates tensions not easily seen. Not open conflict, not direct confrontation, but differences in approach, in priorities, in decisions, differences that, over time, may lead to greater transformations. The question now is no longer whether a transition will occur, it is how quickly it will happen. And in what form? A formal transition, clearly announced, or a silent transition, where real power has already shifted before any official statement is made. And amid all these developments, there is one issue that continues to trouble many observers. Why does mainstream media in the United Kingdom remain silent in the face of such clear signs? Why are the most important questions not being openly raised? According to some sources, the answer may not lie in a lack of awareness, but in an inability to speak. Amid all the unusual signs, the troubling images, and the rapidly spreading speculation, one major question still hangs in the air. Why does mainstream media in the United Kingdom remain silent? Why are issues directly related to the health of a king not openly and frankly analyzed? According to explanations from independent sources, the answer is not simply about avoidance or arbitrary concealment. It is tied to a system of strict regulations, a legal framework that much of the public does not fully understand. These are the rules of IPSO, the press regulator in the United Kingdom, which imposes very strict limits on reporting related to personal life, especially health matters. Under these rules, an individual's health condition is considered private information, protected at a high level. Notably, this principle does not exclude anyone, not even a king. This means that unless there is clear authorization from the palace, mainstream media organizations can hardly publish or deeply speculate about the king's health without risking regulatory violation. For this reason, the silence that many are questioning may in fact be the result of a tightly constrained system. It is not that they do not know. It is that they cannot speak, or more precisely, they cannot speak freely in the way the public expects. This situation is not without precedent. In the past, when Prince Philip faced serious health issues in the final years of his life, mainstream media maintained a similar level of restraint. Information was limited, tightly controlled, and usually released only after official confirmation. This created a clear gap between what the public saw and what was actually happening behind the scenes. But at this point, a major debate begins to take shape. Because while privacy is an important principle, there is another principle that is just as important: the right of the public to know, especially when the person in question is not an ordinary individual, but the head of state, the figure who represents an entire nation within a constitutional system. Many argue that in the case of a king, health is not merely a personal matter. It can directly affect the stability of the entire system. Important decisions, ceremonial roles, symbolic responsibilities, all depend on the ability of the head of state to perform. And if that ability is seriously diminished, then the public has the right to know, not out of curiosity, but for the common good. It is precisely the gap between these two principles that has created a unique environment, one in which mainstream media are bound by regulation, while independent sources operate with far fewer limitations. And that is why more and more sensitive information is emerging from non-mainstream channels. They are not subject to IPSO oversight in the same way. They can say what major newspapers cannot say, or do not dare to say. This does not mean that everything they present is accurate, but it also does not mean that it is entirely baseless. And it is the coexistence of these two streams of information that has placed the public in a difficult position. To trust official silence, or to listen to warnings from outside voices. A figure that is being mentioned more and more in discussions is the millions of people in Britain who have the right to know about the condition of the king who represents them. But according to what is being reflected, the current regulatory system has either intentionally or unintentionally restricted that flow of information for a prolonged period. Nearly 2 years. A period long enough for doubts to accumulate. Long enough for trust to begin to be tested. And when trust is questioned, any gap is quickly filled with speculation. That is what we are witnessing. Not just concern, but a growing wave of skepticism. But while all eyes remain focused on London, on Buckingham and Kensington, somewhere else, half a world away, a completely different story is quietly drawing attention. A story no less dramatic. Perhaps, according to some, even so implausible that it is difficult to believe. In the United States, Harry and Meghan have once again become the center of new speculation. And this time, the level of it is enough to make even those familiar with royal drama pause in disbelief, while major questions about the king's health and the shifting of power remain unanswered. In another development, the names Harry and Meghan once again emerge, bringing with them a new wave of rumors. And this time, the story being circulated carries a tone that causes many to question it from the very beginning. According to circulating discussions, there is an idea said to be under consideration behind the scenes, a meeting between Thomas Markle and King Charles, described as an attempt to resolve lingering tensions. At first glance, this may sound like an effort at reconciliation, but upon closer examination, it quickly reveals its implausible aspects. Lady Colin Campbell did not hesitate to call this an absurd story. A cock and bull story, a scenario constructed without any real foundation. And when examined more closely, this assessment is not without merit. First is the practical factor. Thomas Markle is no longer in a condition that would allow him to undertake long journeys or participate in complex ceremonial meetings. The idea that he could travel to meet a king, in a context where both security and health are highly sensitive, is already unlikely. But even setting that aside, a larger question remains. Why would such a meeting be necessary? There is no clear precedent, no political or diplomatic benefit, and most importantly, no indication that either side truly desires it. According to analysis, both fathers, each in their own way, have reasons to avoid being drawn into situations that could be exploited for media purposes. For that reason, many believe this story is not a genuine plan. It resembles more of a strategy, a way to divert attention, a thin layer of smoke released at a moment when the image of Harry and Meghan may be facing other challenges. Some have questioned whether this is connected to less than favorable reactions to their recent activities. When one narrative fails to generate a positive response, creating another, more controversial story can be a way to shift the direction of public opinion. But behind all these strategies, what draws greater attention is the question of motivation and behavior, especially the role of Meghan within this entire picture. Lady C used very strong language when speaking about Meghan, a person with a tendency to control, a control freak, even a dominatrix in the way she described Meghan's influence over Harry. These assessments are not based solely on speculation, but also on what can be observed in public appearances. There are video clips that have circulated in which Meghan repeatedly interrupts Harry while he is speaking, not just once, but multiple times within the same conversation. In one specific instance, the number mentioned is 7 times. 7 interruptions in a short clip, where each time Harry begins to speak, Meghan interjects, redirects the conversation, or subtly but clearly signals for him to stop. For many observers, this is not simply a matter of poor etiquette. It is seen as a sign of control, a type of interaction in which one person gradually dominates, not only in speech, but in shaping the overall message. This leads to a different perspective on Harry, no longer the one in control of his own narrative, but someone being carried along, someone who may be in a relationship where control does not lie on his side. Some opinions even describe him as a victim of a partner with narcissistic tendencies, where every decision revolves around the image and objectives of one side. Of course, these are controversial assessments, but what makes them impossible to completely dismiss is that they are based on specific behaviors, observable interactions, rather than baseless rumors. And when all these elements are placed side by side, the picture becomes far more complex. It is no longer just a couple facing external pressure. It is a system of relationships in which power, image, and media strategy are tightly intertwined. But if anyone believes that the story of Harry and Meghan ends with rumors and behavioral analysis, they may be underestimating how far the tension can escalate. Because in another development, more legal and more direct, Harry is facing an entirely different challenge. A major court case, where testimonies, statements, and even inconsistencies in his own narrative may be brought into the light. A confrontation that no longer exists within the realm of media, but inside a courtroom, and this time, things may not be as easily controlled as before. While controversies surrounding image and personal life have yet to subside, Prince Harry is now facing another front, far more tense and difficult to manage. The courtroom, his lawsuit against the Daily Mail, which was expected to be an opportunity to clarify allegations of privacy invasion, is now unfolding in the opposite direction. What was initially presented as a story of being surveilled and unlawfully intruded upon is being strongly challenged by the opposing side. Representatives of the Daily Mail have firmly denied the phone hacking allegations, calling them baseless. In some statements, they have even used harsh language to describe Harry's overall argument, suggesting that what has been presented lacks a clear factual foundation. What makes the case particularly sensitive is the emergence of witnesses directly contradicting Harry's testimony. One of them is Charlotte Griffiths, a journalist who was present at the events in question. She denied that any hacking or intrusion took place as Harry described. Not stopping there, she also introduced a detail that has drawn attention, that Harry had attended parties with her during the same period, a context entirely different from the image he is attempting to present in court. These contradictions quickly raise a serious question. Are the accounts Harry is presenting entirely accurate? And if not, where does the discrepancy come from? A misunderstanding, a memory distorted over time, or a deliberate choice in how the story is being told? Lady Colin Campbell has offered a controversial but difficult-to-ignore perspective. She suggests that Harry may be experiencing a form of false memory syndrome, a condition in which memory no longer accurately reflects what actually happened, potentially influenced by various factors, including past use of alcohol or other substances. Under this explanation, what Harry believes to be true may not fully align with objective reality. However, there is another, far more sensitive hypothesis that these inconsistencies are not accidental, but part of a legal strategy where the narrative is adjusted to fit the objectives of the case. If this were true, the consequences would go far beyond simply losing the case. It could lead to far more serious implications. The concept of false testimony has begun to be mentioned, and this is not a minor allegation. In any legal system, providing inaccurate information in court can completely destroy the credibility of the person involved. For a public figure like Harry, this carries even greater weight. It does not only affect a single case, it can impact the entire image he has built over many years. Even so, many experts believe that the likelihood of the court directly prosecuting Harry on this issue is low, not due to a lack of basis, but because of the sensitive nature of the situation. A member of the royal family, even one who has stepped away from official duties, remains a unique figure in the eyes of both the public and the legal system. Instead, a more likely direction is that attention will shift toward his legal team, those responsible for constructing and presenting the case. If there are inaccuracies or errors, they may be the first to face scrutiny. But regardless of the final outcome, one thing has become clear. This case is no longer simply an attempt to seek justice. It has become a test of credibility, and in that test, the risks for Harry may be far greater than he initially anticipated. Everything we have just examined is no longer a set of isolated pieces. When placed together, they form a larger picture, clearer and far more concerning. A king whose health is under serious question, even suspected to be far worse than what mainstream media have reported. A wife standing beside him, worried to the point of reportedly urging him to reduce his duties, even to step away from the role he has spent a lifetime preparing for. A successor no longer waiting in the shadow of the future, but gradually stepping into the center of the present, as power appears to be shifting from Buckingham to Kensington. Meanwhile, mainstream media remain constrained by regulations that prevent them from fully speaking, creating an information gap that independent sources are trying to fill. And in another corner, the story of Harry and Meghan continues to generate controversy, with rumors considered implausible, behaviors under scrutiny, and a media strategy that raises questions about underlying motives. All of this now converges at a new focal point: the court case Harry is facing, where not only his narrative, but his personal credibility may be tested in the most intense way. Looking at the full picture, one feeling becomes unmistakably clear. The British royal family is no longer in the state of stability that it strives to project. It stands at a turning point, a crossroads where each direction carries significant consequences. One path is continuity, an attempt to preserve everything as it is. Another is transition, which may arrive faster than expected. And a third is uncertainty, driven by internal tensions that could lead to unpredictable outcomes. A king who may be in the weakest phase of his reign, a successor who appears ready, both in image and position, and surrounding them, secrets, gaps in information, and stories yet to be fully told. Are we witnessing the early stages of a smooth and carefully managed transition, or the warning signs of a turbulent period, where everything could change faster than anyone anticipates? The future of the royal family may no longer be a story of many years ahead. It may be decided within just a few months. And what about you? What do you think about all of this? Leave your comment right below. Number 1, if you are truly concerned about the future of the British royal family. Number 2, if you believe Harry and Meghan are putting themselves in a difficult position. Do not forget to like, share, and subscribe to follow more independent analysis. Thank you for taking the time to watch. Prince William and Queen Camilla have never shared a truly warm relationship. For William, Camilla's name is forever tied to the greatest tragedy of his life, the collapse of his parents' marriage. He grew up watching Princess Diana, his beloved mother, drown in pain, betrayed, isolated, and deeply wounded. And in his eyes, Camilla was the spark that ignited all of that heartbreak. For this reason, even when Charles openly brought Camilla into his life, even when she was officially crowned queen beside him, the scars in William's heart never fully healed. Now, that already tense relationship has erupted once more, as William is said to have exposed a secret money-making scheme linked to Camilla. This revelation has not only intensified the conflict between them, but has also raised troubling questions in the public's mind. Why would a member of the royal family be involved in shady financial dealings? And does this point to a hunger for power and ambition long hidden behind Camilla's composed facade? For William, this truth feels like the final straw, forcing him to confront the woman he has never accepted. More than anyone, he understands that every move Camilla makes has the power to tarnish the dignity of the monarchy and to trample upon the sacred memory of his late mother. In today's video, we will uncover the full story behind this secret money scheme, delve into the fraught relationship between William and Camilla, and explain why this shocking revelation could spark one of the biggest earthquakes the British royal family has ever faced. In the cozy Western study of Clarence House, where father and son had shared secrets for years, Prince William's anger boiled over like a storm, ready to break. He slammed a pile of penalty slips onto the wooden desk, each one a piece of paper screaming injustice. "Dad," he said, his voice sharp as a knife, "this isn't about keeping things in order. It's outright robbery." King Charles frowned deeply, his forehead creased with worry. He listened as William laid it all out: harsh fines imposed on servants for minor mistakes at dinner, money deducted directly from their paychecks. Charles promised to monitor the situation and investigate, but he urged William to stay quiet for now. "We don't want a scandal ripping through the palace," he whispered. But William couldn't let it go. The ghosts of the past haunted him. His mother, Princess Diana, had been hurt by secrets and lies hidden behind royal walls. He refused to repeat that mistake, deciding to investigate on his own. He pretended it was a routine check of palace finances. Locking himself in a quiet room, he dove into stacks of financial records. The spreadsheets, filled with numbers and codes, were like a puzzle. As he sifted through them, a shocking fact emerged. In just 3 months, over 48 pound sterling, 000, had been collected from servant fines. Not a penny went to palace improvements or staff training. Instead, it flowed into a hidden bank account, controlled solely by Queen Consort Camilla. Heart racing, William called the head accountant, whose voice trembled on the line. "It was her order, Your Highness," he admitted. "She said it was for operational improvements, but no money has been spent on that yet." William felt a fire ignite within him. This wasn't about enhancing the palace, it was a scheme for Camilla to siphon cash for her own escape plan. Building a secret life far from the throne's troubles, using money squeezed from those who could barely afford it. William grabbed the thick file of evidence and marched to Camilla's office, his footsteps echoing like thunder down the hall. The door flew open, and he tossed the dossier onto her desk. "Look at this," he growled. "Almost 50 pounds. 000, taken from hard-working servants who are scared stiff. All sitting in an account you control. What kind of upgrade is that?" Camilla didn't flinch at first, leaning back with a sly smile, as if dealing with a petulant child. "Oh, William," she said mockingly, "you're making a mountain out of paperwork. I'm just enforcing rules, something your dear mother never quite mastered." The jab at Diana hit like a punch, but William stood tall. "Don't you dare bring her into this," he shot back. "If you think this is a witch hunt, fine, but without real proof. Stop now, or you'll regret it." His eyes burned with resolve. "I'll uncover every dirty secret you think you can hide behind that smile." Camilla's words only fueled his determination. Quietly, he enlisted Tobias, a sharp financial expert from the royal treasury he trusted implicitly. Together, they followed the money trail like hunters tracking prey. It led to a fake company in Thailand, a shell to hide shady deals. From there, the funds were funneled to build a lavish villa in Cornwall, complete with a hidden tunnel to the sea perfect for slipping away unnoticed. The smoking gun, emails from Camilla's office, signed with her name, instructing, "Take the funds from the dinner rules and send them out on time." It all clicked. The cruel penalties weren't about discipline, they were a money-making machine, turning servants' sweat and fear into bricks for her private dream home. a sanctuary free from Charles and the palace's crumbling power games. Built on the suffering of those she exploited, William compiled every piece of evidence into a thick folder labeled simply, "The Truth." He sealed it and hid it in a safe spot. His mind made up. When Kate asked that night, her voice soft with concern, "What now? Love?" He replied firmly, "I'm calling a press conference. The whole world needs to hear this." The air crackled with tension. Family bonds were about to snap under the light of honesty. Would the throne survive the fallout? Or would this spark change everything forever? The explosive reckoning. The morning sun spills over London. But inside Clarence's house, a storm brews. The grand hall pulses with restless energy, its golden chandeliers casting a glow over 30 journalists from Paris to Prague, their cameras locked on the royal emblem above. Today is no ordinary press call. Never before have King Charles, Queen Consort Camilla, and Prince William faced the world together on such a stage. The air crackles with secrets waiting to burst. A tension so thick it could choke the room. What truth is about to unravel the monarchy's polished facade? William strides to the podium first, clutching the thick file, his face resolute. A man driven by a fire no one saw coming. Camilla follows, her blue gown a mask of elegance, but her eyes betray a flicker of exhaustion, as if sensing the ground shifting beneath her. Charles enters last, his step slow, heavy with dread, as if whispering, "This cannot be stopped." The trio sits, the silence deafening, every gaze fixed on what comes next. William seizes the microphone. No notice, no hesitation. His voice rings clear, slicing through the hush like a blade. Today, we lay the truth bare for the people, for history, for our family. He flips open the file, revealing a bombshell, an audit exposing £48,000 siphoned from the palace's humblest workers, fined for trivial errors like a misplaced fork or a dropped napkin. The money didn't bolster Clarence's house, it vanished into shadowy Thai bank accounts. Gasps ripple through the crowd as he holds up damning proof. Bank transfers linked to Camilla's trusted political advisor, Malcolm Harrow, and deeds to a secret Cornish villa with a hidden sea tunnel. These harsh rules, William accuses, his eyes burning into Camilla, were a cover to build your private empire, funded by the sweat and fear of those you deemed invisible. Camilla leans forward, her composure a fragile shield. Are you turning clerical errors into a national scandal? William, she snaps, her voice laced with mockery. But William is relentless, presenting emails signed by her hand, funding from dinner rules. Disperse on schedule. The words hang like a noose, her own orders betraying her. The room freezes. Journalists scribble furiously, phones capturing every second. Charles looks down, his silence louder than words, unable to meet the gaze of his son or wife. Camilla's lips part, but no defense comes. The truth's weight crushes her defiance. The conference ends in a suffocating hush. Charles rises first, walking away without glancing at Camilla. A stark departure from his usual chivalry. William remains, his gaze unwavering, as if he's already seen the future. Within hours, the world erupts. 20 million views flood online platforms, with headlines screaming, "Queen Consort's secret scheme exposed." Articles from London to New York paint Camilla not as royalty, but as a cunning manipulator. Her regal image shattered. The oppressed servants, once cowed by her rules, feel their chains dissolve. Their whispers become a roar heard across the globe. This seismic revelation fractures family ties, leaving Clarence's house forever changed. William's stand promises a monarchy reborn, rooted in fairness over fear. But the intrigue deepens. Can a crown endure when built on hidden betrayals? What would you do if a leader you trusted preyed on the vulnerable for personal gain? The shadowy spark. Picture Clarence House, that grand old palace in London where kings and queens have lived for centuries. Every hallway and sparkling chandelier murmurs tales of love, betrayal, and power plays. But now, beneath the opulent facade, a sneaky fight brews quiet and cutting, like a knife hidden in the dark. At its center stands Camilla, the formidable queen consort, wielding her authority to control the palace's everyday workers' maids, butlers, and cooks who keep things running smoothly. With strict new rules, she's forcing them to toe the line, docking their hard-earned wages for minor mistakes. Why? To secretly amass cash for her dream hideaway, a cozy retreat far from the throne's uncertain future. Independent of anyone's approval, she's cunning, twisting loyalty into fear while smiling as if nothing's wrong. But there's a twist. Prince William, the heir, watches from the shadows. His heart still aches for his mother, Princess Diana, lost too young. Her kindness, her defiance of rigid royal ways, and her advocacy for the underdog fuel him now. With fire in his eyes and Diana's spirit guiding him, William is ready to pull back the curtain on the lies. He's no longer just observing, he's digging deep, piecing together clues that could blow everything open. A showdown brews. On one side, honor, doing what's right, and protecting the weak. On the other, a hunger for control, no matter who gets hurt. It's a nail-biter with the royal world at stake. Who will emerge victorious? And who will crash under the weight of their schemes? Clarence House isn't just a building, it's a living storybook. Built in the 1820s, witness to wars, weddings, and scandals. Its lights, like warm hugs from the past, cast long shadows where secrets hide. Imagine walking its polished floors, feeling history's weight, while London's buzz fades outside. Camilla, once the other woman in Charles and Diana's messy split, has climbed to the top. But power can corrupt. Her rules are invisible chains. A servant drops a spoon. Fined, coughs at dinner. Pay cut. It's all under the guise of maintaining class. But really, it's her way of stocking a secret piggy bank for a villa abroad. Sunny beaches. No paparazzi. No palace drama. She's playing a long game, thinking no one notices the staff's scared eyes or her growing pile of cash. Enter William, the hero in waiting. Not your typical prince trained as a pilot. Father to 3. Husband to Kate, but Diana's loss haunts him. She was the people's princess, embracing the sick, fighting for fairness. Seeing Camilla's tricks, William feels that old anger rise. He gathers proof quietly. Notes from upset workers. Odd money trails. It's a detective story, with him as the sharp-eyed sleuth. Honor means standing tall, speaking truth. As Diana taught, ambition is Camilla's drive to grab what she wants. Stepping on toes. As whispers turn to shouts, the palace shakes. Will Charles side with his wife or son? How far will William go? Perhaps a global reveal. One wrong move, and the crown could wobble. The iron fist descends. Imagine Clarence House's dining hall, glowing like a fairy tale. Golden chandeliers drip light like molten honey, bathing a 2 6-foot table draped in creamy silk with golden threads. Every detail screams perfection. Governed by ancient royal culinary principles, water glasses aligned with precision, forks angled just so, dessert knives measured to the inch, appetizers spaced like stars. It's a place of calm, like a quiet church where Charles, William, Kate, and their 3 children once shared warm laughter over cozy dinners. But now, that peace is shattered, replaced by chilling tension disguised as modern discipline. The mastermind is Camilla, who rose from scandal to grip the palace tightly. On a sultry August evening, as the family gathers, she rises with the grace of a seasoned queen, folding her napkin with deliberate care. Her voice, smooth as velvet but sharp as a blade, cuts through the room, introducing the royal dining regulation. She declares, her words binding every servant, to uphold the monarchy's flawless image. Any slip at this table, misplaced spoons, careless chatter, a phone's buzz, a cough will cost part of your pay. The air turns heavy, like a storm about to break. Servants lower their heads, eyes fixed on the cold marble floor, its icy sheen mirroring their fear. William and Kate exchange stunned glances. The rule dropped like a thunderbolt, no discussion, no warning, effective immediately. Camilla sits, her faint smile hiding a quiet victory, as if laying the first stone of a fortress built on fear and control. Beneath her poised exterior lies a darker secret. This discipline isn't about perfection, but a sly plan to siphon money from the humblest workers to fund a lavish villa far from England's shores, a private haven free from Charles's fading affection and the palace's shaky power games. In her sharp mind, true freedom comes from quietly collecting coins from those too scared to speak up. That night, as platters of juicy Scottish salmon gleam, the first crack in her plan appears. Young Marion, a nervous new servant still finding her way, fumbles a sauce bottle, splashing a drop onto Princess Charlotte's plate, unnoticed by the family, but caught by Camilla's hawk-like gaze. She orders, "Write it down," her voice icy. Later, Marion finds an envelope. £50 fine for a sauce mishap? Her heart sinks. That money was for her sick mother in Yorkshire. In the shadowy staff quarters, whispers of anger ripple. They docked me £80 for standing wrong. An older worker hisses, "Soon we'll all be penniless." This single spill sparks a quiet rebellion. The servants' fear grows, but so does their desperation, their stolen wages piling into Camilla's secret fund. William, watching from the sidelines, senses something rotten. Memories of Diana's kindness to staff stir his resolve. Why is Camilla tightening her grip so cruelly? What's she hiding? As the hall's golden glow dims under her rules, a storm brews, one that could expose her scheme and shake the monarchy to its core. Whispers of despair. The dining hall's elegance crumbles under Camilla's gaze. Young Marion, a fresh-faced waitress thrust into service after family tragedies in Yorkshire, trembles while uncorking sauce, splattering a droplet onto Charlotte's plate. The royals overlook it, but Camilla's piercing stare commands, "Note it." Her tone is a frozen blade. Later, an envelope arrives. £50 fine for sauce protocol violation. Marion's eyes well with tears in the cramped staff quarters that some could mean skipped meals for her ailing mother. An elder servant mutters, £80 last week for improper tea-pouring stance. We'll all be destitute soon. The fines cascade like a relentless storm. Within weeks, 4 veteran staff vanish without fanfare, including beloved nanny Agnes. Relocated for a minor side dish blunder, William's suspicions ignite during a French banquet prep. Witnessing a wine steward's 2-inch glass misalignment earn Camilla's venomous glare. Days later, Oliver drops a cloche in the echoing hall, no harm done. Yet he's docked £160. A week's wages. Desperate, he risks taboo by texting William at midnight. Can't endure this hell. The message pulls William into the fray. Undercover chats reveal horrors. Penalty slips for laughing at a child's tale, £70. Napkin slips, £100. Even half-month deductions for breadcrumbs. A butler laments the shift from warnings to instant cash grabs. A maid weeps over Elsie's firing for a wine menu mix-up. Her fate unknown. Sleepless nights plague William. Diana's words haunt him. Monarchy thrives on kindness, not fear. The poison of dread taints every meal, eroding the palace's soul. Azair, husband, and son of a silenced icon. William vows to unearth the truth, transforming whispers into a roar for justice. Prince William and Camilla's uneasy dance. Beneath the polished surface of royal life, tension weaves through the bond between William and his stepmother, Camilla. Their relationship, etched with unease and mistrust, carries the weight of a complicated past. Yet flickers of change hint at a fragile truce. Royal watcher Christopher Anderson reveals William once merely tolerated Camilla, whose poised exterior masked a fear of his intensity. Their first meeting was so unnerving. She needed a gin and tonic to steady herself, a vivid snapshot of their rocky start. The strain runs deep, rooted in loyalty to Princess Diana, William's beloved mother, whose memory looms large. A family friend shares that William and Harry harbored distrust of Camilla, their hearts tethered to Diana's legacy. This wasn't just personal, it was fueled by whispers of betrayal. The brothers discovered Camilla had leaked stories to the press to polish her image, painting herself as the gracious new royal figure. Each headline felt like a jab, deepening their reluctance to accept her. For years, vulnerability was a luxury they couldn't afford around her. Their conversations clipped, their walls high, yet time softens sharp edges. The friend notes a thaw in William's stance, a pragmatic piece less about affection and more about function. Kate, the steady Princess of Wales, played the alchemist. Unlike William's initial frostiness, Kate approached Camilla with warmth, never brushing her off or treating her as an outsider. Her kindness bridged the gap, nudging William to see Camilla as family, not foe. The journey hasn't been easy. Scars of loyalty and loss linger. William and Harry's devotion to Diana casts a long shadow, making every step toward Camilla a negotiation with the past. Amid broader royal storms, like tensions with Harry and Meghan, William and Kate crave calm. Kate's refusal to let resentment fester has held this delicate balance together. But can a relationship born in suspicion fully bloom into trust? Camilla's early press maneuvers left a mark. While William may share polite smiles at gatherings, the ghost of those leaks hovers. Is this bond genuine or a diplomatic dance to preserve the monarchy's image? Kate's influence suggests hope, but can William ever truly open his heart to the woman who stood in his mother's shadow? What does it take to mend a fractured family under the world's scrutiny? Can loyalty to one memory coexist with a new reality? Echoes of justice. In the hushed sanctuary of King Charles's study, time poses, marked by the relentless tick of a pendulum clock. 3 days after William's earth-shaking press conference, Clarence House feels like a stage where history pivots, bathed in the glow of antique lamps. The room holds memories of father-son confidences, now heavy with unspoken truths. Charles stands at the window, staring at the garden where Camilla's red roses once bloomed, now uprooted, as if nature rejects her legacy. Turning to William, his eyes carry regret. "You've done what I never could," he murmurs, his voice blending awe and sorrow. "You chose truth over the facade I guarded too long." With a solemn nod, Charles hands William a leather-bound dossier embossed with the royal crest, granting him dominion over palace finances, every coin, from servant wages to banquet budgets, now under his vigilant gaze. Then the revelation. Camilla, the once unyielding queen consort, has been banished to a secluded countryside manor, her title stripped of public duties, her presence erased from royal life. It's a velvet prison for a woman whose ambition burned too brightly. A silent exile louder than any decree. That dawn, as mist clings to Clarence House's stones. A discreet convoy slips through the rear gates. Servants, once paralyzed by Camilla's glares, line the velvet-draped corridors, their faces alight with quiet triumph. Camilla walks alone, a stark figure in a plain coat, clutching a modest handbag, her regal aura dulled, her steps heavy with defeat. Her sunken eyes betray a woman who foresaw the end but couldn't escape it. The oak door shuts with a final click, sealing her from the palace she once ruled. Her opulent gowns, glittering jewels, and every trace of her reign vanish, as if she were a fleeting specter. The servant's silent stares speak volumes. The tyrant is gone, and freedom breathes anew. William acts swiftly, a prince reborn as protector. The suffocating royal dining regulation, Camilla's tool to siphon funds, is abolished. Its cruel fines are erased like a nightmare dispelled by dawn. Servants penalized for trifles like a misplaced spoon or a stifled cough receive their wages back, bolstered by a 15% raise and fairer perks. Those unjustly dismissed, like Nanny Agnes, return to open arms, their dignity restored. Resignation letters turn to pleas for return. Staff writing, "We believe in this new dawn." William strides through bustling kitchens and gleaming halls. No entourage, just a leader among his people. To a tearful veteran servant, fearing fleeting change, he pledges, "I won't just listen. I'll fight for you." His words, simple yet ironclad, rekindle trust in a monarchy once shadowed by fear. The world watches, spellbound. Headlines anoint William, the guardian of dignity. His quiet resolve, a blazing beacon. A candid snapshot, William clasping a returning servant's hand. No red carpet? Just raw sincerity spreads like wildfire, touching millions. Social media hums, the image a symbol of a crown reclaimed by compassion. The press conferences, shockwaves, amassing 20 million views overnight, cement William's stand as a turning point. A defiant cry against hidden greed in gilded halls. Camilla fades into a whisper of history. Her Cornish villa, funded by servant tears and traced to shady Thai accounts, lies abandoned. Its secret sea tunnel razed by local decree. Her assets, frozen, tell a tale of ambition undone. Rumors swirl. She resides in a modest cottage, bereft of aids, perhaps seeking solace in Swiss therapy. Her name, once synonymous with power, now echoes as a cautionary legend of overreach and moral decay. On a rain-soaked autumn afternoon, William lingers at the dining hall's threshold. Once Camilla's stage for silent terror, now laughter spills freely, glasses clink without dread, and servants move with ease. No longer haunted by fines, the head chair, her former throne, stands empty. A poignant emblem of a storm past. The palace pulses with life, its soul restored. Yet the saga's shadow lingers, whispering a question. Would you stand for a leader who builds their empire on the broken backs of the powerless? Share your thoughts on this enthralling royal drama.
I think it's safe to say that change is on my agenda. Change for good. And I embrace that and I enjoy that change. I don't fear it.
There was no official announcement, no ceremony of succession. Yet the doors of Buckingham Palace had just closed in a cold silence, as if something irreversible had taken place behind them. Inside the private office that had always been kept under absolute secrecy, a tense confrontation had erupted. Not between enemies, but between those who shared the same bloodline and royal status. Its conclusion was not a public declaration, but an unspoken agreement, a carefully arranged outcome, subtle enough to escape public notice, yet powerful enough to reshape the entire balance of power. The king still wore the crown, but real authority was quietly shifting into the hands of his eldest son, Outside, everything appeared unchanged, maintaining its familiar order, but inside, the cracks had begun to show. On one side stood personal loyalty and the enduring persistence of Camilla after years spent in the shadows. On the other stood national interest, the pressure for reform, and the determination of William, who understood that the era had changed and that the monarchy could no longer afford to be driven by personal emotion. Within that fragile balance, King Charles seemed trapped between two worlds. One was a past he could not let go of, the other was a future he no longer had the strength to control. And in that very moment, real power quietly transferred, without ceremony, without announcement, yet unmistakable and undeniable. Was this a necessary decision to protect the monarchy from looming storms, or a ruthless move by William against his own family? If you support William, comment 1. If you feel sympathy for Camilla in her isolation, comment 2. There was no explosion across the headlines at the time, no sensational titles, no leaked photographs, and no official statement from the palace, yet within the thick walls of Buckingham, a silent chain of events had begun to unfold. Slow but dangerous, like a small crack spreading across stone that once seemed impenetrable. It all began with a name, a figure once entangled in scandal, once crushed by the media, once removed from the circles of power they had once belonged to, and somehow that name began to reappear in internal notes, in confidential reports, in conversations known only to a very small circle. There was only one common link. The person maintaining contact was none other than Camilla, to the advisors. It was a warning signal, but to Camilla, it meant something entirely different. She did not see that person as a threat. She saw a reflection of herself, someone once rejected by society, once labeled as a disruptor, once subjected to the harsh and unforgiving judgment of the public. Camilla understood that feeling better than anyone. She had lived through it, had been called names no one wished to repeat, had been cast out of every standard the monarchy had tried to uphold. And perhaps for that very reason, she could not turn away. The meetings continued. Not public, not ostentatious, but enough to leave traces. Phone calls, private discussions, appearances that were too coincidental to remain coincidence. Piece by piece, they formed a picture that the advisors could no longer ignore. At first, they chose to observe, then came gentle warnings, and finally, when everything crossed an invisible line, they were forced to bring it to the table. The first report presented was not long, but it was clear enough. The image of the monarchy was being placed into a new kind of risk, not because of any public action, but because of connections in the shadows, and in an age where everything could be exposed overnight, the most dangerous thing was not what had already happened, but what could be discovered. The initial reaction did not come from the king, it came from William. He did not need to read the entire report to understand the issue. Just the first few lines were enough for him to realize this was not a personal matter. It was a risk that could spread, that could destroy what he was trying to protect at all costs. To William, the monarchy was no longer an untouchable symbol. It was a fragile structure, dependent on public trust, and that trust could collapse at any moment. Closed-door meetings began to occur more frequently. There was no press presence, no official records, but every figure, every analysis, every scenario was placed on the table. And then, a number emerged that forced everyone into silence: 85%. It was not a vague estimate. It was the result of an internal survey conducted under strict control. 85% of those questioned stated that they would turn away from the monarchy if Camilla continued to intervene in sensitive matters through controversial relationships. That number was not just concerning, it was devastating. But when this information was delivered to Camilla, her reaction was not what they had expected. She did not panic. She did not rush to cut ties. She did not offer any apology. She remained silent, a prolonged, heavy silence. But not one of acceptance, it was resistance in her own way. Because to Camilla, the issue was not about numbers. It was about principle. She did not believe that abandoning a person simply to protect an image was the right thing to do. She had once been abandoned, once cast aside for failing to meet expectations, and she refused to become someone who would do that to another. That very stance pushed everything further. William did not see humanity in it. He saw a weakness that could be exploited, magnified, and ultimately destroy everything. The exchanges between the two sides could no longer maintain their initial restraint. Each statement carried tension. Each argument was no longer just a viewpoint, but a boundary. One side was emotion, personal loyalty, and memories that could not be erased. The other was strategy, image, and the survival of an institution. And in the middle of it all, Charles grew increasingly silent. He listened, but did not intervene immediately. Not because he did not understand, but because he understood too well. He understood what Camilla was trying to protect. He understood what William feared. And that very understanding made it impossible for him to fully stand with either side. But time was not on their side. The second report was presented, more detailed, colder, and leaving no room for delay. The scenarios were laid out clearly. If the information leaked, if the media became involved, if public reaction followed the survey results, the monarchy would not just face criticism, it would face a full-scale crisis of trust. Once again, the number 85% was repeated. No one saw it as hypothetical anymore. The air in the room became suffocating. Camilla no longer argued as much as before, but she did not step back either. Her gaze no longer searched for agreement. It hardened, as if she had accepted that she was standing alone, and in that very moment, William understood that everything had passed the point of no return. He did not raise his voice, he did not issue an ultimatum, yet his calm carried a clarity stronger than any threat. He had made a decision, not the decision of a son, but the decision of a man preparing to take power, and from that moment on, the conflict no longer remained at the level of words. It began to move into another realm where every move was calculated, every reaction anticipated, because William did not stop at simply saying no. He had prepared a plan that even the king had not foreseen. The undercurrent from Buckingham did not stop at closed-door meetings. It carried over to Sandringham, a place long considered the most private space of the royal family, where important decisions were often made only after every door had been shut and no outside eyes remained. But this time, the atmosphere. There was no longer the familiar calm. It was dense, tense, and filled with the sense that something irreversible was about to happen. William arrived earlier than expected. There was no grand entourage, no formal protocol. His presence carried a cold decisiveness. He had not come to discuss. He had come to end a matter that had gone on for far too long. Charles was already there, seated in the familiar room that had witnessed many defining moments of his life, but this time, his gaze no longer held the same composure. There was a visible exhaustion, not only physical, but mental. In recent days, medical reports had become more frequent, more detailed, and increasingly concerning. The figure provided by medical advisors was never made public, yet within internal circles, it spread as an undeniable truth. Charles now retained the capacity to handle only about 15% of his previous workload. 15%. A number that did not merely reflect declining health, but also revealed a power vacuum that no one could ignore. That vacuum was something William saw clearly. Camilla entered last. She maintained her familiar, composed demeanor. Yet her eyes were no longer as gentle as before. She understood that this meeting was not simply an exchange. It was a breaking point, a final boundary. No one spoke immediately. The silence stretched, as if each person waited for the other to break it first. But in the end, it was William who spoke. No preamble, no polite introduction. He went straight to the point. What he said was not new. It was the culmination of every warning, every report, every concern that had been raised before, but this time, his tone was different. It was no longer advice. It was no longer a proposal. It was an ultimatum. The choice was presented clearly, coldly, leaving no room for interpretation. The crown, or the queen. No one in the room could pretend not to understand what that meant. Camilla did not respond immediately. She looked directly at William, her gaze unwavering, yet no longer seeking agreement. For a brief moment, the past seemed to pass between them. All the years of struggle, all the judgmental stares, everything she had endured to reach her current position, and now, all of it was placed on the table, as something that could be traded away. Charles was pushed to the center of that choice. He had once stood against the world to protect Camilla. He had defied public opinion, defied pressure, even endured fractures within his own family to hold on to a relationship he believed in. And now, he faced a paradox he may never have imagined. To protect the crown, he might have to sacrifice the very person he had spent his life fighting to keep. The minutes that followed were no longer a conversation in the usual sense. It became a process of stripping away layers of truth. William did not raise his voice, yet every word carried the weight of figures, scenarios, and carefully calculated consequences. He repeated the number 85%. He spoke of the risk of media escalation. He spoke of the fragility of public trust, and more importantly, he pointed to the growing power vacuum as Charles could no longer carry the full burden of responsibility as before. 15%. The number was not spoken loudly, yet once mentioned, it froze the air in the room. Camilla turned to Charles. She said nothing, yet her eyes carried a question that needed no words. What would he choose? Charles did not answer immediately. He looked down at the documents placed before him, papers that had been prepared in advance. As if the outcome of this meeting had already been anticipated, the terms were not long, but they were clear, limiting the scope of involvement, reducing presence in sensitive matters, restructuring the role. It was not a complete removal, but it was a significant reduction, a controlled withdrawal. That was how William had designed it. Not to create a public shock, not to trigger an immediate crisis, but enough to ensure that the risks would be tightly contained. Charles understood that. He also understood that if he refused, what followed might spiral beyond anyone's control. The silence lingered. And then, finally, he picked up the pen. There was no declaration, no ceremony, just a simple act, yet one that carried the weight of an entire reign. As the pen touched the paper, something changed forever. Camilla did not stop him. She simply stood there, silent, as if she had always known this moment would come. Yet her silence was not acceptance. It was a kind of pain that could not be put into words. A cold truth was established in that room. Personal emotion, no matter how deep, could not stand above the survival of the monarchy. When Charles set the pen down, he did not look up immediately. As if he needed a moment longer to accept what he had just done, William said nothing more. He did not need to, because from that moment on, the balance of power had tilted firmly in his favor. No official statement, no ceremony, only a signature. Sandringham returned to its familiar quiet afterward, but it was no longer the quiet of peace. It was the quiet after a storm, where everything had been shaken, and nothing remained quite the same. In the days that followed, no information was leaked to the outside world. The public still saw a united, stable monarchy, with no visible signs of fracture. But inside, everything had been rearranged. Camilla began to appear less frequently in sensitive matters, key decisions gradually shifted through other channels, and William, quietly yet unmistakably, began to hold more control, not through title, but through reality, because when the crown becomes too heavy for a man in decline, power inevitably finds its way into steadier hands. The changes did not arrive with an official announcement, nor were they confirmed by any statement from the palace. Yet, inside Buckingham, everything began to move at a pace that left even those who had served for decades overwhelmed. At first, they were only subtle signals. Meetings rescheduled without explanation. Familiar faces suddenly missing from attendance lists. Emails that once received immediate replies, now falling into prolonged silence. No one spoke of it. Yet everyone could sense that a process of internal cleansing was underway. Quiet but deliberate, like an invisible hand, gradually rearranging the entire structure of power from within. William did not need to create a public shock. He understood that real power did not lie in loud declarations, but in the ability to control what others could not see. And once it began, he left no room for hesitation or delay. Internal evaluations were conducted again under an entirely different standard. Stricter, colder, and almost devoid of emotional consideration, those who had once been Charles' closest aides began to realize that their positions were no longer secured by loyalty or seniority, but were instead weighed based on efficiency, alignment with reform direction, and the ability to avoid creating risk to the royal image during a sensitive period. They were not removed immediately. There were no dramatic farewells or shocking decisions, but instead a gradual narrowing of influence, step by step, until their roles became indistinct and eventually disappeared from the center of decision-making without anyone being able to identify the exact moment it happened. Replacing them was an entirely different generation, younger, sharper, and notably unbound by the traditional rules that had shaped the palace for decades. These were not random choices, but individuals William had already observed, people who had proven their ability to handle crises, control media narratives, and make decisions under pressure without being influenced by personal relationships. Internally, they gradually came to be referred to by an unofficial name, the Hawks, because they were willing to cut away any element that could become a weakness. No matter how significant that element had once been, the pace of change was unprecedented. Within 90 days, more than 40% of senior staff at Buckingham had been replaced, a figure that would destabilize any organization. Yet here it unfolded in near total silence. There was no power vacuum, no disruption in operations, because every replaced position had already been filled by someone ready to take over immediately, as if the entire plan had been prepared long before it officially began. What was more striking was not the number itself, but the way these decisions were executed. At first, Charles' absence from certain processes was seen as temporary, a necessary adjustment due to his declining health. But over time, it became a new mechanism, where important documents no longer required the direct presence of the king. Letters patent, long considered the clearest symbol of royal authority, began to be processed under a more flexible system where William could directly participate and, in many cases, sign in place without the formal presence of Charles. No announcement confirmed this shift. Yet those working inside understood that a boundary had been erased, and once that boundary disappeared, the structure of power changed with it. Charles remained the king, but his role increasingly became symbolic rather than practical. Those who had once been absolutely loyal to him found themselves in a state of uncertainty. Some tried to adapt, adjusting their methods to align with the new system, accepting that their voices no longer carried the same weight, while others could not change quickly enough and were forced to leave in silence. There was no public purge, no direct confrontation. Yet the effectiveness of this process was deeper than any aggressive action, because it did not provoke immediate reaction, but instead created a gradual shift so complete that by the time it was noticed, everything had already changed. William did not need to appear more frequently in public to assert his authority. He did not need speeches or symbolic declarations, because real power does not lie in what is said, but in what is controlled. Within a matter of months, he had taken control of nearly the entire internal machinery of the palace, from decision-making processes to the way information was handled and transmitted. A new order was established, quiet, unobtrusive, yet powerful enough to transform the monarchy at its core. Meanwhile, in another corner of the palace, a completely different reality was unfolding. Camilla retained her title, continued to appear at carefully selected events, and maintained a stable public image. Yet the distance between her and the center of power grew wider. Meetings she once attended now took place without her. Key decisions no longer required her input. The relationships that had once helped her maintain influence were no longer considered necessary in a system that now prioritized control and efficiency over any personal factor. No one declared that she had been removed. Yet everything around her changed in a way that made her position gradually fade. Like a figure still present, but no longer central. It was not a sudden collapse, but a slow erosion where each layer of influence was stripped away without noise, until nothing significant remained. The familiar corridors were the same, the rooms unchanged, yet the sense of her presence had shifted, lighter, more distant, as if she was still there, but no longer truly part of the core of power. In a system being restructured to become tighter and more controlled, there was no longer room for personal elements. No matter how significant they once were, William was building a new order, one where power was concentrated, protected, and operated under clear principles, and in that process, any element that no longer fit would be removed quietly but thoroughly. No announcements, no explanations, only time. And time was on his side, while William was building a new structure. The sound of cameras rang out in rapid succession, flashes bursting continuously as if tearing through the space in front of the Buckingham Palace balcony. In that seemingly familiar moment, when members of the royal family stood side by side according to a protocol repeated for many decades, an unexpected sentence suddenly broke through, quiet enough not to disrupt the order, yet sharp enough to make everyone freeze. "Leave your hand off my shoulder. Your Majesty, I know where I am supposed to stand." The one who spoke was not a seasoned adult, but Princess Charlotte, now stepping into her teenage years with a confidence that left many astonished. That moment, according to several witnesses standing nearby, caused Camilla to hesitate for a split second. A very small reaction, yet impossible to escape the hundreds of lenses pointed directly at them, and it was precisely that hesitation that sparked a wave of questions. Was this merely an impulsive reaction of adolescence, or a sign of a deeper shift within the power structure of the British royal family in the year 2026? Princess Charlotte is no longer the little girl who once made the public smile with her charming waves. She is gradually becoming a new symbol, a face carrying expectations and inevitable comparisons to Diana. The similarities between them are not only visible in the increasingly defined facial features, but also in the steady gaze, in the way Charlotte seems unwilling to passively accept imposed constraints. Because of this, questions began to spread. Could Charlotte be the one to continue, even complete, the revolution that Diana once began but never had the chance to finish? Or more deeply, could this rapid maturity be making powerful figures like Camilla feel threatened? If you believe that Charlotte truly inherits Diana's spirit, leave a comment with number 1. And if you think her growing spotlight is unintentionally creating pressure on Camilla, leave a comment with number 2. The transformation of Princess Charlotte did not happen gradually, as many had predicted. It came quickly, clearly, and almost like a declaration. In less than a year, the public began to realize that the girl once affectionately called the Little Rose of the British royal family no longer existed in the same way. In her place stood a young lady with a composed demeanor, sharp eyes, and most notably, a sense of style that constantly reminded observers of Diana during the turbulent 1990s. In recent appearances, Charlotte no longer chooses the soft princess dresses typically designed for royal children. She has begun to appear in designs with cleaner cuts, more neutral tones, and most importantly, a strong personal signature. An oversized blazer paired with a midi skirt, a pair of classic low heels, or even monochrome dresses with minimalist lines, all of it clearly echoes the image of Diana in her post-divorce years. When she gradually broke free from rigid protocols to build a personal style defined by freedom and strength, fashion experts quickly pointed out that this cannot be a coincidence. Every outfit Charlotte chooses seems to carry a message, not flashy, not overly rebellious, but enough to create distinction. A London-based analyst noted that Charlotte is using fashion as a tool of soft power. She does not need official statements. She does not need to declare anything. Yet simply by appearing in public, she captures the attention of the entire world, and notably, that attention is far from temporary. The figures reported after the Buckingham balcony event left many stunned. Within 24 hours of Charlotte's appearance, designs similar to those she wore sold out across multiple international commerce platforms, fashion brands, from high-end to mid-range, recorded a sudden surge in growth. The total economic value was estimated to reach £500 million, a number that is not only impressive, but symbolic. It far surpasses anything Camilla has generated throughout years of building her public image. This raises an unavoidable question. Is symbolic power within the royal family shifting? For many decades, the image of the Queen Consort has been tightly controlled, from clothing to public appearances. But with Charlotte, a new model seems to be forming, a model where authenticity, individuality, and the ability to connect with the public become decisive factors. And when looking back at history, this is precisely the path Diana once took. Several internal sources suggest that Charlotte's transformation has not been easily embraced within the palace. Long-standing dress codes, established to maintain a consistent royal image, are now at risk of being challenged, and the one believed to be guarding those rules is none other than Camilla. For many years, she has worked to build a stable image, avoiding controversial elements. Her outfits always follow clear standards, from color to design, ensuring that no detail steps outside accepted boundaries. But Charlotte is a different story. She does not break the rules directly. Instead, she adjusts them. She preserves the necessary elegance, yet adds personal elements that make the overall image more dynamic. It is precisely this subtle shift that makes many within the royal family uneasy, because it cannot be openly criticized, yet it is strong enough to shake old foundations. Some commentators have gone even further, suggesting that this is not just about fashion. It is a manifestation of a silent confrontation between two generations, two mindsets, and two visions of the royal family role in the 21st century. One side represents stability, control, and adherence to protocol. The other represents flexibility, individuality, and the ability to adapt to a rapidly changing world. And in that context, every outfit Charlotte wears is no longer simply a personal choice. It becomes a statement, a signal sent to the public, and perhaps also to those holding power within the palace, that the new generation is no longer willing to stand still within the old frameworks. But it is precisely here that the story becomes more complicated, because behind the dazzling outfits, Behind the impressive economic figures, a silent battle is gradually revealing itself. A battle that does not take place in the media, is not officially confirmed, yet exists in the smallest details, and as many sources begin to reveal, everything seems to revolve around an issue that appears very simple: dress code, but not an ordinary set of rules. These are standards that were established, maintained, and protected by Camilla herself, and now, as Charlotte steps forward with a completely different image, those rules are facing their greatest challenge since they were first formed. If the public only sees the elegant and symbolic outfits of Princess Charlotte on the balcony, then behind the closed doors of Buckingham Palace lies a completely different story. A story without flashing lights, without cheers, yet filled with silent conflicts and tensions far greater than any public moment. There, even the smallest detail can become the cause of confrontation. And fashion, something that seems merely superficial, becomes the first battlefield. According to several sources close to the royal family, Camilla has not hidden her dissatisfaction with the rapid transformation in Charlotte's style. For her, clothing is not just a personal matter, but a symbol of order. For many decades, rules about wearing hats, gloves, choosing colors and designs have been established to ensure that every royal member appears with a unified, dignified, and non-controversial image. And Camilla, in her role, is believed to be the one firmly protecting those standards, but Charlotte does not see things in the same way. To her, these rules seem to belong to a past era, an era in which the image of the royal family was built on distance rather than connection, and it is this difference in perspective that has led to tense exchanges behind the scenes. One source revealed that there were direct conversations in which Camilla demanded that Charlotte strictly follow dress regulations, especially the requirement to wear hats at official events and gloves as a symbol of propriety. To many people, these may seem like small details, but in the royal world, nothing is ever small. A hat is not just an accessory, it is a sign of compliance. A pair of gloves is not just decoration, it is a symbol of tradition, and when a young member like Charlotte begins to question these things, it is no longer simply a difference in style, it is a challenge to a structure that has existed for decades. What makes the story more striking is how Charlotte responds. She does not resist with impulsiveness or open rebellion. Instead, she uses royal history itself as a tool of argument. In a conversation said to have taken place in a tense atmosphere, Charlotte reportedly recalled that Elizabeth II, during many important periods of her reign, adjusted dress rules flexibly to suit the context. She did not always follow rigid standards, and it was precisely that flexibility that helped her maintain a connection with the public. Not stopping there, Charlotte also referred to Diana, whom she seems to regard as a model not only of style but also of how to use personal image to convey messages. Diana broke many rules, not to oppose, but to create a more relatable image to the public, and in Charlotte's view, that was not a violation, but en évolution. This argument is believed to have placed Camilla in a difficult position, because if she rejects those precedents, she would indirectly reject the very symbols most loved by the public in royal history. But if she accepts them, she must face the reality that the rules she is protecting no longer hold absolute authority. The tension reached its peak in a detail that many insiders consider a turning point. It was when Charlotte refused to wear a brooch that Camilla had prepared for her at an important event. The brooch, according to descriptions, carried a classic style aligned with the standards Camilla always upholds, but instead of accepting it, Charlotte chose something entirely different. A piece of jewelry that once belonged to Diana, passed down to her by Prince William. That moment, although not made public, quickly spread within internal circles and later leaked outside, and immediately, it was seen as a clear message. Charlotte was not simply refusing a piece of jewelry, she was choosing to stand with another symbol, a symbol more personal, more emotional, and far more powerful in the eyes of the public. Observers believe this action was more strategic than emotional, because within the royal family, every piece of jewelry carries its own story. And choosing to wear Diana piece instead of Camilla gift is not merely an aesthetic decision, it is a statement of inheritance, a way of affirming that the legacy Charlotte wishes to continue is not rigid rules, but the spirit of change. From that point on, the atmosphere between the two generations is said to have become more tense than ever. Conversations no longer stopped at guidance or suggestion. They gradually took on a more confrontational tone, even while remaining within discrete boundaries, and notably, Charlotte did not step back. On the contrary, she increasingly made her position clear in each public appearance, but as many have begun to realize, this story does not end with clothing or jewelry. Those are only the surface of a much deeper issue, because in the royal family, position during ceremonies, order of appearance, and placement on the balcony all carry clear meanings of power. And when someone begins to question the smallest rules, it will sooner or later extend to larger matters. For this reason, many sources believe that Charlotte resistance is entering a new phase. It is no longer about personal choices within fashion, but is gradually becoming direct statements about her place within the royal structure. And as seen on the balcony that day, all signs point to one conclusion. That resistance does not stop at clothing, it is erupting into a direct confrontation, a confrontation in which every step, every position, and every glance can become the center of a new storm. The Trooping the Color event in the year 2026 was supposed to be a perfect display of tradition and power. Every detail was calculated with precision, down to each step, each position, each camera angle, but in such a tightly controlled space, cracks become even more visible. And this time, everything converged on a name few had expected: Princess Charlotte. From the very first moments when members of the royal family stepped onto the balcony, keen observers noticed an unusual detail. Charlotte's position was no longer in a clearly visible row, as in previous years. Instead, she was placed slightly behind, almost obscured by Camilla. To outsiders, this may seem like a minor adjustment in formation, but to those who understand royal protocol, it is a clear signal. In this world, position is never random. It is the silent language of power. The question immediately arose: who decided this arrangement, and more importantly, what message lies behind it? After the quiet tensions surrounding dress, rules, and image presentation, many began to believe this was a deliberate move, a way to pull Charlotte out of the spotlight, a way to remind her that no matter how beloved she is by the public, she must still stand in her designated place within the established order. But what caused that entire scenario to unravel did not come from direct resistance, it came from subtlety. Charlotte did not step forward. There was no action that broke the formation. She remained in her assigned position, maintaining a calm demeanor that felt almost cold. But then, within just a few minutes, everything began to shift in a way no one could control. While Camilla maintained her familiar style, her gaze fixed forward, her smile composed, and her gestures carefully restrained, Charlotte chose a completely different approach. She leaned slightly forward, her eyes actively seeking connection with the crowd below. Each wave of her hand was not merely a formality, it carried emotion, carried personal attention. As if every individual in the crowd was being seen, the effect happened almost immediately. Cameras that had been focused on the central position began to shift. At first it was subtle, almost unnoticeable, but little by little, Charlotte became the natural focal point of every frame. Photographers, always searching for vivid moments, could not ignore the energy she brought, and so, despite standing behind, she appeared in the most prominent position in a series of images released afterward. A media expert in London described this phenomenon with a striking phrase, "spontaneous visual power." He suggested that Charlotte had either unintentionally or perhaps deliberately created a new center of attention without changing her physical position. In a system where everything is controlled from the top down, this represents an entirely different kind of power, a kind of power that cannot be imposed and is not easily taken away. But if everything had stopped there, the story might have remained within the realm of generational difference. What truly turned it into real drama came from a very brief moment, yet one powerful enough to change the entire public perception. Just hours after the ceremony, a video recorded from an obscure angle began to spread across social media. It was not an official recording. It was not a reviewed camera angle, and that is exactly what made it feel more authentic than ever. In that video, a situation that had previously only been speculated suddenly became clear. Camilla, in what seemed like a familiar gesture, reached out and placed her hand on Charlotte's shoulder. It could have been a guiding action, a way to adjust posture in line with protocol, but Charlotte's response this time was completely different from anything seen before. There were no words, no visible discomfort, just a very small movement. She gently raised her hand, touched Camilla's hand, and removed it from her shoulder, not fast, not slow, not forceful like an act of defiance, yet without hesitation. After that, she immediately returned to her original posture, continuing to smile and wave as if nothing had happened. It was precisely that perfect control that made the video so shocking. If it had been an impulsive reaction, it might have been dismissed as a moment of youth. But here, everything was too precise, too deliberate. It felt like a message delivered through body language, a message that required no words, yet was understood by everyone. The public reaction erupted almost instantly. Social media platforms were flooded with analysis, speculation, and intense debate. One side argued that Charlotte had crossed a line, that within an institution built on protocol and hierarchy, expressing disagreement in public, no matter how subtle, was unacceptable. But the other side saw it very differently. They believed Charlotte was doing what many expect from a new generation: independence, clarity about personal boundaries, and most importantly, the ability to maintain composure even in the most sensitive situations. Media experts later analyzed every frame of the video. They pointed out that Charlotte's gaze did not change after the action. Her breathing, expression, and gestures remained steady. This suggested it was not a spontaneous reaction, it was a highly controlled act, carried out with full awareness of its consequences. Meanwhile, Camilla's reaction was barely visible. She did not pull her hand away abruptly, nor did she show clear discomfort, but it was precisely this lack of reaction that raised further questions. Was it restraint or surprise? Had she anticipated this situation? Or was she also caught off guard? Whatever the answer may be, one thing became clear: the relationship between these two figures was no longer confined to vague speculation. It had been defined through images, through actions, and through the response of the public. More importantly, this moment opened a much larger debate. In a monarchy built on order and tradition, what happens when a young member begins to redefine her role? And if the public supports that shift, how long can the old rules continue to hold? Because in the modern era, power no longer comes solely from assigned position. It comes from attention, from connection, and from the ability to create influence. And in that moment, despite standing behind, Charlotte proved that she could possess all of those elements without stepping forward. That is why the small gesture on the balcony was not just a moment, it was a signal, a sign that a shift is taking place within the very core of the royal family. And from that moment, A question emerged, not only among the media but also among millions of observers around the world, who truly holds control of the palace. After what unfolded at Trooping the Color in the year 2026, all eyes were no longer focused solely on Princess Charlotte or Camilla. A larger question began to take shape, one that pointed directly at the two most powerful figures remaining in this story, Prince William and Charles III. If Charlotte represents change, and Camilla represents control, then William and Charles are the two forces that will determine where this conflict leads. Sources close to the royal family suggest that William's reaction after the event did not carry the concern many had expected. On the contrary, he was said to remain notably calm. There was no public criticism directed at his daughter, no visible effort to ease tensions in the traditional way. Instead, there was silence. But within the royal family, silence has never been empty. It always carries meaning. Some observers believe that this silence is the clearest sign of support. William does not need to speak to defend Charlotte. He simply needs not to oppose her. And in a system where every action is closely monitored, that alone is a powerful statement. The reason behind this support, according to many analyses, goes beyond a father and daughter bond. It is tied to a deeper memory. The image of Diana. Those who have followed William for years recognize that he carries his mother legacy, not only in behavior, but in his vision of the royal family role. And when he looks at Charlotte, many believe he does not just see his daughter. He sees a part of Diana living again. The confidence, the ability to connect with the public, and especially the way Charlotte handles pressure in front of cameras, all echo the qualities that once made Diana an icon. For William, that is not a threat. On the contrary, it is a continuation, an opportunity to ensure that the legacy his mother left behind does not fade with time. For that reason, instead of trying to shape Charlotte to fit old rules, William is believed to choose observation and quiet protection. He understands that in a changing world, preserving everything as it was is no longer a viable option, and if the royal family wishes to endure, it needs figures capable of connecting with the public in the most natural way. But if William represents adaptation, then Charles III embodies conflict. The king, who spent his entire life waiting for the throne, now faces a situation with no clear script. On one side is Camilla, his partner through many storms, the woman he chose despite past controversies. On the other side is Charlotte, his granddaughter of direct lineage, representing the future of the monarchy. According to internal sources, Charles